Is liberty dying where you live? Escape to Keene at freekeene.com.
Good morning from Courtroom 3 here for the James Cleveland trial, actually jury selection portion. I have filed a motion to request a hearing prior to the jury selection for the purposes of having a brief discussion about the media access rules in jury selection. The jurors are not allowed to be filmed or photographed, which of course is not my intention, but I do want to get the selection on the record if possible. So we're waiting on the judge here in a separate courtroom. The jurors are sitting in the other courtroom right now.
Good morning, please have a seat. We are here out of the presence of the jury in the case of State of New Hampshire versus James Cleveland. If I could have counsel identify themselves for the record.
General Robert for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Gary for James Cleveland.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to give, Mr. Freeman has submitted a motion in order to be able to, I think it's really to film and record the jury selection process. So, Mr. Freeman, I'll hear from you.
Thanks. This is the first opportunity that we've ever really had to do this here in Cheshire. As you know, the old courtroom, the reason that I wasn't allowed in to record anything was there was just no room due to the very small size. Now we do have room. I understand the jury cannot be recorded on video or photographed, but I would like to have the opportunity to still get on the record the hearing, if that means maybe pointing it at the defense the entire time, having it perhaps at the front here so it would be in front of the jurors, and then pointing at the defense the entire time. That way the jurors that walk up to talk to you aren't being recorded. That's what I was thinking on that.
So here's the problem, and as you know, the Superior Court rules do not permit recording of either photographing or videotaping the jurors, their faces. And actually, I don't know if you do know that, but
yes, I'm familiar with that rule.
With Superior Court Rule 78, the way we do the jury selection process, people are coming from all different parts of the courtroom. They're coming in front of counsel. They're coming to the court. I'm engaging with them, and then they're seated in the bench in the front. I can't think of a way meaningfully to do that and to make sure that that no one even and I've had very good experiences with you, Mr. Freeman, recording. You've recorded a number of things in the past. I have no doubt that you would act with the best intentions regarding recording, but my focus has to be on the jury selection process. So,
having observed one previously, yeah. I noticed that jurors will sometimes come up and talk to you. I've never seen them actually stop in front of the defense table to talk to anyone. Does that actually happen?
They do not come and speak in front of, well, when I first hear from counsel, does the state have any position on this?
No, Your Honor.
We don't object, Judge.
Okay.
So my proposal, just to be clear, would be to set the camera, if we were in that courtroom here, so you've got jurors to the left, they would walk behind the camera if they were going to come up and see you. The camera would be pointed, let's say, at James or Mr. Cleveland sitting at the defense table, and I could just keep it there the entire time rather than have to worry about panning away. If I were to have it on you and then have to pan every time a juror comes up, just to keep it simple.
And I appreciate that, and like I said, I haven't had any issues in the past with you recording. You've been very unobtrusive about the recording you set up, and I don't have any concerns related to you individually. It's just my focus during the jury selection process has to be on the jurors, and given that where they're coming from, they're going to be coming from all different parts of the courtroom. I'm not going to permit video recording, so your request is denied. Anything further before we get started with the jury selection process?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you all. Yes?
Your Honor, if I just might, I thought, having gone out since our last hearing and seen the scene that during jury selection, that the jurors might be put on notice that it could be about a 15-minute walk, weather permitting tomorrow. I don't know whether that would present any issues for any of the jurors being able to do a 15-minute walk. And also the part of that, provided the weather is cooperating, will be in a grassy area, which if we get a lot of rain tonight, they may want to consider what they might want to be wearing on their feet.
bringing appropriate footwear, and I have no idea if either of you've looked at the long-term
I think the weather
forecast.
tomorrow is supposed to actually be
Okay.
high 50s and sunny.
Well, it's been incredibly mild, so
Right.
hopefully we'll be blessed with that nice weather going forward. And let me say that it's probably, if we're gonna be walking on a grassy area because it might be muddy, perhaps suggest that they might want to bring appropriate footwear in order to be assured that no one's going to have a problem with slipping. I don't know if there's a hill or an incline at all there, if it's relatively flat
And out
area.
there, it's fairly flat for the most part. I mean, when you go back to that little strip, it's kind of dips off a little bit.
Into a boggy area, so it's,
Right.
it's, not that we're going into the boggy area, but it's right next to that area. And when I was out there last week, it was a little mushy without rain.
Okay, so I'll tell them that they should prepare for perhaps a little bit of soft turf and maybe a little bit of a mucky area where hiking boots or appropriate footwear to be sure that they're there. Anything further before we start the jury selection
I
process?
guess one issue, and I'm not sure if this is a major issue, I think it's normally covered by typical voir dire questions, but I understand that Mr. Cleveland's been in the press, the local press, periodically on newscasts and in print, and I'm not sure how to ask that question to the jurors without giving them information that may.
It's sort of that fine line. I know that the press has covered, for example, the City of Keene case, and Mr. Cleveland was a party, one of the named defendants in that case. Aside from, unless, do you have a proposed question that you'd like me to ask to flag
I
that?
apologize, I should have thought this out a little more. I think it's covered for the most part. I mean, in general, voir dire questions, if they know him, but he tells me, and I'm not personally aware of this, but he tells me that he's been in the press and on newscasts, the local newscasts out here. But I mean, at the same time, I really didn't want to put the jurors on notice that he's a member of any particular organization, because that might prompt some negative and or positive views.
Does the state have any feeling? I wasn't planning to ask anything aside from the typical questions. I'm not opposed to it if council has some suggestion as to I mean, if there's a request for me to say ask if anybody has any feelings about the organization Free Keene. I think that what I would be doing there would be flagging the defendant's involvement in that group. I'm not sure that that's something that you're asking for or opposed to. Sounds like you're not clear whether you want or not.
Yeah, I don't want to flag that, Judge.
Let me put it this way, that we're going to have a few minutes. I know that there's some technical issues with some of the equipment that they're going to need to fix in the courtroom before we start with the jury selection process. If between now and when we get started, if you have some thoughts or a proposed question you'd like me to ask, and you want me to ask it as part of the general questions, I'm happy to consider that and can address it before we start with the jury selection process.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You know, if there is something along those lines, I think it's a legitimate question to raise. How you want to raise it, or if you want to do, I'll defer to see whether you have some thoughts on how you'd like me to pose that question. Thank you.
One thing
Mr.
quickly.
Freeman, yes.
I do have an audio recording device. I'd like to place that on the defense table during the jury selection process.
I won't permit you to put it on the defense table. If it's just going to be an audio recording device, you can certainly have the audio going during the jury selection process. I have no problem with that.
If the defense doesn't object, could Mr. Cleveland have it at his table?
No. It's I'm not going to treat.
It's better audio that way.
I understand.
Okay. Could I put it on the bar?
You have to keep it out of the area of where the jury would be or any of the parties in the case. But where that might be.
Can I put it in front of you?
No. Okay, we'll get started.
Can you give me a helpful suggestion on where I could put it
The
then?
back
'Cause-
of the courtroom will be fine. That will cover.
all right.
All right. We're back on the record in the matter of State versus James Cleveland. I have a motion from the defense to argue the First Amendment as a defense, and I have an objection from the state. So why don't I first hear from the defense, Attorney Garrity?
Sure. And Judge, I guess I rely to a great extent on Glick v. Cuniff and Garrick, and if I'm mispronouncing the name, I apologize. It's Gericke. And there's one particular section of Garrick, and I've got it on my phone here if I could.
I have the decision right here, so.
I think it's on page, I think it's page 13 on to 15 when it's under the heading, was Garrick exercising a First Amendment right to film a traffic stop. It's section B of the opinion, Judge.
Yes.
And the other court addressed some general principles about an individual's right to film police activities. And they also talked about how a traffic stop, and obviously this is not a traffic stop, but they talked about how a traffic stop is worlds apart from the situation in Glick, because that situation can involve issues of dangerousness for the police officers. And they talked about how the police can impose reasonable time, place and manner restrictions, but perhaps the most telling section of that is where the court talked about, and that this, I think this section interplays to a great extent with this case, where the paragraph starts off with the circumstances of some traffic stops, particularly when the detained individual is armed, might justify a safety measure. For example, a command that bystanders disperse that would incidentally impact an individual's exercise of the First Amendment right to film. Such an order, even when directed at a person who's filming, may be appropriate for legitimate safety reasons. However, a police order that is specifically directed at the First Amendment right to film police performing their duties in public may be constitutionally imposed only if the officer can reasonably conclude that the filming itself is interfering or is about to interfere with his duties. Judge, in this case, I'm not sure if you're totally familiar with the facts of the case, but here Mr. Cleveland was out there filming for the Free Keene blog. He and a friend were out there filming. There's police tape set up around the Autumn Leaf apartment complex. Tape extended into a Wendy's and McDonald's parking lot, and then cut across the street, which I believe is Ivy Street, into the apartment complex. And it basically cut off building 7 where an armed individual was around the corner. Building 13, which is which is off to the left of building 7, and is about 150 feet long. And the tape, police tape, cut across Ivy Street, across the parking lot of the complex, and eventually tied off at the far right-hand corner of building 13. So most of building 13 was not cordoned off by the police tape. And on the corner of building 7, there was a group of police officers right around the corner from where the armed individual was. And what Mr. Cleveland did is he went around the police tape, went around an auto parts store, set up film outside of the police tape for a period of time, and then eventually went around Building 13. And behind Building 13, when he went around to the far left, so the tape would be about 150 feet away from where he went around the corner. He went around the corner, and behind Building 13, there's a strip of land, which is behind Building 13. There are some windows there and a couple of doors, I believe. And at the end of that strip of land is the corner of Building 7 where the offices were set up. So he went around Building 13, went down the strip of land. One officer told him to back off, which he did. Another trooper comes up and tells him to back off even further, which he did. And that trooper, I'd say reluctantly, agreed to Mr. Cleveland's statement, I'm not going to back off anymore. He was about 100 feet away from the officers at this point, and about roughly 100 feet from where the police line was. And then the third trooper comes, and eventually Mr. Cleveland is arrested. And I know the statutes, 644-2 talks about a lawful order and how areas that are part of where a threat exists in the adjacent area can be marked off, and they can be done by way of ropes, markers,
uniformed emergency service personnel,
right, or any other reasonable means, which certainly could be a police officer telling you to back off. But I guess the question is, is that reasonable? Was Mr. Cleveland given lawful orders? Was he at a comfortable remove, as Glickby kind of talks about? All of those, I'd suggest, Judge, there's an interrelationship between what the First Amendment allows, reasonable restrictions on that in terms of time, place, and manner. I'd suggest most of those require the jury making factual determinations and then applying the law as you provided. He doesn't have an unlimited First Amendment right to film wherever he wants to go, but at the same time, the restrictions that 644-2 contemplate, I'd suggest, have to be reasonable, have to be, I'd say, markedly made known to him by way of police tape, and can't be arbitrarily moved continuously. And here, Judge, you'll see, once the tape is shown, 2 commands that he complies with, and then the third is where the arrest takes place. And then when the third one is issued, he's about 100 feet away from where the officers were. And they had been sitting there for about 4 hours, and he didn't say anything. They came and spoke to him. Was he interfering with the police as Gehrig requires in order to stop filming is lawful? I'd say that's a jury determination. Was he at a comfortable remove? I'd say that's a jury determination. Were these reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions? That's a jury determination. I'm not standing before you saying First Amendment gives him carte blanche to do whatever he wants. But at the same time, there are First Amendment issues involved that I'd suggest have to be respected, have to be provided to the jury so that they can make the interrelationship between the facts and the law. And his exercise of his First Amendment rights would go to why he was out there, why he, I'd say, took his stand after the second command. So that goes to his state of mind, and whether or not he knowingly remained in the area where he wasn't supposed to be, and whether he
knew he was being given a lawful order.
So I take it, if I understand your argument, it's that above and beyond the statutory definition of a lawful order under RSA 644:2, that in addition to that requirement, that where, as here, the defendant is raising the First Amendment, that the jury, in addition to finding those things, the statutory requirements, that the jury would have to make a determination that the order was consistent with the defendant's First Amendment rights.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, and consistent with the police being able to impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. To tell you the truth, Judge, I mean, trying to think this thing out or reading the statute and reading these cases, it's not ultra clear. It's kind of in my mind, somewhat of a jumble, but I think there are factual determinations that have to be made, and those have to be made by the jury, and they have to do so in light of First Amendment concerns. Because
letting it go to the jury without any guidance as to the First Amendment would not be consistent with what at least the First Circuit has said in the cases that you've referenced.
I'm sorry, Judge?
Letting it go to the jury without any discussion or guidance on the First Amendment your argument would not be consistent with the decisions of the First Circuit.
Yes, Your Honor. And the First Amendment would also be something that Mr. Cleveland would say went to why he was there, and would go to whether or not he thought he was knowingly in an area where he wasn't entitled to be and knowingly refusing to follow a lawful order.
Thank you. Attorney O'Reilly.
Marta, after we deal with the motion, I respectfully ask we could talk about one of the definitions in your instructions. The state disagrees with regards to the elements.
Okay.
But all but two cases, I recall, the defense cited were all cases involving various, mostly civil rights actions. They were civil cases discussing those rights. Certainly the state has to prove the elements of the offense in order to get the defendant convicted. The state would argue that those cases, as I said, are civil in nature. The defense would it would appear to add some elements into the offense that are not contained, the state would argue, in 644:2. The two D.C. opinions, one specifically found that certain parts of the First Amendment were elements of the D.C. offense. The other case, I couldn't find the regulation as it existed at that time to find out what the position was. At that point, it wasn't addressed. The state would argue that the state needs to establish the elements of the offense, but to bring in First Amendment rights, and the state would argue is adding elements to or adding an element that the state must prove that this does not violate freedom of the press. There's a section there in one of the cases, which was a quote of another case, which I put in my objection. And the press has no special access to information that the general public doesn't have access to. So the state would primarily rely on the objection.
Well, let me ask a question. Could an order be a lawful order under the statute and still be inconsistent with the defendant's First Amendment rights? I know the statutory definition of a lawful order, but isn't, for example, let's say that in an emergency situation, that the police said, no media within a 10-mile radius of this apartment. That the police, believe in good faith that's something that they need to do in order to do their work. But another court, again, if this was weighing the First Amendment, would say that that's really too great a restriction on the press's requirement. I guess my question really gets to this point. Isn't the defense really correct that in order for an order to be lawful, it must be consistent with the First Amendment rights of the defendant?
I would say the defense wants to argue the First Amendment. I think to a jury, that is incomprehensible. I think if the court were to say, in order to find that the order is lawful, the state must establish, A, B, C.
Let me tell you what I'm contemplating, and I've actually crafted a supplemental instruction, which I think borrows very heavily from the Gurecki versus Began decision, First Circuit decision from 2014 that Attorney Garrity referenced. And my thought would be, and again, I'm happy to give counsel copies of what I've prepared if you want to take a quick look at it and see what your thoughts are, and then we could address the issue.
Your Honor, I would be fine with this instruction.
I think it's measured. I think it's an accurate statement of the law, and I think it would give the jury some guidance in terms of whether or not. And I'll be blunt. My concern is that the jury wondering how these things will interplay without some guidance from the court as to how they're to do it. I think that the language is balanced and fair, and I think it's appropriate. It allows the defense to make the pitch, but puts it in context of the decision. I think in a way that would be fair and appropriate. I don't know if the state has any problem with that language.
I do in one section. I think not only does it have to interfere, but if it poses safety concerns. The court says, is it interfering or is about to interfere with his duties? Also pose safety concerns, I believe.
And I think and that language is in there. It says a police order, even when directed at a person who is filming, may be appropriate for legitimate safety reasons. So I've included that concept in there, and I think that way it puts some context and does it in a way that frankly allows the defense to argue that he was acting in a manner consistent and gives the state the ability to say that he had gone beyond the officer's direction and they were. And ultimately, the jury decides whether or not the conduct was violative of the statute or not, but gives them some guidance as to the First Amendment. So that I think that's a way, in an even-handed way, of addressing it. And frankly, the language does borrow heavily from the Gurecki decision, which I found helpful on that. Any objection to that language?
I would like to consider it some more, Your Honor.
I understand. I'm not. I mean, this is. I know we'll have some further discussions, but I think this is a way of permitting the defense to go there, but also giving some guidance to the jury as to how to evaluate that. It sounds like the defense, at least, again, I'm not holding you to it. You may look at it and want something in additional, but I think this would address those concerns. So at least for now, that I'll add that supplemental instruction to the instructions. You had another request, Attorney O'Reilly.
Yes, Your Honor. The disorderly conduct section, Your Honor, talks about public place in almost every section except section 4. It talks about the closed area for purposes of an emergency, and it has not mentioned that the state could find any indication that paragraph 4 has to take place in a public place.
You're saying that that's not an element of this particular statute?
Of section 4, paragraph 4.
Well, Garrity.
Judge, I agree on one hand, but on the other hand, I think it's somewhat implicit that it requires to be in a public place, because lawful order in section 3 talks about you can't be lawfully ordered to leave his or her home or business. So I think implicitly that the legislature was talking about public places by including that language.
And that's how I read it, because if we were talking about, for example, a private residence, that there wouldn't necessarily be any right to begin with. They could just say, you get off of this private property. You have no right to be here. You're trespassing on this property. The police could absolutely, it only comes into play if you're talking about a public place.
By the court's ruling, it would mean that you could never close off an area that includes private property for purposes of an emergency.
No, I think if you look at the definition of a public place, any place to which the public or a substantial group has access. The term includes but is not limited to public ways, sidewalks, schools, hospitals, government offices or facilities, and the lobbies or hallways of apartment buildings, dormitories, hotels, or motels. Clearly, those are all would be privately owned pieces, but areas to which the public has access, and to me, in order to make sense of the statute, it has to be talking about public places as the statute defines them.
The state would disagree in that if something happens hypothetically in an alleyway of an apartment building, and you're not trying to keep the people out of the general area, you're not let's say it was an alleyway of a house. You wouldn't keep the homeowner out, but if other people came to that area and you closed off an area around the house because of something you were dealing with, that would be covered under that paragraph.
Okay, Garrity.
I'm not sure I entirely follow, but I think the statute contemplates public place being anything other than your own home or business. So I think basically any place other than those two locations is a public place.
It's an area, I think, as I understand the statute, it's designed to say there might be a place to which the public has access. It doesn't necessarily have to be owned by a governmental entity, or it could be a common area of an apartment complex to which members of the public are permitted to access. So it's meant to not be so restricted to only be publicly owned or publicly controlled, but also privately controlled, to which the members of the public have a right of access, to allow to set some limitations on what can take place in that area to which the public would generally have access. Unless you have some case law or authority that would support that this is somehow not such a place, or the statute meant to exclude public places here, that's the only way I can make sense of the statute.
Then I need to get further clarification. If it's an area that the public can walk through, but is not necessarily a place where there's a sidewalk, is the court saying that that's a public place? for purposes of the statute?
It could be. It could be. If there's like a well-worn footpath that goes in a series of apartment buildings and people use it as a cut across and nobody restricts, there's no trespassing sign, there's nothing that would preclude the public from doing that. I don't know why that wouldn't be, an area to which, because what we're really talking about is an area where because if the public has no right or ability to access that area, then we're not really even talking about a lawful order because he had no right to be there to begin with. You wouldn't even need to rely on that statute. You'd be talking about trespassing or, so I'm not sure that what category of is the state's argument that really any part of this complex that was privately owned, he had no right to be there. So the regardless of whether there was an order, his presence violates the statute.
Well, the area was closed off. I think. Well, I mean, we could argue it.
Yes, that'll be for the jury to decide.
I mean, assuming for purposes of the discussion,
yes.
The area is closed off. If the court is of the opinion that anywhere on the outside of that building would be considered public property for purposes of the statute. The statute in its definition of public area, public property, what is it?
I guess what my point is if the term includes but is not limited to, and it identifies a number of categories, and the lobbies or hallways of apartment buildings, dormitories, hotels, or motels, an area outside an apartment building would strike me as something that would logically be in that category. If lobbies and hallways can be public places, why wouldn't areas on the grounds of an apartment complex also be in that category?
If that's the court's determination, then the state has no objection.
Okay.
In my objection, I took a narrower view of what that was. And I wanted to, it's still in the state's position that the defendant was subject to a lawful order to leave that area, regardless of how that property was classified. But if the court is including the area as public property anywhere around the building that someone could walk without signs, then the state has no objection to that. But I wanted to clarify when I did my response that I took a more narrower view of that, but still felt that it fell within the statute.
Attorney Garrity, so I don't anticipate the defense is going to be arguing this wasn't a public place.
No, Judge.
I think because that may open the very First Amendment
Right.
language that we've talked about. So I understand the positions. I'm inclined to stick with the definition that I've given in the draft that I provided. But again, if you look at cases and you have a further argument, this will be without prejudice. But that's where I am right now. Anything further in this matter today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All rise.
We are here in the matter of State of New Hampshire versus James Cleveland. The jury is not in the courtroom. I think the state wanted to be heard on an issue before we got started.
Your Honor, the state is asking that the witnesses be sequestered up until the time of final argument. Additionally, in addition to the normal conditions, the state would ask that sequestration also include no viewing of any video recording of the trial prior to the final arguments. Any
objection to that?
No objection to that, Judge.
Okay.
The witness is not here, I don't believe.
Yeah, he's en route. He'll be here.
Okay, just perhaps confer with the witness at some point.
Sure.
Obviously, it doesn't make sense to have a sequestration order and have somebody separately viewing the videotape of the proceeding. Right. It would be contrary to the purposes of a sequestration order. So I think that's absolutely a fair request, and that's an order that I'm making right now. Anything of more of a preliminary matter before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
How many lights were out there?
Sometimes it takes a minute or two for the jury to get organized.
I think there's a few on the back of this bill.
No, I'm sorry. There's one. There's one down here as well.
He's giving his last instructions. It'll be a minute.
There's one there.
Yeah, I think that might be one.
I thought we were ready.
So they're just kind of like,
They were all here.
Oh, okay.
I thought they were ready.
That's where the cops were, right?
see each of these doors has one, I think.
Did you? Yeah.
No way.
It's right there. Where did you go, right?
I went to
Right there.
not where this picture was taken.
It's not there.
Yeah, when they first told me to back up. So maybe I walked just like a little bit there and then told me to back up. First. So I was like 50 feet away or something.
So you didn't go beyond this and that entrance.
All rise for the jury, please. Jury, Your Honor.
Good morning. If you would all just remain standing while the clerk administers the oath.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please raise your right hands. Keep them raised as I administer the oath. At its conclusion, please signify your assent by saying, "I will." You solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges against the defendant, so help you God.
I will.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Mr. Cleveland, please remain standing. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please listen to charge ID number 969749C, wherein it is alleged that James Cleveland of Keene, at Keene on the 1st of July 2014, did commit the offense of disorderly conduct contrary to New Hampshire law, in that the defendant did, as an unauthorized person, knowingly loitered or remained in an area closed pursuant to New Hampshire law, to wit, an area near the Autumn Leaf Apartments, after he received a lawful order to leave from a peace officer, to wit, New Hampshire State Police Trooper Philip Gazer, and this continued despite a request made by said trooper to desist against the peace and dignity of the state. Please listen to charge ID number 969750C, wherein it is alleged that James Cleveland of Keene, at Keene on the 1st of July 2014, did commit the offense of resisting arrest contrary to New Hampshire law, and that the defendant did knowingly physically interfere with a person recognized to be a law enforcement officer, to wit, New Hampshire State Police Trooper Philip Gazer, by pulling and moving away while Trooper Gazer was seeking to effect an arrest of said defendant against the peace and dignity of the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on these complaints and has pleaded not guilty, and of this he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. The county attorney for the state has joined the issue, and you are to say by your verdict if the defendant is guilty of the offenses whereof he stands charged or not guilty. Hearken to the evidence. Mr. Cleveland, you may be seated.
Thank you. If I could just see counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning again, members of the jury. I see that you've. I was looking at the footwear as you were coming into the courtroom. I see that you've all dressed with the view in mind. I took a look out the window. It seems like the rain may have may have at least temporarily stopped, so hopefully we'll get a clear period while we're out there for the view. You're now going to hear preview statements from counsel. The view is just as much a part of the trial as anything else that you'll hear. It's an opportunity to see some things about which you'll hear some testimony in the course of the trial, and to have those places in mind as you're hearing the evidence in the case. Just a quick comment about what we can and can't do when we're out there. While we're out at the site, the lawyers will point out different things they'd like you to have in mind, but they can't answer questions or engage in conversation that would not be appropriate. It's really just if you have questions or aren't sure about something, please ask the court officer who will be out there those things, but you can't communicate directly with counsel. But counsel will point out some things that they'd like you to have in mind while you're hearing the evidence and the testimony in the case. First, I'll have counsel for the state make any preview remarks that she'd like to make. Attorney O'Reilly.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going out over to Ivy Drive. That's a road that by and large runs parallel to Key Road. Although it has an entrance to it from Key Road that runs parallel to it. There are two different apartment complexes there that we'll stop at, one very briefly, and then we'll walk, hopefully if the rain cooperates, down from there into the area of the strip mall where the Staples is, and then we'll walk down across those buildings and then over to another building where I think you'll see an AutoZone, around that up to the Autumn Leaf Apartments. And we'll point out various things along the way that I think you'll hear testimony about, hopefully to help you visualize what was actually happening. I ask you to keep in mind when you're looking specifically at the vegetation, as you heard from the charges, this happened on the 1st of July. So the vegetation, you'll obviously see the vegetation, but no leaves or things of that at this point in time. But try and visualize as you're looking at the areas what it might look like in the summertime. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney O'Reilly. Attorney Carrier.
Thank you. Good morning. I wish I had listened to the judge's warnings yesterday. Just wear dress shoes, so you guys are better suited for the going out there than I am. But when we go out there, I ask you to pay particular attention to the Autumn Leaf apartment complex, and there's going to be two buildings that are going to be a key focus of the trial. One is going to be Building 7, the other one is Building 13, and we'll point those out when we go out there. But I ask you to pay close attention to some trees that run alongside of Building 13. There's a handicap parking sign that I'll point out to you. And then we're going to go behind Building 13, and that's where a lot of the main action took place. There's a strip of land back there that runs up to Building 7. And when we're back behind Building 13, I'm going to ask you to pay particular attention to any kind of lights that might be out there, any kind of doorways, and the distances that are involved with Building 13 and Building 7, and there's a bush out there I'll point out to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Carity. Members of the jury, if you would go back to the deliberations room and get whatever jackets you need, and the court officer will show you where to go from that point. Thank you.
All rise, please.
Probably just a few minutes for the bus, right? Do we have
The bus was told to be here about 9:30. I thought that was the earliest we'd need it.
So Mike, before they go downstairs, we might want to just make sure that the bus is actually
Bus is
here.
here.
It is here? Okay.
Good. I just want to talk to him briefly to make sure he knows where we're going.
That's great. That's great. So we'll all see you out there. Okay. Thank you.
Is there a certain time we should all be there by?
I think we're heading right there now.
Maybe shot in the back.
Yeah.
All right, so here we are. We're back out in front of the shopping center that is nearby the location. We try to avoid getting the jurors on the...
Where that's how close the street comes to various locations to the parking area in these buildings, and also to note the businesses that are in this small building here. And we're going to walk around that building and then up to the Autumn Leaf apartments.
And while we're here, I'd ask you to pay attention to the advanced auto parts, and if we could, after we've gone down there, perhaps we'll walk back along here and ask you to pay attention to the locations that are between here and the Autumn Leaf apartments, which are those buildings right over there.
Try to get a crowd shot.
Wherever you want to go. We'll take a little walk around the far side of the auto parts store, and I'll ask you to pay attention to that side. You'll hear testimony about the store and the pathway around the store, and then locations that exist along that side heading into the apartment complex.
Wherever you want to go.
Just ask you to pay attention to the side of the building. I mean, this side of the building is not overly important, but you'll hear a lot of testimony about this location in particular, and what's, the trees and the posts that are here. And you'll hear a lot about building 13, which is straight ahead, so I'd ask you to pay attention to that, and building 7, which is right over to the far right. And there's a handicap parking spot there that you'll hear testimony about, so I'll ask you to pay attention to that as well.
Okay, I anticipate you're going to hear some testimony about things that are placed here, right at this intersection here. I should take note of the fast food restaurants. Also, this line of trees here. And as we walk down, you will see the building is like in 3 sections. It goes in, each section. If you notice that, when we get to the third section, there's some things I'd like to point out there.
Anything, Paul, anything?
Yes, there's a white parking sign up. It's kind of blocked by the trees there a little bit. That's the one above that. It's on the far left-hand side. You don't see it? Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's the one that's tilted.
And I apologize, this one as well, the closer one is kind of bent over a little bit.
Take note how far back this goes and how long that is till it reaches the corner. Okay? Also, please, if you could turn around and try to visualize what that would look like in July as opposed to what it looks like now.
And I'd have to pay attention to that red door. You'll hear some testimony about that door and this corner area here.
Okay, so we proceed this way. As you take notice back here, what borders on this, these houses, and again to try and visualize what the vegetation is. Also, this evergreen bush here, and you're going to hear a fair amount about that evergreen bush. And what you can see looking down this, from the end of the building here down.
I should pay attention to that bush there in the corner and the distances as we walk along this path here that'll go along the side of that's building 13, so I should pay attention to building 13, the lights that are out there, and the cement platform there. I should pay attention to that.
Keep in mind, distance you see between that bush and this, and the what is building 13, and then the approximate distance to the pad, first pad there, and the door, and the one light there.
Watch your step, folks, coming through here.
It's a little flatter towards the top.
Again, you can see the building, like the first building goes in sections, Okay? And another pad here, and the one light there. Okay?
I'd have to pay attention to the distances involved, and as Mr. Roberts said, the light there and the cement platform.
We're at the corner of the building, and you may hear some testimony. I anticipate you'll hear testimony at the corner of the building as well. And then, no, go ahead.
I'd have to just take a look back down that pathway, I guess if you want to call it that, and the distance between here and that bush that sticks out to the side, and the distance between that corner of the building here and the distance between that and the bush there. And the lights there as well.
I'd like to point out the number that you see underneath the light, 13, and hopefully on the light, underneath the light at the other building, you see the number 7.
Barely visible right now, but we'll walk down so you can get a better look at it. But I have to pay attention to that handicap sign. Right here before the fire hydrant. You'll hear testimony about that. Sure. Why don't we just walk down and take a look at the handicap sign and I'd actually take into account the distances between that tree and the sign there in the corner here. You'll hear testimony about all of these locations. And the distance between that parking sign and the far corner of
I understand from the lawyers that's all that they want to show you while we're out here, so I think we'll just walk back to the bus, and as soon as everyone's back to the courthouse, we'll start with opening statements and evidence in the case. So we can just walk back to the bus. Thank you. Are we all set?
Just one quick issue, Judge.
Just have a seat.
Really briefly, I just overheard the court officer say that the doors would be closed during opening and closing statements. I would object under state and federal constitution to Mr. Cleveland's and the public's right to an open and public court proceeding. And I don't think there's any exception that applies to opening or closing statements. I would object under the state and federal constitutions.
To be clear, the courtroom is open for people who are present here when they begin, and the reason we keep the doors shut is so it's not a disturbance to the jury. So anybody who's in is certainly welcome to remain in the courtroom, but people coming in and out of the courtroom while opening statements or closing arguments are made would be a distraction for the juries. So I don't know if that was your request, that they be allowed to come in and out during opening or closing.
Because if the doors are kept closed, that would prevent anyone who's not yet in the courtroom from entering, and I would object under the state and federal constitutional provisions to an open and public trial and court hearings.
Can you point me to a single case in which either the Superior Court or the Supreme Court or any federal court has agreed with the argument that you're making?
Judge, I think there's one case out of the First Circuit. I know the defendants first. I think it's Darrell Whiting versus United States. I think and if I remember the case correctly, the public was excluded from jury selection. I believe that case was reversed. But that's the one case I can recall, Judge. And I think the case came from Judge Gerdner and eventually went up to the First Circuit.
And again, I didn't exclude the public from the jury selection process. I'm not excluding the public from either the openings or closings in the case. All I'm doing is keeping the doors shut when counsel are making their arguments. It's a jury trial. It's critical that the jury be able to follow the arguments and statements of counsel without distraction, so that request is denied. We're ready to start.
All rise for the jury, please. Jury arrived.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Members of the jury, you will now hear opening statements from counsel. Because the state has the burden of proof, you will first hear from Attorney O'Reilly on behalf of the state, and then you'll hear from the defense from Attorney Garrity. Attorney O'Reilly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, on the morning of the 1st of July, Detective Joel Chittister, I accidentally mispronounced his name. He was a detective with the Keene Police Department. He was investigating a number of burglaries on Court Street. During the course of his investigation, he developed a Snow as a potential suspect in this area. He also learned that Mr. Snow had outstanding warrants for him, and he then set out to attempt to locate Mr. Snow. They received information that perhaps Mr. Snow was his nephew, who lived in that first apartment complex we just went to. Detective Chittister, first name Joel, and since I have a little problem with his name, I'm going to refer to him as Joel for the rest of certainly the opening and most of the trial. Joel set up surveillance to watch that residence. In the afternoon, he saw a car that was thought to be associated with that building. People coming out of the apartment going into that vehicle. He saw a male, but he could not make out who the male was. The car was stopped a short distance away by Joel and Lieutenant Short of the Keene Police Department. It was determined that Mr. Snow was not in the vehicle, and after talking to the people that were in the vehicle, Lieutenant Short and Joel decided to go back and watch the apartment some more. While they're in different locations, and while they're doing this, Joel sees a male run out the back. He starts to get pursuit, and they go through over the road into this side there of Staples where we walked this morning, and this person who's later identified as Mr. Snow has a backpack. He takes something out of that backpack, which Joel recognizes as a firearm. pistol. He continues.
Can I excuse myself for a second?
We're going to take a very short break, then we'll continue. We'll take a very, I apologize to council, the jury needs to take a break. Take a short break, then we'll continue.
All rise, please.
Just so that council know, the jury was signaling to me that she needed to take a break, and otherwise it would not have disrupted council.
Quick audio issue. There's no.
You can't, Mr. Freeman. You can't speak to me during proceedings.
Could I talk to the clerk?
When we're in court proceedings, I'm going to say this once. You can't address me from there. I'm being mindful of your right to be present. I have no problem with you filming proceedings, but you can't address me. If you have an issue, you can speak to the court officer, you can file a motion, but you can't address me. If it happens again, then I'm going to have you removed for the balance of the trial. Mike, can I talk to you for a second? Well, if I can see counsel at the bench.
All rise for the jury, please. Jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Here, Your Honor.
So as Joel is running after this person later identified as Mr. Snow, and on the side of Staples there, he's seen to take something out of a backpack which Joel recognizes as a handgun. He starts yelling to him that he's the police, to drop the gun. Lieutenant Short is in another location, so he is not there immediately. A off-duty Winchester officer happens to be in the area and starts running parallel to Key Road and yelling at police, and has an off-duty. He has his off-duty weapon with him. Mr. Snow does not drop the weapon. They continue across that parking lot. People are coming in and out of the stores. Joel is yelling to people in the parking lot to get down. Mr. Snow periodically points the gun at his head or puts the muzzle in his mouth. He continues to run and does go around one side of the auto parts store up to the Autumn Leaf Apartments on that side that we walk that's closest to the restaurants today. He goes down to that third little section that goes in, and he goes into that corner and he stays there. The officers and various key police officers arrive and they take up positions behind the trees initially that we saw, the pine trees there. The various other units are activated in the Keene Police Department. There's a request for mutual aid assistance. Lieutenant Todd Lawrence came to the scene. He became the commander of the operation. He set up a command post. There was requests to other towns and the state police, and Sergeant Philip Gazer, Trooper Sean Eaton, and Trooper Jason Garrows came with that group of individuals. Lieutenant Lawrence will explain how one of his first priorities was to set up a perimeter and how a perimeter is set up. It can be used, it could be flags, tape, equipment, any reasonable means to set up a perimeter. Trooper Eaton and Trooper Yaros were tasked with attempting to get as many residents out of building number 7 as they could. It's an elderly housing unit. There were several residents who were too infirm to move. They had a shelter in place. Eventually, Trooper Eaton and Trooper Yaros are posted to an area right by that evergreen you saw at the corner of the building. Lieutenant Lawrence calls in Officer Joshua English. He's the canine handler for King with his canine Patriot. They are also sent to that location. They have the area of the road and the restaurants. They have police there. They have tape, and they post these officers behind there. This circumstance was on for several hours. It started from the building starts at approximately 6 p.m. The troopers are out there with rifles in the ready position or down in case the person comes around the corner of the building. Police believes that if he's going to run from that location, it's either going to be straight into the vegetated area, into the residential area, or he's going to come around that building and attempt to go behind the buildings. Trooper Eaton hears something and turns around and sees the defendant coming up towards them. And initially, he doesn't know he can't make out who this person is. They're carrying a long metal object in their hand, pointed somewhat towards the ground. He initially thought that it might be a long arm. However, he quickly saw that it was a camera with a tripod. He says words to the effect, "You need to go back out of here." When the defendant starts to move back, he turns around and focuses his attention where he should be. At the time the defendant is first, they become aware of the defendant, the dog repositions himself and is now looking at the defendant. The defendant only moves back a certain distance, so Trooper Yaros comes back and has a conversation with him about, you need to move back. You need to go back where you came from. You're in a dangerous situation. You came around the corner of that building and someone fired a shot. You can visualize from what you saw this morning what could have been the possibilities besides the distraction of the animal. Trooper Yaros was concerned because he had his patrol rifle. He needed to go back and do his main job for why he was posted there. He says that the defendant at one point says he's not moving anymore. He says, well, you stay right here. Don't go across this line. Someone may come talk to you. They may change it, but do not come any closer. He goes back to the other officers, and around that time, Sergeant Gazer came to check on them. He'd been coming periodically. It was a hot night, bringing water, making sure everyone is all right. He's told about the defendant and its effect on the dog. He goes up to the defendant, tries to initially engage him in conversation. He receives a phone call of the defendant. He answers the phone, and he's filming because there's a light on his camera. Again, you can imagine what might happen if the defendant had come around that building and sees a light on the camera. So he says, you need to leave the area. You're in a dangerous situation. They're concerned that he was in the line of fire because he's trying to photograph where they are and what they're doing. So you have to be out far enough to be able to see that location, the evergreen tree. They keep backing up. He says, you need to go around the end of the building. You're distracting the dog. The defendant argues about whether he's distracting the dog. He's finally said, you go around the corner of the building or you're going to get arrested. He says, no. He says, okay, you're under arrest. And he goes to reach for his arm. According to Sergeant Gazer, he pulled his arm away and took several steps backwards. Trooper Yaros had come back up during the course of this conversation, and in fact had earlier tried to move his equipment to help him get around the building. He protested with that, but when he was placed under arrest, Trooper Yaros was able to grab his other arm, and Sergeant Gazer was able to grab the other arm, and the defendant was arrested. At the close of the evidence, I'll have an opportunity to speak to you again, and we'll be asking you to return findings of guilty. Thank you.
Attorney Carey. Thank you. Morning again. No dispute whatsoever with
what Mr. O'Reilly said Mr. Snow's activities were. You will hear from Detective, I'm going to mangle his name too, Detective Chidester. He'll tell you about his initial observations and following Mr. Snow, eventually up to that alcove. I don't know if you remember when we were up there in the view, it's that Building 7 has those cutting corners, and he was in the farthest most corner alcove. So you'll hear that's where Mr. Snow eventually ends up, and he's got a firearm. And you'll hear about officers that grouped there to keep an eye on Mr. Snow. And you'll also hear that there was an officer, I'm not sure, I don't recall whether Ms. O'Reilly said this or not, there was an officer staged right behind that red door that was just to the right of that alcove where Mr. Snow was. And there were a number of officers right on the corner, including Trooper Yaros, eventually Officer English from Keene PD, and Trooper Eaton. They all staged at that bush that we all pointed out, that's at the corner of Building 7. And they all gather there and get there around 6 p.m. on July 1st. And then you're going to see videotape of this event as well, and you'll hear audio tape as well that'll give you a flavor of what was going on that throughout the course of the time the officers and Mr. Snow were out there. The event with Mr. Snow lasted about 4 to 4.5 hours. He stayed in that alcove for that length of time, 4 to 4.5 hours, before he eventually killed himself. Mr. Cleveland arrived on scene at around 9 p.m. that night. He's a member of the press. He's a recognized reporter. He's reported here in the courtroom. He's reported on CNN and some other nationwide shows, but he is a recognized reporter in this area. He showed up on scene around 9 p.m. with his camera to videotape what was going on. He met up with another individual, Garrett Ian, who was there filming as well for the same local press organization. And they met up in that Wendy's parking lot that was off to the right of where we spent most of our time on a view. But they met up there. And Mr. Cleveland eventually left that area to get a better view of what was going on. And you'll see videotape of his walk to where he eventually set up to get the better view. And that videotape will show the perimeter that was set up by Officer Lawrence from the Keene PD, and you'll hear that Trooper Gazer from the New Hampshire State Police assisted in setting up that perimeter. So Trooper Gazer was fully aware of where the extent of that perimeter was. And what you'll see on the videotape was that the perimeter that was set up extended into the Wendy's and McDonald's parking lot, went into the parking lot of the auto parts store that we walked around, and then cut across the drive in front of the Auto Leaf Apartments, tied it to a tree, and eventually tied up to that handicap parking spot, which is on the far right corner of Building 13. And then there's another line of tape that tied up to the corner of Building 13, which is head number 43. I picked the other number on the post that I pointed out to you. That was the farthest most extent of the perimeter with respect to Building 13. So most, if not all, of Building 13 was not marked off. But you'll see that Mr. Cleveland walked around the perimeter with his video camera, walked around the auto parts store, respecting the perimeter. There's people all over the place. He's walking by them. He sets up by the perimeter tape with a better view of the handicap spot. You'll see there's an officer right by Building 7 that he videotapes. He's there for about close to an hour before he moves to the far left-hand corner of Building 13 and goes down that alleyway that we all walked down. And you'll also hear, before I talk about the events back in that alleyway, you'll hear that Building 7 was evacuated, Building 13 was not evacuated. Mr. Cleveland walks around that corner, goes into that alleyway. It's around 10 o'clock at this point. He's going back there to do his job as a reporter. You'll hear from the judge that it's a constitutionally protected right to videotape police activities, and he's doing that. He brings his camera around to that alleyway. The officers are staged by that bush. Trooper Eaton initially talks to Mr. Cleveland, tells him, hey, you gotta back off, and Mr. Cleveland says, no problem. He backs off to around that second most corner or jut on Building 13. Initially, when he approached Trooper Eaton, Trooper Yaros, and Officer English, he was around that platform by the corner closest to the bush on Building 13. So he's about, and you all saw that area, it's about 25 to 30 feet from the bush. He backs off to the second corner where Trooper Yaros and himself have a discussion. You'll see the discussion that they have, both on videotape and audio tape. Trooper Yaros tells him, don't cross this line, which is at the second corner, which is now about 100 feet from where the officers are staged. You'll get a flavor of what was going on at that point in time. There's no noise back there. There's no sense of urgency on the troopers. Mr. Snow had been stuck in that alcove for about 4 hours. Obviously that area, ultra dangerous, but you'll hear that MUR was staged near that post was bent over, where Mr. Snow had a clean line of sight to them if he wanted to shoot. MUR wasn't moved back. But the area where Mr. Cleveland was, basically nothing's going on. And you'll see that first Trooper Yaros comes up, speaks to him. He kind of saunters back, has a conversation with Trooper Gazer, who then doesn't run or rush, kind of walks up to Mr. Cleveland, tells him, you gotta move back. And Mr. Cleveland basically draws the line at that point, saying, and you'll hear this on the tape, I'm here doing my job, I'm a member of the press, I'm not going any farther. You'll hear him use the words, I'm at a safe remove. And you'll hear where he got that language from. He'll tell you it came from a federal court decision that said members of the press and members of the public can videotape the police from a safe remove. He said to Trooper Gazer, I'm at a safe remove, I'm not going any further, I'm a member of the press. Trooper Gazer, who wasn't staged at that location by the bush, he wasn't part of the group staged there. Trooper Gazer's not satisfied with that. Trooper Yaros shows up, they move Mr. Cleveland back to the farthermost corner of Building 13. Trooper Gazer tells him to get around the corner. Mr. Cleveland says, no, I'm here to film, I'm a member of the press. Trooper Gazer says you're under arrest. And you'll be able to count the time between the time he says you're under arrest and when the time the cuffs go on Mr. Cleveland. It's under 5 seconds. You'll hear, and here in C, there was no resisting arrest. There was no crossing by Mr. Cleveland into a restricted area because the perimeter, as I say, was at the farthermost corner of, well, I guess the corner closest to the officers of Building 13. He never crossed that line, never even got close to it. And you'll hear that he was out there doing his job, constitutionally protected job as a member of the press, exercising the press's right to videotape the activities of the police. He didn't engage in disorderly conduct. He didn't interfere with the police. You won't hear any sound from a dog back there. You'll hear from Officer English as to the extent of interference, if any, with his dog.
And you'll see that Mr. Cleveland did not resist arrest, despite what the troopers said. It must have been the quickest resisting arrest in history, because the cuffs go on within 5 seconds. So at the end of this case, I'm going to ask that after you've heard all the evidence, the testimony, the videotapes, the audio tapes, that you come to the only conclusion consistent with the evidence in this case, which is that Mr. Cleveland is not guilty of disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, because in fact he's not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Garrity. Is the state prepared to call us first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State call. Chittister.
While we're waiting for the first witness, if anybody wants to stand and stretch, I know you haven't been seated for that long, but it is helpful when you're seated for a long time to get up and move around, even in your seat, just to stretch for a moment. You'll see me doing it as well.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in the case now in hearing should be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. And would you state your full name and current occupation?
I am Detective Joel Chittister with the Keene Police Department.
For the record, would you spell your last name?
Sure, it's Chidester.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to the 1st of July of 2014, what was your position with the Keene Police Department on that date?
I was a detective.
And how long have you been with the Keene Police Department?
Since January of 2013.
And prior to that, were you a police officer in another town?
I was. I worked for the Dublin, New Hampshire Police Department.
And how long did you work there?
Since 2010.
Now, on the 1st of July, were you looking for a Matthew Snow?
I was.
And why were you looking for Mr. Snow?
I had been assigned to investigate a series of burglaries that had happened in the Keene area, and in the course of that investigation, I had identified this Matthew Snow as a possible suspect in those burglaries.
Did you become aware that there were any warrants for Mr. Snow's arrest?
I did. As part of my investigation, I learned that he had 2 warrants for his arrest. One was an absconding from probation, and the other was an electronic bench warrant for a misdemeanor crime.
Did you receive any information that Mr. Snow might be staying with a nephew?
I did. I spoke to his sister, who indicated that he had been in the Keene area. Other tenants in the same building that the sister lived in, and some of the property management there, indicated that Mr. Snow may be staying with his nephew, David Wood, in Keene.
Is his name David Wood Blanchette?
Yes, it's a hyphenated last name.
And having received that information, what did you do with regards to Mr. Wood Blanchette's place of residence?
I identified a location where Mr. Wood Blanchette was known to reside, and I took an unmarked detective vehicle down there, and I established a surveillance position watching that apartment.
And where was that apartment?
It's in the Ivy Drive complex. It's number 234 of 27 Ivy Drive. It's 235, excuse me.
Okay. And at some point, do you recall what time you set up the surveillance?
Probably approximately 5 p.m.
Okay. At some point, did you see a vehicle that you had identified as possibly being associated with that apartment, and that there were people getting into that vehicle?
I did. There was a gold Hyundai Elantra sedan that was known to be operated by David Wood Blanchette and his girlfriend Dakota Keller. At the time I established the surveillance position, it was parked outside of that apartment, and I was watching that vehicle as well as the apartment itself.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw people getting into that vehicle?
I saw 2 people come out. One was a female, the other was a male. I had a photo with me of Matthew Snow, but due to the distance, I couldn't determine if it was Mr. Snow or not that got into this vehicle with the female. Therefore, as it left the apartment complex, I also followed it in the unmarked vehicle, attempting to identify who that passenger, the male, was.
Okay. And was that vehicle eventually stopped?
It was. As I followed it into Keene on Winchester Street, it was stopped by one of the patrol sergeants, Sergeant Jason Short.
And he's now a lieutenant with the department?
He is.
Did you talk to, was Mr. Snow in the vehicle?
He was not. The occupants of the car were Dakota Keller and David Wood Blanchette.
And some children?
Yes, they have several children.
Okay. After talking to them, what did you decide to do with regards to Mr. Wood Blanchette's apartment?
We had spoken to Ms. Keller and Mr. Wood-Blanchette separately. Both had indicated that Matthew Snow had previously been at the apartment. Ms. Keller said earlier this morning, Mr. Wood-Blanchette said that it was a couple of days ago, and both had said that he had left the apartment, but neither of them would permit us to go back with them and check to make sure that he actually was gone, hadn't left anything behind.
So what did you decide to do at that point?
So at that point, I decided that it'd be prudent to go over and knock on the door and see if anybody else was in the apartment. So I went to the front door. Sergeant Short went to the back of the building. This apartment complex and this particular building borders the parking lot that's behind the Keene Cinema near the TJ Maxx parking lot.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice anything coming from that, anyone coming from that apartment?
I knocked on the door. No answer was received. I was there for several minutes. At that point, I resumed my previous surveillance position. Sergeant Short was still in the rear of the building in that parking lot behind Keene Cinema, and he also parked out of sight. We were speaking on the phone for a couple of moments, and then I saw a male subject run from the back of this building and attempt to jump over the chain link fence that separates this building from the Keene Cinema parking lot.
Did you then give chase?
I did.
And Sergeant Short's still not in the area to assist you with the chase, is that correct?
He's in a marked patrol car. He tries to help, but due to the fact that we're running on foot, he really couldn't position himself. And the parking lots there are somewhat confined, so he had to turn around to try to get over to where we were.
Okay. Now, once you leave the property where the apartment is, what happens next?
We run kind of diagonally through that parking lot that's behind Keene Cinema, traveling towards what would be the Staples parking lot. Those two parking lots are separated, and therefore Sergeant Short had to drive around to come up and rejoin me. As we're running through those parking lots, I see that Matthew Snow pulls a silver handgun from a black holster, and so I'm attempting to overtake him at that point. And he rounds the corner sort of in front of the Staples building.
Are you aware of any off-duty police officers in the area at that point?
At that point, I became aware of an officer, Cameron Pryor, who is employed by the Winchester, New Hampshire Police Department. He was having dinner at the Wing restaurant there, and when he saw me, who he knows, we went to the police academy together. When he saw me chasing Matthew Snow through this parking lot and saw that Matthew Snow was armed and that I was alone, he left his dinner, withdrew his own concealed weapon, and assisted me in pursuing Mr. Snow.
Did you say anything to Mr. Snow once he produced this weapon?
I clearly identified myself as a police officer and ordered him to drop the gun and surrender.
And what, if any, reaction did Mr. Snow have?
It had no apparent effect on him. Like I said, I lost sight of him as he rounded the corner in front of the Staples building. As I came around that corner, I had closed the distance between us, and Mr. Snow had slowed to a walk, but was still trying to get away from me.
What, if anything, does he do with the gun while he's walking through the parking lot there?
As I come around that corner in front of the Staples building, I see Mr. Snow place the gun inside his mouth, kind of pointing it in an upward direction.
And do you continue to follow him?
I do. I get to about maybe 15 yards or so myself. Officer Pryor was also there a little bit away from me. And we follow Snow through that parking lot that's in front of Staples and then TJ Maxx and Petco. I'm continually yelling, "Keene police, drop the gun, drop the gun."
And what happens next?
We proceed in through that parking lot, traveling approximately towards like the Wendy's McDonald's area at a diagonal line. Sergeant Short has managed to drive around. He stops his cruiser and gets out to assist me.
Okay. And where does Matthew Snow go at that point?
Again, myself, Sergeant Short, Officer Pryor, we follow Matthew Snow. At this point, Sergeant Short's pleading with him to drop the firearm and surrender. We're moving down sort of past where the Sprint store and the auto parts store would be in a diagonal line towards the McDonald's parking lot, which was very busy at that time. It's about 6 o'clock or so in the evening, and there's quite a bit of crowd in the McDonald's parking lot.
And were there people walking around in the Staples parking lot that you had any communication with?
There were. They heard me yelling. It's one of the reasons I was yelling loudly, "Drop the gun," was to warn other people in the area. But both parking lots were very busy at this time.
So does he continue to move away or continue to walk away from you?
He does. We're again traveling now past the auto zone, the auto parts place there, towards the back of the McDonald's parking lot. We cross over Ivy Drive there, and we're traveling up. It's got like a grassy section that separates Ivy Drive from the back of the McDonald's parking lot. At that point, he sort of takes a bit of a left, and he goes down behind a row of buildings that's part of another apartment complex on Ivy Drive.
And is that the Autumn Leaf Apartments?
It is.
And what happens there?
As you pass those apartments, the building has a series of L-shaped jogs, if you will, that cause these corners as the building sort of steps back in an angled fashion. And as you pass one of these corners, we've kind of come up alongside Mr. Snow in an attempt to keep him out of the McDonald's parking lot, and he backs himself into one of those corners and takes up a position of resistance, if you will, in that position.
He still keeps the gun?
He does.
What do you do?
There's a series of large pine trees right maybe 10 yards or so at the most from that building, from that corner. So we take cover behind those trees and attempt to negotiate with Mr. Snow.
At some point, do other units replace you?
They do. Several patrol officers from Keene Police came in, among them Officers Goodchild, Zaymore, and Lieutenant Lawrence, who took up the incident command position.
Two exhibits marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2 for identification.
No objection. Judge, I don't object to them as full exhibits.
Do you want to have them introduced as full exhibits? Okay. States 1 and 2 are full exhibits.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have the witness come down by easel. Absolutely. And Attorney Garrity, if you need to position yourself to better see the exhibit wherever you're most comfortable.
Thank you.
Now, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1, Joe? Do you recognize this?
It looks like an overall aerial photo of the Ivy Drive Key Road area in Keene.
And would you just indicate where the person initially, Mr. Snow initially ran from?
So this apartment complex here is 27 Ivy Drive. This would be the building where apartment 235 is located. 235 is this very end one. So we ran from the back, the fence line here. We crossed over this fence line and it came up through this parking lot. This is about right here or so where we pulled the firearm from the holster. We turned around the front corner. Officer Pryor was there, sort of converged here. And in an approximation, made our way through all the parked cars here. Sergeant Short joined up with me probably right about here or so. He again came down through here, leading us know to drop the firearm and surrender. Officer Zaymore and Goodchild probably caught up with us somewhere in this vicinity as we came around the front of the auto parts store in the Sprint building. We came up along the back of this parking lot and approximately came up over Ivy Drive again and down behind this, which is the Autumn Leaf complex here. And behind this building, you can somewhat see in this photo had part of the stepped outline. And down to about this position here, where we took up that position behind one of those corners. And this would be the row of trees that we then saw cover behind.
Now looking at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 2. Now the complex where this first started, even this is the City of Keene map, was redesigned, and this part is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
But where 13 and 7 are, and the road here and the restaurants, is that accurate?
Yes.
Would you put a S, if you can, where Mr. Snow stopped?
So there's like a little corner right there.
Okay. Thank you. have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Approximately what time was it when Mr. Snow ran from the apartment?
I would approximate around 6 p.m. in the evening.
And to your knowledge, when did the incident with Mr. Snow end that night?
I would estimate somewhere around 11 to 11:30 maybe.
And how did do you know how the situation ended?
I do.
And how did it end?
Mr. Snow died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
You were there on the scene, and I'm talking about after Mr. Snow situated himself in that alcove. You were there at the scene up until around 9:45 that night, is that right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Is that the time you have in your report, around 21:45?
That sounds correct.
And during that 3 hours and 45 minutes that you were there, Mr. Snow did not move from that alcove, is that right?
No, he paced back and forth. He was clearly agitated, but he didn't leave that immediate vicinity.
He stayed primarily right there, is that right?
Yeah, pacing back and forth, but not leaving that position that he had taken.
And during that time you were there, a number of police arrived on scene, is that right?
That's correct.
And the building that's marked 23 and I guess 29, is that the Advanced Auto Parts store? Can you see it there?
Yes, I believe that's Advanced Auto Parts and the Sprint, the auto parts store and the Sprint store.
And Advanced Auto Parts has got a parking lot off to the right-hand side?
If you're facing the front of the building, it does, yes.
And in that parking lot to the right-hand side, that was that the command center that?
No, that was like medical resources that had been staged, and somewhat of a rehab center for officers that had been dealing with this for several hours could go down there and receive some refreshment.
But there were a number of officers in that area, is that right?
I believe there were several officers there, yes.
And I guess at the beginning of Ivy Drive, maybe I can just point to it. Is it fair to say was the command center set up here?
That's a relatively good approximation, yes.
And the command center involved a number of police, right?
Correct.
And was there a police van or cruiser there?
The supervisor cruiser was there.
And the supervisor being Lieutenant Lawrence?
Lieutenant Lawrence, to start, yes, sir.
And there were, throughout the evening, a number of police would be gathering at that command center, the staging area, right?
That's correct.
And then there were police situated in the parking lots of McDonald's, Wendy's, and the Pizza Hut.
I know for sure McDonald's and Wendy's. I'm not certain about Pizza Hut.
And 329, that's the Wendy's parking lot, is that right?
That's what it would appear that, yes, sir.
And while you're there, a number of members of the press start arriving, is that right?
That's correct.
People from WMUR.
I didn't speak to any, but I saw some MUR people, correct.
And a number of other press people show up, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And did you see where they set up?
Only generally. I wasn't really back in that area much. I believe that there was some sort of police line or something set up there, and they were behind that, more in the approximate center of the parking lot.
And in the parking lot you're talking about is the Wendy's parking lot?
And McDonald's too, I believe.
McDonald's. And I know there's some trees there between where Mr. Snow was and McDonald's and Wendy's parking lot, but they're kind of in a line of sight of Mr. Snow, is that fair to say?
Depending where they stand, they could be.
And eventually a police Bearcat shows up, is that right?
Yes.
And a Bearcat is like an armored vehicle?
It's like a rescue vehicle.
And that sets up between McDonald's and Wendy's and Building 7 where Mr. Snow was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And everyone pretty much, even though there's negotiations going on by way of a phone with Mr. Snow?
I believe they had phone contact and also verbal contact with him.
And even though there's negotiations going on, everyone pretty much is basically situated in pretty fixed locations throughout the 3 hours and 45 minutes you're there?
The officers that I saw on the front part of the building, we had that group that were in active negotiations with Mr. Snow. Those officers really didn't move because they were speaking with him.
Sure. And I know other officers were going in and out to relieve other officers, but pretty much the situation was status quo for a number of hours.
I wouldn't say that. It was certainly a dynamic situation.
But he wasn't moving.
He was pacing back and forth, as I said before. He was clearly agitated.
But staying in that same generalized location, is that right?
Yes, give or take, about several yards that he was pacing.
And there's a red door to, I guess, the left of where Mr. Snow was, or to the right if you're facing Building 7?
If you're facing where he was, yes, I believe there was a red door to the right.
And there was an officer situated in the hallway behind that red door?
I don't know.
And the police lines, well, did you see police tape go up at some point?
I saw some tape up in the McDonald's and the Wendy's parking lots, yes.
But in terms of whether or not there was any tape set up in the Autumn Leaf apartment parking lot, you couldn't see that from your location?
I couldn't see that.
Have 1 second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And Officer, or the Lieutenant Lawrence, he took care of setting up the perimeter, is that fair to say?
I'm not certain who took care of setting up a perimeter.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Joel, are you aware of what, if anything, Mr. Snow was doing with the gun while he was pacing in that area of Building 7?
He kept it pointed either at his chest or into his mouth or his head, somewhere on his body. He kind of varied the position as time went on.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Further cross-examination?
Come 1 second, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
Mr. Snow wasn't pointing the gun at other people other than himself, is that right?
Not any time that I saw, no.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. You may be excused, Detective.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would like him subject to potential recall.
Hey, just so you understand, either the state or defense could recall you in the case.
I understand,
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Lieutenant Lawrence.
Again, if anybody wants to stand and stretch, please go ahead and do so. I'm going to join you.
The testimony you're about to give in the case now in hearing should be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. Will you state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Todd Lawrence, Lawrence.
Todd, where do you work?
With the Keene Police Department, City of Keene.
And what's your position with the police department?
I'm a lieutenant within Special Services Division.
And how long have you been with the department?
Since December '98.
Direct your attention to the 1st of July of 2014. Were you scheduled to work that day?
Yes, I was.
And what time period was your shift that day?
We call it the 5 to 3 shift. It's from 4:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m.
And what was your position on that shift that night?
I was the lieutenant in charge of patrol.
Do you become aware that there's a armed individual going through an area of Keene that while you're on duty that night?
Yes, I was.
And what information did you first receive?
The initial was a Detective Tredester and Sergeant Short responded to a housing development on Ivy Drive to look for a Matthew Snow who had warrants. And as they approached the house, they observed him run off from the back of that development into the shopping center that's adjacent to the housing complex. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
as they were doing that, the subject had pulled a firearm out of a bag that he was carrying and turned the gun on his own person.
Having received this information, what did you do?
I responded to the area. All the other additional units that were working that evening responded. By the time I got there, I observed the subject walking with the gun in hand in the back parking lot of, I think it's Sprint Cellular, and there's another auto store there. And they were walking in a northeast direction, sort of towards, definitely towards Ivy Drive. But it looked like he was heading towards McDonald's, back parking lot of McDonald's.
What did you do once you arrived on the scene?
By the time I arrived, they were able to contain him within the complex in the back of the building, in a corner. And I immediately set up a command post and started setting up the perimeter with the additional units that were coming in.
You might approach have the witness approach them.
Absolutely. You can step down.
Yes, sir.
Todd, if you could, looking at this map, do you recognize the area where you were that night?
Yes. There's Winchester Street, this is the start of Key Road. Ivy Drive actually starts here. Building looks like 7 is where the suspect held up into the corner. The command post.
If you could put CP for command post where you set it up.
So the command post was right about here.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a seat again? You said after setting up the command post, one of your first priorities was to set up a perimeter.
That's correct.
And what was the reason for setting up the perimeter?
To safeguard the community and to isolate the situation just to one area.
How do you go about setting up a perimeter?
You use what you have at your disposal. So at the time I had officers use their cars, cones, themselves, and yellow tape.
And during the course of an incident, can the size of the perimeter change?
Yes, it can.
And what's the reason for changing the size of the perimeter?
We changed it that night because there was a large crowd that started to develop in the back parking lots of McDonald's, Wendy's, and there was Pizza Hut there at the time. So what we did was we pushed them back towards Winchester Street to get them further away from the scene.
Okay, now, when you first arrived there's a number of patrol officers, would that be correct?
That's correct.
And is there a special team that the department has that would deal with someone and Mr. Snow's circumstances?
Yes, I had contacted the leader of the tactical team and had them respond out.
And what's a tactical team made up of?
Well, they're keen police officers, but they're trained in situations and for instances just like this, where someone's, I'm not saying held hostage, but he was. It's an emergency situation where a weapon is involved, and they're highly trained and have the equipment to deal with that type of incident with negotiators and armored vests and stuff, so they can get close enough to speak with the subject.
What about any armored vehicle?
Yeah, we deployed the Bearcat during that time.
And, do you recall where the Bearcat was?
It was, do you mind if I go up, sir?
You can step down, absolutely.
Bearcat was.
The Bearcat moved as well.
Okay.
Initially, it was parked. There's one of these. Initially, it was parked right here.
Why did you put BC1 for the first position?
And then when it got dark, we had no lights, no ambient lighting. So we moved it up here to light the situation, to light the whole area up.
And by the whole area, you mean that last section of the building?
Yeah, where the subject was.
Did you, order the evacuation of any area?
Yeah, building number 7, it's an elderly complex, and we had everyone evacuate from that particular building.
Was everyone able to evacuate from that building?
They were, but because of the duration of the incident, there was people who straggled back in to their apartments, and once we realized that, we evacuated them out.
Now, did you call in Officer English in his K-9?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for calling him and his dog?
Where I had set him up in the perimeter was, there's an area north of the building. If I could just get up and show you the line.
I know I can't follow north-south.
So here's the building where the subject was held up. This whole area was secure through tape and with officers. The only outlet that he had without physically running into an officer was northbound, this way. And we kept it clear for 2 reasons. We didn't want him to have the additional exposure of police there to make him more nervous than he already was. So we had the perimeter started here with officers, and Officer English's responsibility was, if he decided to run north towards the Pearl Street neighborhood, Officer English would deploy his dog out to stop him from running any further.
Would there be anything that had prevented him, other than the officers there, to making a turn to the left at the end of that building?
No, there was just officers there. Yeah.
Did you request assistance from other law enforcement agencies in the county?
Yes, a lot of officers showed up.
And you gave them various tasks to do as part of your duties as the commander on scene.
Yeah, everyone who showed up from outside of the department was set on a perimeter or in the command post, so we could unify the command with, communicate more properly with the outside agencies. So.
Approximately how long did the standoff last?
4.5 hours.
And how did it end?
The subject shot himself in the chest.
Was that a fatal shot?
It was.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Just a few questions. You were the officer in charge that night, is that right?
That's correct.
And you set up the command center where you marked it there at beginning, or the corner of Ivy Drive?
Yeah, there's a part where Ivy Drive comes off of Key Road, sir, but there's a part where it turns off to the left.
Elbow kind of thing?
That's correct, and the rest, if you were to go straight, you're in the back parking lots of those restaurants.
And the parking lot to the right-hand side of number 23, do you see it there?
Yes, I do.
And that's the Advanced Auto Parts store? Do I have that right?
There's two 23s.
Oh, I'm sorry, 23 and 29, you see it?
Yeah, just
Right here?
Yeah, just north of that is the back parking lot of the cellular store and the auto parts place, yeah.
And there's a parking lot here, right?
That is correct, sir.
And there was police cruisers and ambulances and officers staged there as well?
That is correct.
And some of the employees from auto parts were coming out the back door, I guess, into the staging area?
Well, what happened is, because we closed that whole drive off, people couldn't get home. So they were parking in the rear parking lot, and then because the tape was across Ivy Drive, they were walking behind Staples, which is number 60, 63, and 55. So that's Staples and Petco and all that stuff. And they would walk that way and then go home and just walk home. So yeah, there was a crowd gathering there as well.
And because of the crowds that were in the Wendy's and McDonald's parking lot, you moved the perimeter line back towards Winchester Street?
Yeah, the only one we really didn't move was the Pizza Hut. We didn't really move that back to Winchester Street because that was far enough away.
Okay, but Wendy's and McDonald's, you moved that back?
We pushed that completely back, because if you were in a back parking lot of Wendy's, you had direct pretty much direct sight of what was going on.
And how far into the 4.5 hours do you recall moving that perimeter line back?
Hour and a half maybe into it when people started to really show up again.
And is it fair to say in that hour and a half there were a number of people there in those lots from the general public and from members of the press as well?
I don't recall seeing the press, but definitely general public, yeah.
And they had a pretty straight shot of Mr. Snow at that point.
You could probably position yourself somewhere within Pizza Hut where you could probably still see him, but where we thought the threat would have been directly behind Wendy's and McDonald's more than, because there was about a 10 to 15 foot wall that he was sort of behind. So if there was any shooting or any firearms going off, we didn't think it was going to go in that direction.
But the direct threat you thought initially was Wendy's and McDonald's. Is that fair to say?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Were you out there the full 4.5 hours?
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Snow ever point the gun at you or anyone else?
Not at me.
Anyone else, did you see him point at that?
I don't believe he pointed it at our officers, no.
He was pointing it at himself, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And he stayed put in that alcove where he was located on Building 7, is that right?
That's correct.
And in that, there's a door to the side of where he was located. You put an officer in there as well?
Yeah, and not initially, but once we had the tactical team moved, I moved one person from the north and I moved them inside the building because I had no idea if that door was secure or not. And I didn't want that to be an avenue of escape either.
And that was Officer...
Officer Zamor would have put, was
it Officer Zamora?
Zamor, that's correct, yep.
So he was inside that hallway behind that red door?
Yeah.
And then you set up officers on the edge of the perimeter on the corner of Building 7?
That's correct.
And the edge of the perimeter officers were State Trooper Eaton, Yaras, and eventually Officer English from Keene PD?
Yes.
And Officer English had his dog with him?
That's correct.
And did you yourself set up the perimeter tape, or did you direct other officers?
No, I directed it. Anyone who showed up, I asked them to help out, and they made the perimeter, really.
Right, because you're the officer in charge of directing people what to do.
Yeah, I asked them to, close off McDonald's, close off Wendy's, and they took the initiative to go how far out they wanted to go. I believe it was a state trooper that cordoned off Ivy Drive, so in the back of the Self place and the auto place, and then they cut up in front of Building 7, which would be to the west of Building 7.
And did you walk the edge of the perimeter tape yourself?
No, I never left it. I never left the command post.
So, so you never left here, is that right?
That is correct.
So you couldn't really tell us where the police tape went through the Autumn Leaf apartment?
That's correct. I know it went into that parking lot. I just don't know how far it went.
In Building 7, did you direct that to be evacuated?
Yes.
Building 13 was not evacuated?
No.
And your real concern, aside from him shooting people in Wendy's and McDonald's, was him escaping into the Pearl Street area?
That is correct.
Can I have 1 second then?
Absolutely.
Thank you. No further questions.
Further direct examination?
Yes, Your Honor. If Mr. Snow had attempted to flee towards the housing area on Pearl Street, he fired, hypothetically fired, once he cleared the building, anyone that's in a direct line of that would be potentially in danger, correct?
Yes, Pearl Street, and if anyone was to the west of that, yes.
But as he goes towards the end of the building, if he fires at the officers at the corner of that building, anyone, direct line from that could potentially be in danger.
Yes.
And the perimeter can move through the course of an event, correct?
Yes.
So if the officers back there became concerned because they could move the perimeter back in order to take care of their concerns.
Yes.
No further questions, although I'd like somebody to recall.
Further
Briefly,
questions?
during the time you were out there, Mr. Snow never gave any indication or never pointed the gun at anyone besides himself, right?
That is my recollection, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You may be excused, but you'll be subject to recall either from the state or the defense.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Stay prepared to call this next witness.
State and call Officer Joshua English.
If anybody wants to stand and stretch, it's difficult to sit for a long period of time, so it is beneficial to stand and stretch. And just for everyone's planning purposes, we will stop at noon today for 2 hours for drug court. It's unavoidable every Tuesday. For those of you who served in November, you know that that's just part of the schedule. So we'll stop probably about 5 minutes or so before noon, and then we'll take our lunch break.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in the case now with you, or you speak the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
And would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Joshua N. English, E-N-G-L-I-S-H.
Josh, where do you work?
I'm employed by the City of Keene at the Police Department.
The mic is usually pretty good, so you won't have to bend over.
Thank you.
What is your, do you have a specific task that you handle for the Keene Police Department?
I do. I'm the canine handler.
And what's your canine's name?
Canine Patriot.
And how long have you and Patriot been together?
2010.
And you have requirements for various training that you and Patriot undergo in order to maintain proficiency?
That's correct.
And what does that entail?
We certify on 4 various disciplines. Excuse me, we certify 4 times a year on various disciplines. Canine Patriot is known as a multi-purpose dog. So his duties are mostly entail tracking, human odor, apprehension work, as well as narcotics detection.
Now, directing your attention to the 1st of July of last year, were you scheduled to work that day?
I was not.
Were you called into the police department?
That's correct.
And you were asked to bring Patriot with you, correct?
Yes.
When you reported, how were you dressed?
I was dressed in a call-out uniform. It's a black uniform. It has a embroidered police badge on the front. My name is embroidered on the front as well, and there are 2 standard issue Keene Police Department patches on either side of the shoulders.
Did you report to the Ivy Drive area?
That's correct.
And who did you talk to when you got there?
Lieutenant Lawrence.
And did you put on any more equipment while you were?
I did. I put on a Kevlar vest and a ballistic plate carrier.
What?
Ballistic plate carrier.
Could you?
It's an external bulletproof vest, for lack of a better term.
Okay. And where were you posted?
My post was Building 7, I believe, in the Ivy Drive complex.
Okay, if I might ask you to approach the map and ask you if you can see where you were posted that night.
This would be Building 7 here. I would have been on this corner of the building here.
Could you put your initials there? What was your understanding of your position, of your duties at that location?
Essentially, we were there to support the hostage negotiation team, ultimately the tactical team. They were dealing with a subject who was reported to have a be holding a handgun to his chest. Our responsibilities were to prevent that suspect from fleeing into the Pearl Street area / wood line that surrounded the property.
And near where you were, was there an evergreen bush of some type?
Yes, yes, I think it was a large yew bush.
And if someone had come around from the side of the building where Mr. Snow was holed up, if he saw where you were, he would be able to shoot in your direction?
Yes.
How long were you at your location there, when you were posted to that part?
How long?
Yeah, approximately.
Quite some time, over an hour, I would suspect.
Okay. For the whole duration you were there?
Yes,
So from the time you arrived until the matter concluded with Mr. Snow, you were at that location?
that's correct.
Okay. How do you deal with the dog so the dog doesn't get tired or whatever?
As far as that's concerned, he was on a leash, probably a 15-foot leash. I didn't tell him to do anything specifically. We were certainly oriented in the direction that Mr. Snow may be coming from, but he was not in a formal position such as a heel.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware of some movement in Patriot's leash?
That's correct.
Would you explain what happened around that time?
I felt tension in Canine Patriot's leash. Simultaneously, one of the state troopers that was with me, Trooper Eaton, I believe, stated something to the effect of "what the heck," and he turned to our backside and slightly raised his rifle. Again, Canine Patriot certainly noticed something coming up from behind us, and I believe that would have been the Building 13 area, in between Building 13 and a wood line. We saw a subject in a crouched, somewhat, I guess what I'd call a low-ready position, approaching us, and he did have a long black cylindrical object in his hand that was oriented to the ground.
What, if any, concerns did that cause you?
Well, it looked like a firearm.
And when you saw that, did you do anything personally?
I did. In addition to Patriot being oriented in his direction, I removed my service pistol from my holster.
Did you eventually recognize what that object was?
Yes, it was a bipod for a camera.
And what happened next?
I believe I radioed Lieutenant Lawrence to deal with the subject. I recognize that subject as the defendant.
And did you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you state where he is and describe what he's wearing?
James Cleveland. He's wearing a suit with a white shirt and a blue striped tie.
And the record reflects a correct identification of the defendant.
The record may so reflect.
Did any trooper that was, in fact, I'm saying, were there troopers posted with you?
There were Trooper Eaton and Trooper Yaros.
Did either of those troopers leave to go talk to the defendant?
That's correct.
And who left?
Trooper Yaros.
And did he then come back to the
Yes.
your location? Does Sergeant Gazer come on the scene during this time?
That's correct.
Does he also go and talk to the defendant?
Yes,
And at some point, does Trooper Yaros go back and join them?
I believe so.
While the defendant is behind Building 13, did you see any other signs that Patriot was distracted?
Initially, he was distracted, and it took verbal cues from me to reposition him back to the towards the area, the danger area, for lack of a better term, or the other danger area, I should say, for lack of a better term. And certainly, we could see out of our peripheral that there was something going on behind us. I could tell, and Canine Patriot.
So at periods of time, based on your knowledge of the dog, he was oriented towards what was happening behind him, if not physically, moving his head or something like that.
Yes, he was oriented at first, and then it would, after he was repossession by the handler, it became more of a distraction.
You might have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly. Let me just say, there are some people who are talking who are not part of the team, and I'm looking at people right now. If I see people speaking again or acting in a manner that's disruptive, you'll be removed from the courtroom and you won't be able to come back into the court. Please continue, Attorney Riley.
During the time you were posted at that location on Building 7, was the defendant the only civilian that approached your location?
As far as I know, yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You got to the scene around, is it fair to say, like 6:30 that night?
That's accurate. That would be accurate.
Okay. So you got there around 6:30, and did you stay by that U-bush almost immediately upon your appearance at the scene?
I think my first stop would have been at the command post, after which my assignment was the U-bush, yes.
And when you got there, were Trooper Yaraz and Trooper Eaton already there?
I believe so.
And when you got to the U-bush, is it fair to say you went around Building 13 to get there?
I don't believe that was my pathway.
Did you go through the McDonald's or Wendy's parking lot?
May I?
Sure.
Counselor, may I approach the map? I believe my pathway would have been through here.
Okay, so you went.
And I think you're asking if I went this way.
Okay.
Is that am I accurate?
Right. Yes. So you went in front of Building 7 and went around the corner?
Yes.
What went to the U-bush?
Yes.
Which is on the left-hand corner of Building 7, is that right?
It would be right where I have initial.
Okay. And when you're walking down towards where the U-bush was, do you see the police perimeter tape to your immediate left?
Of where I'm standing?
No, as you walk along this path in front of Building 7 towards your eventual destination by the U-bush, do you see the police perimeter tape to your immediate left?
Yes, it's over in this. Yes, that would be accurate.
So it kind of runs along in front of Building 7 and connected up with the far right hand. If I'm looking at Building 13 to the far right hand corner of Building 13, is that fair to say?
To be honest with you, Counselor, I don't recall.
True. But you do recall seeing some.
I know there was police caution tape. I wasn't
paying close attention
correct.
to it. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
But you get there, is it fair to say, around 7 o'clock roughly to the U-bush?
That would be an approximation, yes.
And you go there with K9 Patriot, your dog?
Yes.
And you and K9 Patriot and Trooper Yaros and Trooper Eaton stay there throughout the rest of the event with Mr. Snow, is that correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Cleveland appears on the scene, is it fair to say it's around 10 o'clock that night?
That I don't know.
It's some hours after you arrived at the U-bush.
It would be, yes.
And from what you could see from your location, there's not a whole lot of physical activity going on in the alleyway behind you.
Correct.
Not a whole lot of activity going on from what you could see of the front of Building 7.
Yes, we couldn't see anything. We could hear what was going on.
It was quiet at that time, is that fair to say?
I don't recall.
Did you recall hearing any noise back in the area you were located at around the time Mr. Cleveland showed up?
That I don't recall.
Are you familiar with that building at all? Building 13? Or is that the first time you've been out there?
I've been out there other times for other calls.
Have you been to that, I'll call it the alleyway behind?
No, I had not.
You had not been out there before?
I doubt it.
And K-9 Patriot's on a leash, is that right?
That's correct.
And he's out there for about 2 to 3 hours before Mr. Cleveland shows up, right?
Yes.
And when Mr. Cleveland shows up, is it fair to say K-9 Patriot is kind of in a relaxed mode?
That would be accurate.
He's not on the formal position.
That would be accurate, yes.
And when he's in a relaxed mode, is he standing or laying down?
His choice. It would be his choice, Counselor.
But did you recall what?
I don't know if he was standing or laying down, no.
Was he right next to you, or is he at the end of the leash?
He would have been right next to me. He probably had 5 to 6 feet of free space on a 15-foot leash.
And you feel some tension on the leash?
Yes.
He does, K-9 Patriot doesn't leave the location he's at next to you, right?
Correct.
And he doesn't bark?
No.
Doesn't growl?
Nope.
Is it fair to say that Trooper Eaton is the first either person or animal that noticed Mr. Cleveland?
Yes.
And it's after Trooper Eaton says, "What the heck," that you feel some tension on the leash?
I believe I testified earlier that it was somewhat simultaneously.
And that tension doesn't continue throughout the time Mr. Cleveland is there, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, the distraction, if you want to call it that, of K-9 Patriot doesn't continue the entire time Mr. Cleveland is there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you first saw Mr. Cleveland, is it fair to say he was about 50 feet away from where you were situated?
That may be his final point of advance.
When you first saw him, was he, well, your recollection, how close was he to where you were located?
I think 50 feet may be the final point of it that he advanced towards us.
Oh, okay, so he got, as he's approaching his final destination, I guess, before he turns around, is about 50 feet from your location.
That would be an estimation, yes.
And then Trooper Eaton, do you recall Trooper Eaton telling him to back off?
I don't recall that.
But do you recall seeing Mr. Cleveland begin to back off?
I believe he did.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Further direct examination?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I take it you'd like Officer English also to be subject to recall.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
So you're excused, but you're subject to recall either by the state or the defense.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Stay prepared to call this next witness.
The state will call Sean Eaton.
Please feel, yes, you're doing it without my prompt.
The testimony you're about to give in the case now, hearing should be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Would you please have a seat? Would you state your full name?
Sean Eaton,
Would you spell your last name for the record?
E-A-T-O-N,
And would you also spell your first name?
S-E-A-N.
What's your current occupation?
I'm a New Hampshire State Trooper.
And how long have you been a trooper?
This February will be 9 years.
And prior to that, did you have law enforcement experience?
I did. I was full-time in Brattleboro, Vermont for about 3.5 years and part-time in Massachusetts for about 2.5 years.
Now, direct your attention to the 1st of July of last year. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you become aware around 6 p.m. of an incident that was going on in Keene?
Yes, I did.
And having gotten that information, what did you do?
I was in the area, so I stood by at the Walmart Plaza. I knew the incident was occurring at Ivy Drive, and I waited in that area anticipating a call for assistance.
And, was the state police asked for assistance?
Yes, we were.
And once that request came, what did you do?
I reported to Lieutenant Lawrence on Ivy Drive.
And did Lieutenant Lawrence give you some jobs to do?
He did.
And did any of those jobs involve evacuating individuals from any buildings?
Yes, it did.
Would you explain what you did?
I went to Building 7 on Ivy Drive and made contact with as many of the residents that I could. Asked them to leave the area, explain the situation that was unfolding, and those that were too elderly or infirmed were asked to just shelter in place and stay away from the east side of the building.
After doing you were asked to pick up some equipment, correct, that it was, or items that had been located by various individuals?
Yes.
And after that, were you posted to a specific location?
Yes, I was.
And where was that?
It was on the north end, the northwest end of Building 7.
If you could approach the map, please.
Absolutely.
And could you indicate what your initials, where you were posted?
It was basically right here in this area.
And
kind of under number 13.
Was there any bushes around in there?
There was one bush that I recall.
Good size?
Yes.
Okay. Initially, were there any other officers posted to that location as well?
I had relieved a Swansea officer upon my arrival, and he left. And I was stationed at that time with Trooper Yaros and joined later by Officer English.
Okay. And how were you dressed that day?
I was in my summer uniform. It's my state police uniform with my badge, short sleeves, gun belt.
What weapons did you have?
I had my pistol, but I also retrieved my rifle from my cruiser as well.
Did there come a time while you're posted there that you become aware of something going on behind you?
Yes.
And would you explain what you noticed?
Several hours into the incident, it was becoming dark, or was dark, dusk. I noticed an individual walking up behind us from the area of Building 13.
Okay. And did you notice that person, if that person had anything in their hands?
I did. When I first glanced over my shoulder, I saw him approaching, holding an object at a diagonal manner. And
did you have any concerns when you saw that object in that person's hand?
my very first initial thought was it could have been a long gun. That's basically how we're holding our rifles. I quickly, within a half second, realized it was a camera tripod.
Did you say anything to this individual?
I told him he needed to go back to wherever it was he came from. And
well, first, do you see the person that you told to go back to wherever he came from in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please state where he is and describe what he's wearing?
I see it at the defense table in a gray suit.
I think we might need a bit more.
Judge, I'll stipulate he's pointing out Mr. Cleveland.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. The record may so reflect.
Yeah. Now, were you aware of anyone that left your area to have further interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
And who was that?
Trooper Yaros and Sergeant Gazer.
Sergeant Gazer, was he there at the beginning or come on the scene while this was going on?
He had been coming back and forth, bringing us water, just kind of checking on us over the several hours that the incident had been unfolding. So he was in that area around the time the individual was approaching us.
Now, after your initial conversation with him, do you turn your attention back to the corner of the building that you're supposed to be watching?
Yes.
someone had come around the building from the side where Mr. Snow was, and Mr. Snow shot in your direction. Anyone behind you would potentially be in danger, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, good morning.
Morning.
You were set up by the bush there with Trooper Yaroz and Officer English, is that right?
Yes.
And Officer English's dog?
Yes.
And you were there for a number of hours, is that right?
Yes.
In that area behind Building 13, until Mr. Cleveland arrived on the scene, there was nothing going on back there, is that right?
That's correct.
And it was quiet back there for the most part?
There's nothing back there, no activity.
No noise at all?
No.
And is it fair to say you're the first person that notices Mr. Cleveland as he approaches?
I believe so.
And are you next to the dog at this point when you see Mr. Cleveland?
Yes, probably slightly behind and next to him, like diagonally.
Dog move or bark at that point?
I don't recall the dog barking. I'm not sure how the dog reacted. As I turned around, the dog would have been behind my vision.
So your view of the dog was pretty much gone at that point?
Yes.
And you quickly realize he's holding a tripod, is that right?
Yes.
And you tell him to back off pretty much?
Yep.
And he immediately complies with that?
Yes.
No hesitation on his part?
Nope.
And Trooper Gazer wasn't staged at that area with you, is that right?
Right.
He was providing water, stuff like that?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Cleveland, is it fair to say you took a step or two towards him?
Yes.
And you tell him to leave and he immediately leaves, is that right?
Yes.
And then you go back to your location?
Correct.
And when you saw him, how far away was he from you?
I would estimate 15 to 20 feet.
And then he backs off?
Yep.
And the strip of land or alleyway behind Building 13, that wasn't marked off, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And you were involved in evacuating Building 7?
Yes.
But weren't given any directions to evacuate Building 13, is that right?
That's right.
And when Mr. Cleveland was back there, is it correct that you did not hear any yelling?
That's correct.
And given how quiet it was back there, is it fair to say you would have heard yelling if it happened?
I guess it depends on how loud the yelling was, but possibly.
I have no further questions.
Further direct examination.
Thank you. Sean, did anyone leave your area to go talk to the defendant after you told him to leave the area?
Yes.
And that was who?
Trooper Yaros and Sergeant Gazer.
Are no further questions, Your Honor?
No further questions?
Would you like Trooper Eden also to be subject to recall?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay. You're excused, but you're subject to being recalled either by the state or the defense. So you're free to go at this point.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I think I've gone as far. I think practically just the time to get somebody back in here and sworn in, we would be probably only about a minute or two before I'd need to take the break for lunch. So we're going to break now. We'll resume as close to 2 as possible. I know that there's a full docket on for the drug court today. I'm going to do my best to move things along so that we can keep the trial going. But it may be a couple of minutes past 2 before we're able to start. But if you could be here a little bit before 2 so we could start as soon as we're ready to go, that would be great. Please remember my instruction from the the jury selection. You can't talk about the case either among yourselves or with anyone else. You can't look at any other sources, social media or any other media about the case, and that's because it's essential that you base your verdict on the evidence that's been presented in the course of the trial and the laws I explained at the very end. Again, thank you for your attention today, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you all.
All rise, please.
If I could see counsel at the bench.
The jury, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please have a seat. The state prepared to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, Jason Yarrows. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in the case now and your experience of you got?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Would you state your full name, spelling, and last name for the record?
My name is Jason Yarrows. Last name is spelled Y-A-R-O-S-Z.
And Jason, who are you employed by?
New Hampshire State Police.
Director, how long you been with the state police?
Almost 6 years.
And before that, were you a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And where was that?
Town of Swansea and the town of Sullivan.
Now, direct your attention to the 1st of July of last year. Were you on duty with the state police?
I was.
Were you, at about 6 p.m., do you recall where you were or what you were doing?
Yes.
What was that?
I responded to Ivy Drive in the city of Keene to assist the Keene Police Department with an armed subject.
And when you got to Ivy Drive, what did you do?
At first, I went to the Wendy's parking lot, positioned my cruiser to block any traffic from leaving Wendy's to Ivy Drive. Then I eventually teamed up with my patrol partner, Sean Eaton, and Officer English and his K-9, and we went to the back side of the building.
Okay, and how were you dressed on that date?
Similar to the way I am now, but just short sleeves, no tie, no cross strap.
And I might approach the easel.
Absolutely.
Jason, if you wouldn't mind approaching the map, and if you could put your initials, if you could find the place where you were posted with Trooper Eaton and Officer English.
It would have been right at this corner. Room number 7.
Thank you. Now, please have a seat again. And before going to that location, were you involved in attempting to get any individuals out of any buildings?
I was.
And what building was that?
Building number 7.
And were you able to evacuate all the people from building 7?
I went to a few apartments myself, and I had the people that were in those apartments leave the building.
So the ones that you dealt with, you were able to evacuate?
Yes.
Now, when you first go to that position that you put your initials on, who, if anyone, is with you?
Trooper Eaton and Officer English.
Now, did you remain on the let me back up a second. you're aware of how the situation with the armed individual was resolved, correct?
Correct.
Okay, were you on scene from the time you arrived, started evacuating people, till Mr. Snow shot himself?
I was.
Now, during the time you were posted in the back part of Building 7, did you see Sergeant Philip Gazer?
I did.
And was he periodically coming to your location?
He was.
And was he bringing you anything when he came?
Yes.
Water and things like that?
Correct.
What was it like out heat-wise that night?
Very muggy. It was a typical July day, very muggy, very hot.
Okay. Now, at some point, is your attention directed behind you?
It was.
And would you explain how that happened?
We were standing at the corner of building number 7. Now, that's where I was posted with Trooper Eaton and Officer English and his canine, and Trooper Eaton noticed somebody come up behind us.
And what did you do when you were made aware of this?
I turned and I looked and I saw an individual standing around 20 feet from us.
And what, if anything, at any point in time did you approach this individual?
I did.
And why did you approach them?
Why?
Why?
He was in a very dangerous location. He was in our crime scene, and where he was standing, we were anticipating if the armed subject came around the corner, he would have had a straight view and a straight line of that individual.
Okay. Was there any large bush near where you were standing?
There was a bush on the corner of building number 7 that we were kind of up against.
Did Trooper Eaton initially say anything to this individual?
I recall him yelling out to the subject.
Okay. And did the subject move at all when Trooper Eaton spoke to him?
He was still coming forward from what I remember, and he stopped at the corner of, it would be building number 13.
And so what did you do next?
I then went and approached the individual.
Would you explain what you said? What happened with your interaction?
When I approached him, I noticed that he had a tripod and he was activating the camera because this big bright light just turned on. And I told him to get back, he needed to leave. And so I told him 1 or 2 times to get back.
Did he move at all for you?
At first, no.
Did he eventually move a bit?
He did.
And if you see the person in the courtroom today that you approached and spoke to about moving, please state where he is and describe what he's wearing.
He's sitting right at that table. He has a suit and tie on, white shirt, glasses, blonde hair.
How about tie, color tie?
Judge, I'll stipulate he's pointing out Mr. Cleveland.
I think the hair color may have gotten us there. The record may so reflect.
Yeah. Now, initially, the defendant does move back a bit.
Not on his own. I kind of stood in front of him and was kind of walking him back without using too much physical force. I just was, you need to get back, move, leave. I was telling him stuff like that.
Did it come a point where he refused to move back any further?
He did. He went back about 20 feet and then stopped.
Did he say anything at that point?
I was trying to, explain to him this was a dangerous situation, that, potential weapon, he could be hurt, and he said to the effect that he'll take the risk, it's his life, that, he understands what he's putting himself into.
Did you become concerned about being away from what your original duty was at that point?
I did.
And with that concern, what did you do?
At that point, the way the building is segmented, and I kind of drew like an imaginary line. And I said, don't cross this point or you're going to get arrested. Wait right here. I'm going to go get somebody to deal with you. Because I had my own task at hand that I was taken away from, and I walked back towards where I was posted.
Now, where you were posted, what type of weapons did you personally have?
I have everything that I wear right now, minus this cross strap on my duty belt. I have a sidearm, mag pouch, OC spray, taser, baton, handcuffs, but at the time I had my patrol rifle that was slinged right across my chest.
So, do you go back then to your post?
I started walking towards that direction.
Did you encounter Sergeant Gazer?
I did.
And did you talk to him?
I did.
And what did you relate to him?
I told him that there was an individual that just walked up on us and that he's trying to film and he won't leave the area.
And your concern was, what was the safety concerns that you had with him, the defendant being where he was?
That if for some reason the armed subject wanted to try to flee, he really would only have one good direction to leave, and it'd be straight behind Building 7 and behind 13, and he'd be in the line of fire. Like if he wanted to start engaging us with gunfire, the defendant would have been standing right in the line of fire.
So, did you see Sergeant Gazer approach the defendant?
I did.
At some point, did you rejoin Sergeant Gazer and the defendant?
I did.
And what did you witness when you rejoined them?
I was peering down at them. They'd moved back even further from where I last saw the defendant, and I could just see body language, and I knew something was going on, so I went down towards them. I could hear a commotion. I couldn't make out exactly what was being said, but I could hear and I could see body language, so I went to make sure Sergeant Gazer was all right.
And when you get to where the defendant and Sergeant Gazer are, what do you see?
Him arguing with the defendant arguing with Sergeant Gazer about not wanting to leave the area.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at this point?
At that point, I was just listening for a brief moment, and then I just grabbed the defendant still had his tripod. I grabbed it, and I said, "Let's go. I'm escorting you out of here," and I started dragging him.
And did the defendant come with you?
He didn't. I could feel resistance. I was dragging dead weight, and he wasn't just walking with me.
At some point, did he just stop and say anything?
He stopped. Again, I don't recall exactly what he said. There was brief conversation, but he did stop. I let go of the tripod, and then Sergeant Gazer, started to speak to him again.
Did there come a point where the defendant was told he was under arrest?
There was.
What happened when that occurred?
Sergeant Gazer said, if I could just backtrack one bit, he said, "You need to leave or you're going to be under arrest," and the defendant said something to Sergeant Gazer, and then Sergeant Gazer said, "You're done, you're under arrest," and went to reach for the defendant, and the defendant yelled out no and took a couple steps back. And
were you and Sergeant Gazer able to get a hold of the defendant fairly quickly and handcuff him?
Yes, Sergeant Gazer eventually grabbed onto the right arm, and when he did, he kind of pulled the defendant towards him, and I came up to the defendant's left side, and I grabbed the defendant by the left arm and put his arm behind his back.
At some point, did you become aware that there was a video recording of this interaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, from my approach.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
I'd like to have this CD marked as State's Exhibit number 3 for identification. Is the camera thing? Okay.
No objection, Judge.
For ID at this time?
For a full exhibit.
Was that a request? The state wanted to mark it as a full exhibit?
That's fine, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 3 is a full exhibit. Members of the jury, if something has been marked as a full exhibit, that means that you will have it with you during your deliberations in the case. If we could maybe turn to the left. Thanks, Mike. Okay.
just kind of limit. Excuse me? Sure. Safe distance?
Okay, the person we just saw in that picture, can you identify who that person is?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Oh, sorry. The person that you see is me.
Keep going. I think this is a good move.
Keep going. Go. Right now.
I'm going to stay here.
No, you're not. You're going to be arrested for interfering with the police.
I feel like I'm giving you guys a safer move.
No, you don't understand what's going on. Go around that corner.
I'm exercising my rights as a member of the press, and I accept the risk that I'm putting myself at. If you have things to attend to, I don't want to keep you. I will remain here. Is that
Do not
acceptable?
cross this line.
Okay, I will agree to that.
This is Keen's situation right now. If somebody comes, then they might tell you otherwise. But right now, don't cross this line.
Sure. Oh, there's a police situation going on. So I'm shooting some video of it. Huh? Yeah, there's a situation going on. How you doing? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hey, how's it going?
Move your back up a little bit, all right? It's all I'll walk down, be happy to explain it to you.
Well, I mean, I prefer to stay here, is that?
You're not going to go, okay? And I'll explain it to you as we walk. Okay, whether you like it or
Well,
not.
we just agreed to the line here, and
I changed it because I'm his boss, okay?
Okay, well, I'm going to respectfully decline.
If you don't move, you're going to get arrested. This is a dangerous
what?
situation that you know nothing
Well,
about.
I understand. I accept any risk I'm putting myself
No,
in.
you're not. There's a police dog over there, and you're interfering with it.
I'm not
around
interfering
that
with
corner, and I will.
I feel like you're creating a scene by doing this.
I'm telling you to leave. I have that authority, and I'm exercising it. I mean, you can choose to pack up and walk, or you can go with us. I don't want to argue with you. We have more important things going on.
I mean, I feel like I'm giving you guys a safer move.
I don't care
I'm
what
well
you
within
feel.
my rights to be here.
Let's go. There's a man around the corner that's armed. Whether you like it or not, you're moving.
Let's go. Please don't touch my equipment.
No, I'm escorting you out of here. Let's go.
I'm acting as a member of the press. I mean, you guys, I give you guys a safer move, which is required.
Around the corner. Around.
I agreed to do the line. Is that not?
I told you once. I changed it. Now get around that corner or you're getting arrested. That's it.
No.
Okay.
Excuse me. No. Okay, I'm not fine.
To be honest, with the time that you were involved on that video, does that accurately reflect what you remember happening?
It does.
You might have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
While you were out at that location by the bush for, say, fair to say around 3 hours?
Yeah, over 3 hours, I would say.
Over 3 hours. And when you're at the bush, it was yourself, Trooper Eaton, and Officer English, is that
Correct.
right? And along with Officer English was his dog.
Correct.
And all three of you basically remained there until Mr. Cleveland arrived on the scene, is that?
Yes.
And periodically, Trooper Gazer would show up to provide water?
Correct.
He wasn't stationed to that location by the bush,
No.
is that right? You three were.
Correct.
And when you're out there before Mr. Cleveland arrives, it's basically quiet along that strip of land, is that right?
Yes.
No noise that you can hear in that strip of land?
No.
And Mr. Snow is around the corner?
Yes.
In front of Building 7, is that right?
Yes.
And when you arrived on the scene, you got a chance to see Mr. Snow in the location he was in, right?
Yes.
And there was a line of trees between himself and the McDonald's and Wendy's parking lot, is that right?
Several large trees that abut that line.
And there were a number of officers negotiating or talking to Mr. Snow, right?
Correct.
And there were a number of officers, if you're looking at where Mr. Snow was on Building 7, a number of officers off to the right of the negotiating team, is that fair to say?
I don't recall, when I first arrived to Wendy's, there weren't anybody to the right. They were over to the left, actually, towards Key Road, I guess it would be. Excuse me, they might have shown up after I had gone to the opposite side of the building.
Okay, and from the location you were at by the bush, you really couldn't see, is that fair to say, around the corner?
Not really.
So you couldn't tell what officers, if any, were stationed to the right of where Mr. Snow was?
No.
And when you arrived, did you recall seeing some officers with rifles stationed in the Wendy's and McDonald's parking lots?
Yes.
And there were members of the general public spread all around the scene, is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say the actual scene, but close to it, out of what I would refer to as the scene. There were observers in the McDonald's and the Wendy's parking lot, but from a safe distance.
But they were in the McDonald's and Wendy's parking lot?
Yes.
And did you recall seeing members of the press there?
Eventually, later on in the evening.
Did you see them arrive?
No.
And is it after the end of the issue with Mr. Snow that you became aware that members of the press were present?
No, before that.
Before that?
When I helped Sergeant Gazer escort Mr. Cleveland after he was arrested to a cruiser, I could see that WMUR was in the Pizza Hut parking lot. Their big van was there.
And did you see other members of the press?
I just remember the big white WMUR van that stands out more than anything.
And that's the one media item that you saw when you escorted Mr. Cleveland?
The one I remember, correct.
Now, it was Trooper Eaton that first spoke to Mr. Cleveland, is that right?
Correct.
He told Mr. Cleveland, as the tape shows, to get back, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Cleveland does that, is that right?
He stopped, from what I remember, he stopped. He didn't advance. He just stopped right where, at the corner of that Building 13.
He didn't back off?
No, not until I started to advance towards him.
And when you told him to back off, he did back off, right?
He was walking backwards, correct.
So it wasn't, as you testified initially, that you were to tell him a couple of times before he moved back. He immediately moved back after you told him to, right?
I told him, it's been a year and a half. I remember him being there and just telling him to go, move back. And then I was advancing towards him, and I must have told him a couple of times.
But he's moving back, as you say that, right?
He was moving backwards, correct.
And he tells you he's a member of the press, right?
I remember him saying something. I don't know if he's telling me right then and there, but when I had a brief conversation with him when we stopped, he said something to the effect he was a member of the press.
I'm a member of the press. I'm out here, as the tape shows, I'm out here filming as a member of the press, right?
I believe so, yes.
And is it fair to say that where you told him not to advance any further. That was about 2/3 of the way down Building 13.
It's been a while. I'd say he moved back another 30 feet. I don't recall the exact distance. It wasn't, he went back, maybe 25, 30 feet.
But is it fair to say that the videotape is an accurate reflection of where you and he had this discussion about don't cross this line?
The last time when I told him don't cross this line and I walked away, the question you're asking, sure. Is that where?
Sure, I'll re-ask it. The videotape is an accurate reflection of where you and he had the discussion about
not advanced, yeah, correct.
And would you agree with me that was at like the second corner of Building 13?
I thought it was at the first corner. It was pitch black. I haven't been there since that night.
Sure. Have you been to that area, that strip of land, previous to that night?
Not behind it.
And after you told him don't cross this line, he didn't cross that line, right?
It doesn't appear to on the video.
And you walked back and met up with Trooper Gazer?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the tape shows that where you met up with Trooper Gazer was more than 20 feet away?
I'm not sure exactly how many.
It took some distance for you to meet up with Trooper Gazer, right?
Not really. It was probably maybe from here to that wall. I don't know the exact measurements. Maybe 30 to 40 feet.
I mean, you weren't out there measuring the scene.
I did not measure it.
And when you went back to, or headed back towards where the bush was located, you weren't rushing back there, right?
No.
Mr. Snow hadn't moved from his location for the 3 or 4 hours you were out there, right?
I wasn't aware that he had moved at that point.
And when you saw Trooper Gazer walk down towards Mr. Cleveland, he wasn't rushing down towards Mr. Cleveland, right?
Doesn't appear that he was, no.
And after you see Trooper Gazer begin to speak with Mr. Cleveland, you then walk back to the scene, is that right?
Correct.
And he's farther back from that line you were drawn on the...
It appears to be he was a little further back.
And he's speaking to Trooper Gazer at this point?
Yes.
And when you appear on the scene, you quickly grab the tripod, is that right?
Within a few seconds after, because I knew the inevitable was coming, that I was trying to avoid him getting arrested.
And you begin to walk back towards the corner of Building 13, is that right?
Yes, it would have been the west corner of Building 13, the far corner.
And Mr. Cleveland, as the tape shows, is saying, I'm not going further, I'm a member of the press, right?
I believe he said something to that effect.
And Trooper Gazer eventually says he's under arrest?
He tells him he's going to be arrested if he doesn't leave, and then he tells him he's under arrest.
And are you aware there's an audio tape as well?
No, I'm not aware of that.
That extends beyond the end of this videotape?
No.
The cuffs were put on Mr. Cleveland, is it fair to say, from the time Trooper Gazer says you're under arrest to the time the cuffs are put on, under 5 seconds?
Give or take, yeah, close to about five or more. It wasn't that fast, we didn't.
Well, if there's a tape that shows 5 seconds, this is a...
I didn't time it, but Sergeant Gazer had to grab his right arm, pull him towards him. I had to come around back, and then Sergeant Gazer had to remove his cuffs. If you have a stopwatch and it says 5 seconds, then it was 5 seconds, but I did not time it. I couldn't.
But I just want to break it down.
Yeah.
Let's assume the tape shows 5 seconds between the time Trooper Gazer says you're under arrest and the time the cuffs go on. You're saying Mr. Cleveland says no, backs off.
Takes a couple steps backwards.
Trooper Gazer has to grab his right arm.
Reaches for his right arm, yes.
You have to grab his left arm.
I grabbed on to his left arm.
And Trooper Gazer has to pull his cuffs out.
I assume they were in his pocket. I mean, unless he already had them in his hand, I don't recall seeing them. But he would have to remove them and then put them on.
All within 5 seconds.
I guess if that's what the time is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. It happened pretty quick. I don't know the exact time.
And when you went to grab for Mr. Cleveland's arm, he didn't pull away from you, right?
No.
You didn't see him pull away from Trooper Gazer?
He initially did.
You pulled away?
When Trooper Gazer originally went to grab onto him, he said no, and he took a couple steps back. So
he says, you're under arrest, went to grab for his arm, backs off, you grab the arm, he doesn't pull back from you, right?
No, once we actually physically held onto him, he did not try to pull away.
But all this takes place within a short period of time?
Very short, very quick.
And this was not a difficult arrest for you, right?
No.
He doesn't, when you have his hand, he doesn't struggle with you in any way?
He does not.
And verbal statements, you know, don't constitute resisting arrest, right?
Correct.
And Trooper Gazer didn't have to take any steps to pursue Mr. Cleveland, right?
No.
You didn't have to take any steps to pursue Mr. Cleveland?
No. Like, when you mean pursue, like run?
Or takes any steps to
Steps,
grab
no steps.
He was right within the proximity of Trooper Gazer and yourself when he's arrested?
He was within arm's reach.
He's within arm's reach of Trooper Gazer?
He took a couple steps back. Trooper Gazer had to reach out and grab him. I don't know if he took steps, but he did not run far, put it that way.
But Trooper Gazer didn't have to move?
He would have had to have moved. He wasn't just standing right there and said no. He did have to move towards him.
Let me clarify. He didn't have to take any steps to move to grab a hold of Mr. Cleveland?
He might have had to take 1 or 2 steps.
I'm not asking what he might have done. Did you see him taking steps?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I get it clear, and I'm sorry if I'm kind of beating a dead horse. But,
Sure.
You said Mr. Cleveland was within arm's reach of Trooper Gazer, right?
Yes.
Within arm's reach of you?
No. I had to eventually take a step forward to grab his arm, but when you initially asked the question, I thought you meant, did we have to run after him? We did not have to do that.
He was within arm's reach of Trooper Gazer.
Give or take, yes.
You had to take a step to reach out to grab his arm?
1 to 2 steps forward, possibly.
Did you say that in your police report?
I don't recall.
Did you say that when you testified previously on this?
I don't recall.
Have you had a chance to look at your report before you testified?
I do. I did.
Did you say anywhere in that report you took 1 or 2 steps?
I believe I did not.
And Trooper Gazer, you've said, told us before that he didn't have to take any steps to grab hold of Mr. Cleveland, right?
He might have, I can't answer that question positively. He probably had to take 1 or 2 steps forward himself to grab on. When you asked the word pursuit, I assumed you were meaning that we had to run a little bit after him or, lunge at him. We did not have to lunge, but we did have to reach out to grab him as he was going backwards.
I'm not asking you to guess. I mean, did you see or recall seeing Trooper Gazer take any steps before he grabbed?
I don't recall. It's a year and a half.
And Mr. Cleveland is a fairly tall individual, right?
He's over 6 feet, I would say.
And you say you took several steps.
He went back, yes.
And you don't have a clear recollection of Trooper Gazer having to take any steps to grab a hold of him.
It's on the tape. If you want to watch the video again, there's your answer.
And if there's an audio tape that showed 5 seconds, would you agree with me that that's an ultra quick period of time for all of this activity that you've talked about to take place?
Not ultra quick, no.
Several steps, pulling of both hands, cuffs coming out all in 5 seconds?
It's not that fast. It's quick, but it's not ultra fast.
And he didn't, when Mr. Cleveland was at the location where you told him don't cross this line, he didn't speak out to yourself or Trooper Gazer, right? He didn't call out to either one of you?
No.
He didn't call out to Officer English?
No.
There's no noise from a dog back there, right? As the tape shows.
I don't recall hearing anything.
Officer English's dog is there next to him, right?
It is.
You've received no indication or information when Mr. Cleveland comes on the scene that Mr. Snow has pointed the gun at any individual other than himself?
I'm not aware of any of that.
No further questions, thank you.
Further direct examination?
Jason, while you were at the position by the corner of the building, other than the defendant, did any other civilian approach your location?
No.
I have no further questions, but would like him subject to recall.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Trooper. You're excused, but you're subject to being recalled in the trial by either the state or the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So warrant. Thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Do you want to reapproach?
Yes. If anybody wants to stand and stretch, and I should say that after conferring with counsel because of some scheduling issues, we're only going to go till right around 3:30 this afternoon, then we'll adjourn for the day. The case is moving at exactly the schedule that counsel had discussed, so in case you were worried about that, but we won't go. So we would typically take an afternoon break, but now we'll just go till close to 3:30, then we'll adjourn for the day. So yes, we're ready to go.
Swear the testimony you're about to give in the case now and hearing should be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. Would you state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Sure, my name is Philip Gazer, spelled G-A-I-S-E-R.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a sergeant with the state police.
And how long have you been with the state police?
Approximately 18 years.
Directing your attention to the 1st of July of 2014. And were you on duty that day?
I was.
And what was your role on that day?
I was the evening shift patrol supervisor.
Did you become aware of a situation in Keene that evening?
I did.
And what information did you receive?
I was informed by my dispatcher that the Keene Police Department had requested assistance in the area of Ivy Drive behind McDonald's in the city. I was told it was with a situation where a gentleman had been
in a foot pursuit with one of their officers, was currently armed. He had been wanted on, I believe, a probation or parole violation, as well as another warrant, and that he was currently more or less cornered in an area and appeared to be possibly suicidal.
When you reached the scene, what did you do?
I met with Lieutenant Todd Lawrence, the ranking Keene, excuse me, the ranking Keene supervisor on scene.
And after meeting with him, what did you do?
He informed me that they needed help with perimeter security at that point. The two troopers that arrived, Sean Eaton and Jason Yaros, they were directed to the front of building number 7, I believe it was, which was to the far left side of it, which would have been the northwest corner. They were directed to that area to relieve either a Keene or a Swansea police officer that was currently there. I don't recall which one.
Okay. Now, did you remain on the scene throughout the duration of the incident?
I did.
And approximately how long did the incident last?
About 4.5 hours.
Were you tasked with initially setting up anything with regards to the perimeter?
What I did was I assisted with the perimeter. Excuse me, I have a cold. The initial perimeter was rather small, given to the fact that the responding officers were all kind of in a tight cluster initially. With the commotion, people had come into the area rapidly, spectators, if you will. Once things settled down, I assisted in more or less pushing back the best we could some crime scene tape that had been initially set up in the rear of McDonald's, adjacent to Ivy Drive. We pushed back people, reset the crime scene tape farther away. There were quite a lot of people at that point. It was hard to basically get them to leave the area completely, which would have been ideal. But at that point, it was kind of, a containment issue.
Were you involved in any setting up any other tape?
I assisted in different areas. Physically, where I set the tape was behind the McDonald's for the most part. There was tape strung along an area, more or less a courtyard, between buildings 7 and I think it was 13, that area. And Ivy Drive was closed to both motor vehicle traffic for the most part. Pedestrians were still in the area behind Staples, that whole area, and occasionally would wander onto Ivy Drive, but we did the best to tell people to move along.
Now, after Sean Eaton and Jason Yaros were posted, did you periodically check their situation?
I did.
And so throughout the night, would it be correct to say you went to that location several times?
Yes.
When you go to that location, at some point, are you directed to a civilian who's in the area?
I was. I had arrived in their location, and by that point, Officer Josh English from the Keene Police Department and his canine had arrived and was also posted with them. On one of my return trips, I arrived almost simultaneously with the appearance of a gentleman who had come from behind up the back of Building 13, and I was alerted to his presence. I believe it was Trooper Eaton was the initial officer that had indicated there was somebody approaching, and he remained on his post. Trooper Yaros went and engaged the gentleman and started to tell him to back off.
Okay, at some point, does Trooper Yaros come and talk to you?
He does. When I arrived, it looked like the situation was in hand, and the gentleman would be moved back. A minute or so into it, I observed that they had both stopped a short distance behind Building 13. There was some kind of conversation. I couldn't really hear it. Trooper Yaros came back to me and indicated that the gentleman...
Objection, hearsay.
This to explain his actions.
If counsel would approach.
After talking to Trooper Yaros, what, if anything, did you do?
I went and spoke to the gentleman myself.
Okay. Now, what, if any, safety concerns did you have with regards to the person that had appeared?
The overriding safety concern was the gentleman that was being dealt with in front of, or in the backside of Building 7, would have been the backside. He was armed with a pistol, and his only avenue, if he chose to flee, was to the northwest corner, around that corner, where the officers were posted. The purpose for that was that area was very narrow, surrounded on one side by a wood line and then a building. So the individual that was armed would have been funneled into that area. The canine was posted there with the purpose of engaging the suspect with the gun if he were to come around that corner, and hopefully the troopers and Officer English could take that person into custody without him being able to flee into more populated areas.
If the individual had come around that building and fired at the officers, would this person that you saw in the background be in the line of fire?
Absolutely.
And what was your understanding with regards to the situation with regards to the dog?
I physically saw the dog take notice by moving its head and looking at that individual. His demeanor changed somewhat. I asked Officer English if his dog was...
Without saying what Officer English said, but you observed what you just described.
Correct.
So when you approached the individual, would you describe what happened?
I greeted him. I said something to the effect of, "How you doing?" His phone rang. He didn't acknowledge my presence. He answered his phone. At that time, as I approached, I could hear an elderly female speaking with him through a back window of her apartment. Most of the apartments had been evacuated the best we could. Some of these people were elderly or unfit, that they could not exit.
So after the phone call, what happens?
After he got off the phone, I told him that he was in a dangerous spot. There was a situation going. I'd be happy to explain it to him, but I would do that as we walked. We needed to leave the area.
And what was let me ask you this, the person you had this conversation with in the courtroom today, would you state where he is and describe what he's wearing?
It's Mr. Cleveland, seated to the side of defense counsel with the dark blazer and the white shirt.
Okay, the record reflected correctly then.
The record may so reflect.
So what happened next?
Mr. Cleveland protested, said that he had agreed to the area that he was in with Trooper Yaros. Told him I was Trooper Yaros' supervisor, and I was telling him he now needed to leave the area. In my opinion, it wasn't safe.
What happened next?
This went on for a couple of seconds. Mr. Cleveland debated. I told him again that he needed to leave the area. It wasn't safe. He indicated at some point he was willing to accept that risk. I told him that I wasn't going to allow that, and again told him he would leave. Basically, the only recourse I would have would be to arrest him if he kept refusing.
At some point, does Trooper Yaros comes back to your position?
He did. Our initial conversation started out rather monotone. Toward the end of it, I raised my voice. Trooper Yaros came back down. Trooper Yaros stated something to the effect of...
would you just explain what you may have said and maybe what Trooper Yaros did?
I told Mr. Cleveland several times to leave the area. My exact verbiage I can't recall at this point. He was informed that he would be arrested if he failed to comply with us. Trooper Yaros, when he returned, took a hold of a camera tripod that Mr. Cleveland had set up, picked it up and said, "Let's go, I'm escorting you out of the area," something to that effect. And we all started walking toward the end of Building 13.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened when you got towards the end of Building
13? When we got towards the end of it, Mr. Cleveland kept protesting he wasn't going to leave. We stopped at one point. I told him, "Get around the corner of the building or you're getting arrested." And my thought process at the time was to get him around the corner of the building. At least there would be a physical barrier at that point, being the building, between, if there were gunfire to erupt, something to that. If he was around that corner, it wasn't ideal, but it was the best we could do at that particular time.
And what happened then?
He refused. I told him at that point he was going to be under arrest. He stated no. I reached out to grab his right arm. He pulled it away. He He took a couple steps away from us. I was able to maintain hold of his arm. Trooper Yaros reached out. I believe he grabbed his left arm. We were able to forcefully pull his arms behind his back, which caused him to more or less bend over. At that point, I was able to apply my handcuffs.
After the defendant was arrested, did you find that did you search him to an arrest?
I did.
And on his person, did you find an audio recording?
I did.
Recording device, excuse me. After the incident, did you apply for a search warrant for both the video camera and for the audio?
I did, and I believe that was July 10th.
And that was granted?
It was.
And you then proceeded to get copies of what was on the camera and on the audio?
I did.
Limit. Excuse me? Sure. Safe distance? No, keep going. Keep going. I think this is a good remove.
Keep going. Go. Right now.
I'm going to stay here.
No, you're not.
Okay.
You're going to be arrested for interfering with police.
I feel like I'm giving you guys a safe remove.
No, you don't understand what's going on. Go around that corner.
Well, I'm exercising my rights as a member of the press, and I accept the risk that I'm putting myself at. If you don't think so, Tintu, I don't want to keep you. I will remain here. Is that
do not
acceptable?
cross this line.
Okay, I will agree to that.
This is Keen's situation right now. If somebody comes, then they might tell you otherwise. But for right now, don't cross this line.
Sure. Oh, there's a police situation going on. I'm shooting some video of it. Huh? Yeah, there's a situation going on.
What are you doing?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hey, how's it going?
I need you to pack up and move, all right? You talk a walk, I'll be happy to explain it to you.
Well, I mean, I prefer to stay here. Is that?
You're not going to go. Okay, and I'll explain it to you as we walk. Okay, whether you like it or not.
We just agreed to the line here, and
I changed it because I'm his boss, okay?
Okay, well, I'm going to respectfully decline.
If you don't move, you're going to get arrested. This is a dangerous situation that you know nothing about.
Well, I understand. I accept any risk I'm putting myself in.
No, you're not. There's a police dog over there, and you're interfering with it.
I'm not
around that corner, and
I feel like you're creating a scene by doing this.
I'm telling you to leave. I have that authority, and I'm exercising it. I mean, you can choose to pack up and walk, or you can go with us. I don't want to argue with you. We have more important things going on.
I mean, I feel like I'm giving you guys a safe remove.
I don't care.
I'm well within my rights to be here.
Let's go. There's a man around the corner that's armed. Whether you like it or not, you move.
Hey, please don't touch my equipment.
No, I'm escorting you out of here. Let's go.
I'm acting as a member of the press. I mean, you guys, I give you guys a safe remove, which is required.
Around the corner. Around?
I agreed to do the line. Is that not
I told you once. I changed it. Now get around that corner or you're getting arrested. That's it.
No.
Okay.
Excuse me. No. I'm
Is that a fair and accurate copy of what you got off the video camera?
It is.
Is it also fair and accurate with regards to your interaction with the defendant?
It is.
Now, did something happen to the camera that it stopped recording at that point, as far as you know?
It did when the screen opens from the side of the camera, and when the screen closed, the camera goes off or stops recording.
If I might have this marked as State's Exhibit number 4 for identification.
No objection.
Do you want to have that marked as a full exhibit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. State's Exhibit 4 is a full exhibit.
Certification you were able to download the audio recording?
We were.
And I ask you to listen to this, and I'll ask you a few questions after that.
information that you don't seem to care about.
Where did you find the recorder that the defendant had on his person?
I believe it was in one of his pockets.
I'm sorry?
In one of his pockets, I believe.
And the entire recording itself is over an hour long?
It is.
Is that a fair and accurate recording of the interaction with at the back of that building 13?
It is.
I might have a moment.
Absolutely.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Did you want me to start now, Judge?
Well, why don't I see counsel very briefly? Okay, members of the jury, it's now 3:18, so there's going to be a little bit more. We're not going to be able to conclude Sergeant Geiser's testimony this afternoon, given the time constraints we have. So we're going to break for the evening now. Please remember my instruction. You can't talk about the case either among yourselves or with anyone else, and you can't look at anything if there happens to be anything in the newspaper or on the radio. Avoid contact with that. You can't look at anything on social media about this case as well. And again, and I've said this, you'll get sick of me saying this, but I'm going to keep repeating it because it's so important. It's critical that you base your verdict on the evidence that's been presented in the course of the trial and the laws I've explained, that I will explain at the very end. And one other point about the location that we went to on The View earlier today, to the extent your travels would ordinarily take you by that place to go shopping or to go home or for any other purpose, that's fine, but don't go there again later for the purposes of again looking at the site. You use your memory of what you saw during the view and the testimony and evidence that's been presented in the course of the trial, not do an independent investigation regarding any of the issues in the case. Again, I thank you for your patience, particularly with the long break in the middle of the day. It is really unavoidable given the fact that we are a one Superior Court judge, county, and I do drug court every week from 12 to 2, so I appreciate your patience with that. If you could be back a little bit before 9 so we could start promptly at 9, that'd be great. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, please.
Thank you. Step down, Sergeant. You're free to go for the night. If I could see counsel to the bench briefly.
9 o'clock.
Just to, I guess, set the time you arrived. You got there around 6 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
And you were there throughout the entirety of the event, is that right?
I was.
And when you got there, you met up with Officer Lawrence from Keene PD, is that right?
Yes.
And were the trooper Eaton and Yarez arrive at the same time you did, or were they already there when you arrived?
I recall, I think Trooper Eaton arrived shortly before I did, and Trooper Yarrow shortly thereafter.
And shortly after they arrived, they were put on station by that bush, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And eventually Officer English from the Keene Police Department arrived with his dog as well, right?
Yes.
And he was put on that location as well?
Yes.
And after you met with Officer Lawrence from the Keene PD, you helped set up the perimeter, is that correct?
Yes, I helped in the area in the rear of McDonald's.
You set up some police tape, is that right?
Yes, there was already some existing, and I moved it back at some point closer towards McDonald's.
So you put up the tape in the McDonald's. Did you put up in the Wendy's as well?
That whole area was kind of one area. I don't know exactly what sections of the tape. I don't recall exactly what sections I physically moved or not.
Did you set up any of the tape in the Autumn Leaf apartment complex?
No.
That was set up by someone else?
I believe so.
Did you Did you walk along the edge of the tape within the Autumn Leaf apartment complex at any point in time?
Yes, I was on the, both inside and outside of the tape line.
And the tape line cordoned off Building 7, is that correct?
Correct, 7 and 13, the front section of 13 to include the courtyard between the two of them.
So the tape line, and correct me if your recollection is different from mine, but the tape line went, and I'm talking about the tape line in the Autumn Leaf apartment complex, went from a tree on the farther edge of the parking lot of the Autumn Leaf complex, tied up with a handicap parking sign, and then if you're looking at Building 13, to a post on the far right-hand corner of Building 13. Do I have the perimeter tape correct?
My recollection, it's been a year and a half, but my recollection was the tape was strung in a diagonal fashion from basically the corner of Ivy Drive, where the command post was. I believe it was attached to a tree there. It was strung in a diagonal fashion across to the corner area of 13, the far left corner if you're looking at 13, thereby restricting access to Building 7 and 13, the immediate parking area, and the courtyard with the walkways.
So your recollection is the tape went from the tree to the far left-hand corner of Building 13?
In that direction. I'm not sure if it actually made contact with that corner or a tree in that area, but it's strung in that general direction toward the far left-hand corner of 13.
The tape, from your recollection, did not tie off at the right-hand edge of Building 13.
I don't recall. It went in that direction across 13 is my recollection. I couldn't tell you today whether it was, ended in the center area, but my recollection was it went toward the left-hand corner.
And you've testified previously on this case, have you not?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying previously that you don't really recall where the tape went within the Autumn Leaf apartment complex?
It went toward the general direction of 13 in a diagonal fashion. That's my recollection.
In terms of what portion of Building 13 it covered, is it fair to say you really don't have a clear recollection?
No, the intent was to restrict access to that courtyard.
Well, my question, officer, is it fair to say, in terms of where the tape went with respect to Building 13, that you don't have a clear recollection at this point in time?
The exact point, no.
And if videotape were shown with respect to the tape in the Autumn Leaf apartment complex, would you agree that if that tape was of that night, that would be a better representation of where the tape existed in the apartment complex?
Yes.
After the perimeter in the Wendy's parking lot and McDonald's parking lot was set up, there were a number of people in that area, is that right?
Yes.
Members of the press arrived as well?
I believe so. I saw the Channel 9 news truck at some point.
And you saw a Keene Sentinel reporter arrive as well?
Yes, I believe he works for them.
And there were a number of members of the general public in that parking lot as well, right?
Yes.
And a number of officers were staged close to where Mr. Snow was, is that right?
Yes.
And there was a Bearcat eventually deployed?
They brought that out later, yes.
And there was a SWAT team that was situated near where Mr. Snow was?
Yes.
And there was a negotiating team dealing with Mr. Snow, is that right?
Yes.
And those officers were somewhat spread out along, if you're looking at where Mr. Snow was, they were kind of spread out somewhat to the left and right of where Mr. Snow was?
I believe so, yes.
And there were officers staged in both the Wendy's and McDonald's parking lot?
Yes.
And after Trooper Yarez, Trooper Eaton, and Officer English were place by the bush, you would periodically go back and forth to provide them with water?
Correct.
And that went on throughout the 4.5 hours of the standoff, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Snow was contained basically in that location by that little alcove on near Building 7, right?
He was.
And Building 7 had been evacuated, right?
For the most part, I believe 2 residents were left.
But Building 13 was not evacuated.
I don't know the extent of the evacuation there.
Well, have you testified previously that Building 13 was not evacuated?
I don't recall the extent to which it was. I know there was attempts made to evacuate, but I didn't take any part in the actual evacuations. The information I got was from other officers.
Do you recall, page 154, do you recall testifying previously, question, was Building 13 evacuated? Answer, no.
That would be an accurate recollection. That was closer to the event. At this time, I don't even recall that.
So this testimony was closer to the event?
It was.
This is a more accurate representation of what actually happened. Is that fair to say?
I would imagine so. It was closer to the event.
So Building 13 was not evacuated?
As far as I know, no.
And when you answered that question previously, you didn't qualify your answer. You said no, it was not evacuated.
That was my recollection at the time.
And on one of the times you went out to provide water to Troopieras, Eaton and English, you were talking to them, and that's when you noticed Mr. Cleveland, is that right?
Yes.
And this is around 10 o'clock that night?
I would say about 10 o'clock. I believe the time I made dispatch aware of Mr. Cleveland's arrest, I think it was about 20 minutes past 10, so it was somewhere in that neighborhood.
And at that point in time, Mr. Snow had been contained for about over 4 hours, is that right?
About that, yes.
And Mr. Snow had a gun, right?
He did.
But he was pointing it at himself.
I never physically saw Mr. Snow for more than a couple seconds. The information I had was that he was pointing it at himself.
And when you went back to provide the water to the officers by the bush around the time Mr. Cleveland arrived, that area is pretty quiet, right?
It was.
There's really not a whole lot of there's no activity going on back there, right?
Other than the officers posted there was nobody else there.
And even though it's dark out at that point in time, there are some outside lights behind Building 13, is that right?
Yes.
And there's some ambient lighting coming from some of the apartments inside Building 13?
I believe so, yes.
And when Mr. Cleveland arrives on scene, you hear Trooper Eaton tell him to back off?
I first became aware of his presence when I saw Trooper Eaton turn around and say something.
And after Trooper Eaton said something, did you see Mr. Cleveland back off?
Yes.
And then did you see Trooper Yaras approach Mr. Cleveland?
Yes.
And Trooper Yaras walked Mr. Cleveland back about 3/4 of the length of Building 13, right?
Yes.
And I take it you haven't measured Building 13, is that right?
I have not.
But if I were to represent to you that Building 13 is about 150 feet long, would you disagree with that?
No.
So Trooper Yaras moved Mr. Cleveland back over 100 feet, right?
I don't know that for certain, but it sounds accurate.
But if you move him 3/4 of the length of 150 feet, it's over 100 feet, right?
Correct.
Can you hear what Trooper Yaras and Mr. Cleveland are talking about when they come to a stop?
I can hear their voices, but I can't make out what they're saying.
And then Trooper Yaras walks back to you, right?
He does.
And when he walks back to you, he doesn't run back to you, right?
No.
He doesn't walk quickly back to you.
No, he walked back to me.
And then you and he speak.
We do.
And then you walk over to Mr. Cleveland, right?
Yes.
And when you walk over to Mr. Cleveland, you're not walking quickly or running towards him, is that right?
No.
And Mr. Cleveland has not moved from the spot that where he had been, where he eventually stopped with Trooper Yaras, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you walked up to him, he's on the phone, is that right?
As I approached him, his phone rang and he answered the call.
And he's not on the phone for a long period of time, is he?
No.
And you tell him to move back?
I initially greeted him, and at one point I told him that he was in a dangerous situation. I'd be happy to explain it to him, but we needed to walk and we could talk as we walked.
And he told you he was a member of the press, right?
Yes.
He said, I'll take the risk, I'm a member of the press.
Something to that effect.
And he says, basically, I'm not going to move because I'm a member of the press.
He basically indicated he wasn't going to leave.
And as you're discussing this with Mr. Cleveland, Trooper Yaras comes back.
He does come back.
And Trooper Yaras takes a hold of the tripod.
Yes.
And yourself and Trooper Yaras basically walk Mr. Cleveland back to the far edge of Building 13?
Yes.
And you tell him to get around the corner of the building, right?
I did.
And he says, again, I'm exercising my rights as a member of the press.
Correct.
And it's at that point in time that you tell him that if he doesn't get around the corner, he's going to be arrested, right?
I did.
And you tell him that one time.
That final time, yes.
But you only told him one time, right?
To get around the corner or he'd be arrested, yes.
And in terms of telling him he might be arrested, you told him that one time. Is that right?
During our entire conversation, I recall telling him I wasn't there to argue with him and that he could leave or go with us. And I don't think I used the word arrest.
In the tape that we heard yesterday, in the videotape, you would agree that was a pretty accurate representation of what you and he spoke about?
It was.
And the tape has you telling him move around the corner or be arrested one time. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you wrote a report on the event, right?
I did.
And you wrote up an affidavit in support of the arrest, the search warrant.
Correct.
And in both the report and the affidavit, you said you told Mr. Cleveland several times he would be arrested if he didn't move.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that tape shows that portion of the report and the affidavit were not accurate.
I would object, Your Honor. I think the tape, the defense is talking about one part of the interaction. I think the entire tape, there were other statements on there, and I think this is an inaccurate characterization of what was said about an arrest.
Well, the jury can take its own recollection of what was on the tape, but the objection is overruled.
Your report, you say you told him several times, move or you will be arrested. Is that right?
In the report, which I wrote from my recollection of the event, correct. I wasn't privy to the tape until the 10th,
right,
which was several days after the report was written. I wrote the report based on just a recollection of an event.
Sure. And you wrote the report the next day?
Within a couple days. I don't know exactly which day it was.
And the event was fresh in your mind at that point?
It was.
And when you wrote the report, when the event was fresh, you said you told him multiple times, move or you will be arrested, right?
That was my recollection.
And when you wrote up the affidavit in support of the search warrant, the affidavit was signed under oath, is that right?
Correct.
And was the affidavit written at the same time as the report, or was that written some days later?
It was within a short time span. I couldn't tell you whether it was a few days or a day.
And again, did you say under oath that you told him multiple times, get around the corner or you'll be arrested?
I don't recall what I wrote exactly at this point.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Troopers, this way that's the search warrant. Affidavit. Do you recognize that as the affidavit you wrote up?
It is.
And looks like you signed it July 10th?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that in the affidavit you wrote, I informed Cleveland that if he refused to leave the area, he would be arrested. He was warned of this more than once.
That was my recollection.
And he said, I'm not going to move around the corner, in effect, right?
Correct.
And at that point in time, you told him he's under arrest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you told him he was under arrest, did you have to pursue him in any way?
No.
Did you have to take, let me ask you, was he within arm's length of you when you actually placed him under arrest?
I had to lunge forward. I don't know whether I actually took a step or two or not, but he was close to me.
He was close to you?
Correct.
Close to, Trooper Yaras is there as well?
He's there.
And did you recall seeing him have to take any steps?
I don't know whether he took steps or not.
When you said, when you told Mr. Cleveland you're under arrest, did you have your handcuffs out?
No.
Your handcuffs, are they on your belt?
Left side, right here.
On the back?
Yes.
When you tell him he's under arrest, what does Mr. Cleveland do?
He says no and pulls his right arm away from me, which is what I went to take hold of.
Does he do anything else?
Takes a couple steps. They were kind of high steps. It almost looks like he was jumping. I don't know how to describe it other than to say took a few steps away from me in a very raised knee fashion.
So he says no. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And saying no is not the basis for arresting someone for resisting arrest, right?
Right.
And had you taken hold of his right arm at this point?
I went to reach for it. I don't recall if I made exact contact or not, but he pulled it away from me.
Did you say yes? Did he pull it away from you?
He pulled his arm back.
So you lost contact with it?
Briefly.
Did you say yesterday you maintained control of his right arm?
Once I got a hold of it.
Did you say yesterday that you ever lost contact with his right arm?
I did not.
You didn't say that yesterday.
I went to grab his arm. He pulled it away. I don't know whether I was able to touch it the first time or not. When I got a hold of it, I was able to get it behind his back.
And Mr. Cleveland's a tall individual, is that right?
He is.
About 6'3"?
I would say so.
Did you say in your report that he took 3 to 4 steps away from you?
He took a couple. If I wrote 3 to 4, that was my recollection.
Did you testify previously that he took 3 to 4 steps away from you?
Again, I may have. A couple or 3 to 4.
May I approach her?
Absolutely.
Just so, this is the transcript.
Starts on 140 and finishes 174. I'm sorry, 173.
Okay.
And 150, page 150, did you say, I went to grab his right arm, at which time he verbally said no, pulled his arm away from me, took 3 or 4 steps further away from us?
Yes.
So this tall individual took 1, 2, 3, 4 steps away from you?
No, he was, as I testified, he was more or less raising his knees high, almost like he was jumping, kind of hopping away. That's the best I can describe it.
Did you describe it that way in your police report?
No.
Did you describe it that way in your affidavit for the arrest, for the search warrant?
I don't believe so. I described it as steps away.
Did you describe it that way in your previous testimony?
No, I described it as 3 to 4 steps away.
Away further from us, right?
Correct.
So you say in that testimony, previous testimony, he's taking 3 to 4 steps further away from us, right?
Yes.
You have to take your cuffs out, right?
I didn't take those out until I had control of them.
The entire time between the time you said under arrest and you put the cuffs on him is 5 seconds?
I don't know how long it was.
The tape would give us an accurate representation of the time it took, would it not?
Yes.
Can I ask the trooper to come down and
Absolutely. If you'd step
play
down.
the tape with a counter?
Certainly.
Trooper, would you mind coming down?
Attorney O'Reilly, if you need to position yourself to see that, whatever it's easiest to do that.
Entirely sure on the volume here, so I'd like to restart it.
That's it.
Just watch the counter. Trooper.
Sorry. No, you're not sorry. Now, how is this one? Now, I was more than nice to you, and I know you taped it all, and I'm glad you did. But now, we're in a dangerous situation that you don't seem to care
So you
about.
put 2 handcuffs on? But the first clip was the first set of handcuffs?
No, there's one set of handcuffs. The first clip you hear is the first arm being handcuffed.
Right.
The second set you hear, or the second noise you hear, is the second being applied to the other arm.
And would you agree with me that the time between you saying under arrest and the time the first click is around 5 seconds?
That's what it's.
So I just want to get it right. You say under arrest, he says no, he pulls his arm away, you have to grab hold of it, he takes 3 or 4 steps further away, you have to take your cuffs out, and the cuffs are put on. All of that takes place within 5 seconds?
Yes.
And just to make sure I get it right, even though you say he took 3 to 4 steps further away, you can't really recall whether you took any steps to grab hold of his arm. Is that right?
I took, or I lunged, we moved. I don't know how many steps I took.
Is it fair, I just want to make sure I get it right. Is it fair to say you don't have an actual recollection of taking any steps to grab hold of his arm?
No, I can't recall at this time.
And it wasn't physically difficult to arrest Mr. Cleveland, is that fair to say?
Force had to be used, but it wasn't overly forceful, no.
And it didn't take a whole lot of effort on the part of Mr. Trooper Yaras to grab a hold of Mr. Cleveland, is that right?
I don't know how much effort he exerted.
And Mr. Cleveland was telling you, I'm not resisting, right?
He said, I'm done, I'm not resisting.
And just getting back to before Mr. Cleveland was arrested, as you approach Mr. Cleveland, he's not engaging you or any of the other troopers in conversation, is that right?
As I approached him, he was engaging a elderly female through a window, and then he took a phone call.
But he's not calling out to you or the other troopers, is that right?
That's correct.
The dog's not barking, right?
It's not.
And it's you and Trooper Yaras that engage in conversation or initiate the conversation with Mr. Cleveland, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were approaching him, did it appear he was setting up his tripod?
Yeah, it was set up.
With the camera on top of it?
Yes.
It appeared he was setting up the camera to videotape the activities back there.
Yes.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So you gave during the course of an incident, can perimeters expand and contract?
They can.
And in this case, you actually, on the McDonald's side of you expanded it out that way.
We did.
And what concerns did you have about the position of the defendant when he was back behind Building 13?
My concern
Actually
was
beyond the scope. I didn't ask him any questions about that, Judge.
Just give me a
Yes, what was going on behind the building, why he wanted him out of there?
I just asked him whether there was any noise back there.
I think there were some questions about the perimeter overruled, all permitted.
What were your concerns about the defendant's position when you saw him behind Building 13?
My concern was because of the design back there, the funneling effect, that if Mr. Snow had come around that corner, engaged the officers in gunfire, Mr. Cleveland was in the direct backdrop of those officers and would have been subject to the gunfire as well.
Did you have any concerns about the dog?
I did.
And again, what were those concerns?
That it was being distracted.
And so your intention in getting him around the Building 13 was what?
For his own safety.
The lighting we saw on the video when you engaged the defendant, is that a fair and accurate amount of lighting that you, as far as how well lit it was back there?
Yes.
And during your interaction with the defendant, does the recording correctly reflect what you told the defendant would happen and whether or not he would be able to stay there?
Yes.
When the defendant said, "I'm done, I'm not resisting," where was that in connection with when you reached for him and attempted to handcuff him?
It was within the time frame of the arrest. Once we got a hold of his arms, basically, just prior to the handcuffing.
That's when that statement was made?
I believe so.
So But prior to that, what, if anything, physically did the defendant do when you said he was under arrest?
He said no, he pulled his arm away when I reached out to grab it.
Thank you. Any further rewrite, Ron?
Further cross-examination?
Just briefly, Mr. Snow was, as you said previously, contained in that alcove, is that right?
He did not leave that alcove, correct.
And you've previously testified, have you not, that he was contained by the police in that alcove, right?
He was contained, obviously, not physically. I mean, I don't know what Mr. Snow's intentions were, but I know that physically he did not leave that area during that time.
May I approach again?
Certainly.
It's on page 155 at the bottom. You were asked a question, so the suspect was in the corner. Was he contained? He was contained as far as the police officers here. So he was contained by the law enforcement in this area. Is that what you previously said?
Correct. There were police officers to Mr. Snow's front, and there were police officers to what would be his right side. The only area, again, that he could flee without a police officer or a physical barrier would be around that corner of the building.
There was a path going right towards Pearl Street, was there not?
A path?
Right. Okay. So have you seen this previously?
I've seen that.
And just to situate yourself, that's the auto parts store?
Correct.
Ivy Drive, that's where the command center was, is that right?
Right here.
That's building 7, is that right?
Yes.
Here's Pearl Street up here, right?
Yes.
And am I wrong that there's a clear area between these two sets of trees heading towards Pearl Street?
No, I don't believe that's a clear area. There's all kinds of, though this big black spot doesn't show anything, there's all kinds of, I guess you could call it scrub brush and this and that. An individual would have a very hard time to run through that.
And you met with the command officer, Lieutenant Lawrence, when you got there, right?
Yes.
He didn't tell you his concern was that Mr. Snow could run into the Pearl Street area?
The concern was that if he did flee, there were more populated areas here. As far as I could tell, and I'm not intimately familiar with the area, but what I saw that night was that the only avenue would be this way and down the backside, or you could cut through here, obviously, but a human being could not readily run through this area with a great deal of ease, especially in the summertime. It's pretty overgrown.
So Lieutenant Lawrence didn't tell you he had concerns about the guy going towards the Pearl Street area?
The concern was that he would flee toward Pearl Street in more populated areas. He could actually, it looks like a great distance on this photo, but when you're standing here, you can kind of see these backyards and you could see people.
And no one could, in your estimation, go down this pathway towards Pearl Street?
Well, you could, but again, it's not a true path in the sense of a manicured path, I suppose. It's more like just underbrush.
And Mr. Snow had given no indication of pointing a gun at anyone else other than himself, right?
Again, I did not see him.
The information you have.
The information I had was that he pointed at himself, and at one point he had put it in his mouth.
And there were a number of officers in close proximity to him, right?
Yes.
And there were civilians and reporters in the McDonald's and Wendy's lot, right?
Yes.
He never once pointed at, to your knowledge, pointed at the gun at them, right?
Correct.
And the people in the Wendy's and McDonald's parking lot, they were and a clear line of sight of Mr. Snow, is that right?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I have no further redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may be excused. You're subject to recall either by the state or the defense. Thank you. Any additional witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor, I just want to verify, I believe this is true, that States Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 have been admitted as full exhibits.
They've all been, that's my understanding as well.
So yes, without objection.
They're all full exhibits.
The state rests.
Members of the jury, I know we haven't been at this too long this morning, but there are some legal issues I need to address with counsel, so we'll take a break now before we continue with proceedings. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Attorney Garrity.
Your Honor, I would move to dismiss the disorderly conduct complaint. As I'm sure the court knows, the statute in paragraph 8 talks about closing an area where the threat exists and the adjacent area necessary to control the threat or to prevent its spread for the duration of the threat by means of ropes, markers, uniformed emergency service personnel, or any other reasonable means. No dispute that the perimeter was clearly marked in the Wendy's McDonald's lot. There was some evidence of perimeter tape, although I submit not entirely clear where the tape tied off with respect to Building 13, but no evidence whatsoever that the area behind Building 13 was tied off and was in effect a restricted area. I understand reasonable means could encompass a command from an officer to move back, which Mr. Cleveland did twice, once by Trooper Eaton, once by Trooper Yaras. He's 3/4 of the way down this 150-foot building, and then Trooper Gazer tells him to move back once again. I guess that's where it intersects with First Amendment rights, and was that a lawful order, and did he knowingly remain in an area that was marked off? When he initially went onto the strip of land, I'd say no, there's no markers there. He moves off twice. He says, I'm a member of the press, I'm there to videotape. I'd submit, even at this stage of the proceedings, Judge, there's not sufficient evidence to find that Trooper Gazer's order was a lawful order as it relates to the statute and as it relates to First Amendment concerns. And the complaint says, if I read it right, that the order was from Trooper Gazer, and as the instruction you indicated you would give to the jury will be that to be a lawful order, I want to make sure I'm reading it right. Only if the officer can reasonably conclude that the filming itself is interfering or is about to interfere with his duties. Mr. Cleveland, when he sets up, I guess, his final stand over 100 feet away, is not calling out to anyone. I believe Officer English says his dog initially there was some tension on the leash, but the dog does not move from its spot, gets redirected. So I'd submit the evidence with respect to interfering with the dog, that can't suffice for interfering with duties. And with respect to the complaints, the order from Trooper Gazer, not Officer English, so it's got to be interference with Trooper Gazer's duties. Trooper Gazer's duties, as I understand it from the evidence, was checking on the other officers staged there, providing them with water. Mr. Cleveland's not interfering with Trooper Gazer one bit. That's Trooper Gazer that comes back and engages with Mr. Cleveland. The filming was not interfering with anything. I certainly understand concerns that the trooper may have had with respect to Mr. Cleveland's safety, but concerns for safety isn't the issue. The issue is, did his filming interfere with Trooper Gazer's activities? And I'd submit that's the analysis that has to be looked at, not whether he interfered with Officer English, Trooper Eaton, or Trooper Yarez. Based on the complaint, it's got to be, did he interfere with Trooper Gazer's duties? And if his duties are to check on the other officers and provide them water, and he's not doing anything other than setting up his tripod and not talking to the officers, how can this be a lawful order to leave? There's other press there, there's other people there, they're in a direct line of sight. I certainly get the issue of danger, but I think that's somewhat of a red herring. The issue is, did he interfere with Trooper Gazer's duties? And I'd submit the evidence, even at this stage of the proceedings, is insufficient. And I'd move to dismiss.
Chair Riley.
Your Honor, the instruction you indicated that you would potentially give is that the filming can be restricted for safety purposes, and it also can be if it's determined that the filming is to desire to stop the filming, it's rather than trying. However, a police order is specifically directed to the right to film police performing duties in the public place may be constitutionally imposed only if the officer can reasonably conclude that the filming is interfering with or is about to interfere with his duties. Now, I think the testimony is very clear that it was concerned over the safety of Mr. Cleveland in the line of potential fire should Mr. Snow come around that building. I think it's a red herring that the defense argues, well, he never did. At that point, the police don't know what he's going to do. He's threatening, he has a firearm, certainly he's threatening himself. Maybe, obviously we know he ultimately committed suicide. However, the officers don't know that that's what he's going to do. Does he get desperate? Does he try to shoot his way out? Does he decide to attempt suicide by cop if he wants to die and he doesn't want to do it himself? I would say Sergeant Gazer was a supervisor on the scene. He determined that the dog was also being interfered with. The dog's there not only for police purposes, but for safety purposes of the officers. If he comes around the building, the dog can be released. Sergeant Gazer testified he saw the dog be diverted in his presence. And the state would argue that he was told he saw that. So it impacted his decision. He gave the defendant multiple opportunities saying, look, you're in a dangerous area, you're going to have to move, you can't stay here. And when his conversations didn't result in the defendant going around the building, he then gave him an ultimatum, go around the building or you're going to be arrested. And the state would say there's more than sufficient evidence for this charge to go to the jury and would ask the court to deny the motion.
Anything further on this motion?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to deny the motion. The standard for the court at this point is the evidence viewed in the light most favorable to the state. To be clear, in fairness, the point about the language in the proposed instruction, I'm I'm now going to modify the language when it says with his duties to say with their duties. I think to understand the First Amendment decision, and I am going to give the instruction along the lines that I've suggested, but I think it could be confusing to think that really the test is if somebody's a supervising state police officer who happens to be present on scene, who happens to be giving water or other refreshments. I don't think that I find no basis to distinguish his ability to give a command. I agree that the statute does talk about different ways of putting the line out, ropes, markers, uniformed emergency service personnel, or any other reasonable means. I think that includes a lawful order. An order or a command can be another reasonable means in an appropriate circumstance. I think it's ultimately for the jury to decide whether or not in this circumstance, consistent, again, with the First Amendment rights that the defendant has and all people have in this situation, that it will ultimately be for the jury to determine whether or not the defendant has acted in a manner consistent, or the police acted in a manner consistent with his First Amendment rights. If you would mind being quiet while I'm speaking, thank you. Anything further from either the state or the defense?
I'd move to dismiss the resisting arrest charge as well. That took 5 seconds to arrest. I move to dismiss.
The statute doesn't require any time frame, a physical resistance. The testimony is the defendant pulled his arm away. He took some number of steps away from the trooper before he was able to gain control over him and put handcuffs on.
Again, the standard is the evidence viewed in the light most favorable to the state. I understand the defense's argument, but it'll ultimately be for the jury to decide that question. I find the state, again, with that standard in mind, the state has met its burden. When we take about a 5 or 10 minute recess, then we'll continue.
Your Honor, I could maybe initially speak at the bench for a minute on something we spoke about yesterday just before we closed.
Absolutely.
That's not the charge,
I just don't want the laptop to block the jury from the see. Strictly.
Maybe we'll have him push over the side over to.
I know he wants to connect it up first, but I hope you have a VGA output. Focus.
I think it's a focus.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah, pretty good. I think it's a test.
Yeah, that's better, yes.
We could probably check it if we should turn the lights off a second, just to see how it's focused.
Is that set up?
Yes. That's.
It's on Christie sound, so you just, you can do diligence here.
It's on. I don't know how that light is on the screen.
We're all set? I don't know that we would move the laptop any further without knocking over the speakers and yes. It may be for that portion, because Mr. Cleveland may have to stand for part of his testimony, just so the jury can see him. Okay. Oh, are we all set?
Yes, sure.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, please have a seat. Thank you.
That's called James Cleveland. James, will you please remain standing and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
I do.
Please be seated.
Let me say, before we go much further, can all the jurors see Mr. Cleveland? Great, thank you.
Can you give the jury your name?
Yes, James Cleveland.
And where do you live, Mr. Cleveland?
I'm sorry?
Where do you live?
I live in Keene, New Hampshire, on Leverett Street.
Okay, how long have you lived there for?
Maybe 2 months, not very long at all.
And prior to that, did you live in Keene as well?
I did.
Where was that?
I lived on Dunbar Street for probably a year and a half.
Are you employed as a reporter?
Yes.
How long have you been a reporter?
For over 3 years.
And are you employed as a reporter by a local news organization?
Yes.
Are you have you reported on various news outlets?
Yes, I've reported on a variety, including CNN, Fox News, NBC, I believe Russia Today, WMUR, a variety of print media outlets as well.
And as a reporter, do your duties include writing and videotaping?
That's correct.
And you've been doing that for 3 years?
Yes, over 3 years.
Are you registered in this courthouse as a reporter?
I am.
And have you reported from this courthouse?
I have.
Have you reported from this courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
And do you have to register in the courthouse to be able to report from the courthouse?
So you can register if you're a media organization. If you're a member of the public, there's a form that you can fill out and file if you wish to record proceedings.
Now, on July 1st of 2014, where were you in the early part of that day?
So initially, I was at work. I got home about 8 p.m. And, approximately 8:30, I received a tip from a local gentleman who said that there was something going on involving the police. So at that point, I usually carry gear with me, but I went ahead and I grabbed some extra gear, like an audio recorder and a tripod, and the tools I need to do my recording. And I headed over to where I thought the situation was transpiring.
And you said you've been at work prior to getting that tip?
That's correct.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working at the Lane Construction Company. I was a cost/district accountant for them. So.
And you got home around 8 o'clock that night?
That's correct.
So after you gather your gear, where do you go?
So I get in the car. That's the house or the apartment on Dunbar Street. I drive to down Winchester Street to the Pizza Hut, and on my right I can see that there's a police presence. There's something going on. There's a crowd of people, so I pull into the Pizza Hut parking lot and I park there.
And after you get out of your car, I take it?
That's correct.
And after you get out of your car, can you tell the jury what you see in the parking lot area of Pizza Hut and the other establishments nearby?
Yes, so I guess the first thing I noticed was obviously the crowd of people and the police. There was some caution tape, and I could see that there was a very large police presence. There was like a SWAT team next to the Bearcat vehicle, which I recognized. They were kind of stationed near the edge of this building, and the SWAT team was behind like some trees.
In the parking lot area, talking about McDonald's and Wendy's, could you tell the jury what's going on in those parking lots? What do you see?
Yes, so there's also there's a number of members of the public, and there's a number of media organizations, media personnel that are out there. I saw the Keene Sentinel had a reporter out there, WMUR had a reporter, there were some independent reporters. There's quite a few people videotaping the scene from that location.
How many people did you see approximately within that parking lot area?
I'm going to say conservatively there's approximately 50 people. That'd be my best guess.
Can I choose the...
Absolutely.
Easel. I think there's one over there.
Yeah, there's one over there. It might be easier to use that one.
That's why I wear glasses. Okay, if Mr. Cleveland stepped down and
yes,
went over various locations. Did everyone see that, or was the lighting?
Can you actually fix that?
Jim, could you point out when you got to the scene, where did you park your car?
So I guess for reference, this is McDonald's 317. This is Wendy's 317.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Mr. Juror can't see from the
Can I bring it closer to the jury?
Maybe if you just want to move that closer and do it, yeah, so that everybody's able to see. I think that's a good suggestion. Mr. Cleveland, just make sure you're walking across and you watch out for the cords that are there.
Now I can't see you, I'm still.
And if you want to position yourself in back there so you can see as well.
Can everyone see that? Could you tell the jury where you, again, can you mark off the buildings for the jury?
Sure. So building 317 is McDonald's, 329 is Wendy's, 333 used to be Pizza Hut, it's now closed, but so I basically came down Winchester Street, which is here, and I pulled into this parking lot, and I parked approximately right there in one of the spots.
And that's in the parking lot of 333?
That's correct. That's the Pizza Hut parking lot.
And in the McDonald's parking lot and the Wendy's parking lot, you see all these people?
That's correct. So there's some tape running. It's like approximately maybe from like here, and it kind of juts across and down, and it goes down Ivy Drive, and then it continues on to the auto parts store. And then later on, I find out it reconnects.
We're not talking about tape at this point, but just in the McDonald's and Wendy's parking lot, can you show the jury where the people were situated?
Yes, so there's like a median, like right here. There's some tape maybe approximately here. They're kind of in this parking lot.
Were the people in the McDonald's parking lot as well?
I don't recall seeing any there. I don't believe there were there. I know that there was one traffic cone at the entrance here, but later on I saw someone go through the drive-thru, so I don't know how they got there, but there was one police officer here. I don't recall seeing anyone else in the parking lot.
The people that you saw there, were they primarily bunched in the Wendy's parking lot?
Yes, I would say the Wendy's kind of near the drive-thru, and then there's quite a few people in the Pizza Hut parking lot.
And you said you saw members of the press there, is that right?
That's right. So there was a WMUR van parked in the pizza parking lot, and they were set up near that bent signpost. There was a film crew, and they were filming both the scene and they were also interviewing people.
And a bent signpost, is that the one we saw yesterday?
That's correct.
And where was that located?
So there's like two dumpsters, and it's kind of in between, but it's approximately right here.
And were other members of the public, you said, within the Wendy's lot, is that right?
That's correct. There was another gentleman filming. He was somewhere maybe like right there. He was filming the scene.
And if I can borrow the state's marker.
I would object to anything going on the state's exhibit that's already been in evidence at this point.
Because it's an exhibit, I don't think
It's council approach.
Your Honor, after further discussion, I have an objection to the defense doing that, as long as it's in a different color.
May I use that? I bring?
Oh, sure. Could you show us where the van, MUR van was?
Yes, so the van, to the best of my knowledge, was in one of these spots maybe here. I'll mark it with a V for van.
And where was the bent sign, to your recollection?
The bent sign was maybe like approximately right here.
And there were press people around that sign?
That's correct. So there's a camera crew with a tripod set up. I guess I'll mark that with a W for MUR.
And you said you saw some other press people there as well?
That's correct.
And where were those other press people that you saw?
So they're maybe approximately right here. I'll put a dot and I'll mark it with a P for press.
And there were people throughout the Wendy's and Pizza Hut parking lots?
That's correct.
And did you see Mr. Snow yourself when you arrived?
I did not. I did see the Bearcat and the SWAT team. And I guess I would agree that it was in that corner. They were very close to that corner.
The SWAT team and the Bearcat?
That's correct.
And you said you saw an officer in the McDonald's parking lot as well?
Yes.
Were the officers that you saw near Mr. Snow, were they spread out in a line somewhat?
So it varied. There's like a row, maybe very close to the edge of that 7. So some were kind of next to each other near the Bearcat. There's like maybe some on the left, and then I think there was maybe a couple on the right using the trees as cover.
And were there other officers in other locations that you could see when you first got there?
Yes, so I did see the command post.
And the command post, was it, as it was described yesterday at the beginning, that elbow of Ivy Drive?
Yes, I would agree with that. There was also, one of the officers testified there's an ambulance. It was approximately, I don't know if it was marked, but it was in the Advanced Auto Parts parking lot.
That's where the ambulance was?
That's correct.
So when you get there, you park in Pizza Hut, do you go over and speak to anyone in the other lots?
Yes, so very initially I went over, and some of the reporters that I recognized, I asked them if they had any idea what was going on. And,
where did you meet up with them?
I would probably say in that Wendy's parking lot near the P. So, I walked from my vehicle over there, and
did you walk over there with your gear?
I did.
And how long did you spend with them?
I'm going to guess 1 or 2 minutes, not very long at all. I quickly made a determination that I felt like there were a lot of video cameras on that side. So my intention was to go and film another angle of the scene.
So after making that decision, what did you do?
So I went in the parking lot. I played a video in a minute. I started setting up my gear. So turned on the camera. I was doing some adjustments to the tripod. I was making sure the video and audio were working, that kind of thing.
And after you did that, where did you go?
So my plan, I guess, was to try to go around to the back side of the scene and shoot some video from back there. So I started walking from the Pizza Hut parking lot. I think I walked near that command post. If there's some tape, you'll be able to see it on the video. And across the street, there's a crosswalk there. I don't recall if you remember that. There's a crosswalk. I crossed it. There's a police cruiser on the crosswalk. So I walked around that. And I started to walk into like this area here. However, I realized very quickly that there was like a tape. So actually I backed up because I saw the tape to my left, and then I went further out of my way to go in front of the Advanced Auto Parts store.
And are you videotaping as you're going along?
Yes, so as part of a reporter, as soon as I get on the scene, I start recording because it's always better to have the camera on than off.
And can you show the jury the path you took and where you eventually set up?
Sure. So as I mentioned, I kind of walked towards that command post, and then I crossed at this crosswalk. I started walking to the parking lot. I realized that there was some tape. I guess I would add there were significant gaps in the tape, but I did walk in front of the Advanced Auto Parts store and then kind of in behind it. And so I walked across Ivy Drive, and you can see here on this map there's kind of a median. So I initially set up along that median.
Was there any tape behind the Advanced Auto Parts store?
Yes, so they have a gate on the edge. There's like a little gate that, actually I have a video later on I can show where, later on in the evening they bring in the Cheshire Command vehicle. And so one of the officers, to let it in, you know, I recorded it pulling in, but he basically unties the tape and he reties it.
But where was the tape?
It's on the edge of this building.
And can you mark that?
Sure. So I'll mark it as a 1. Dot 1.
And where does that tape go to?
It kind of goes north, so there's that median, there's Ivy Drive, and then there's like a little tree line. It goes almost directly north, and it ties off to a tree.
Does it go across Ivy Drive?
It does not.
Can you show the jury where? Is there any other tape within that Autumn Leaf apartment complex that you see?
So there's like a tree in the median, and I'll show it on the video in a minute, but it's like tied off to this tree.
Is that one of the trees I pointed out during the view?
Actually, I think the tree's a little further down. It's approximately right there.
Is that one of the trees I pointed out yesterday during the view?
Yes.
And where does that tape go to?
It goes north to this. There's a handicap parking spot, and there's a handicap sign, maybe approximately there.
Is that the sign we looked at yesterday?
That's right. And so basically, it goes almost in a straight line north.
And is there any tape from the handicap parking sign that goes to another location?
Yes. So I showed on the video. There's a post that you pointed out during that trip yesterday. It basically goes and it ties off to that post.
Is that the post that had 43 on top, I believe?
Yes.
That we looked at yesterday?
That's correct.
So it was on the far right-hand edge of Building 13?
Yes.
But where do you, so after you make your travel around the auto parts store, where do you end up?
So initially, I'm going to mark it with an X along this median, and I'm kind of shooting some video of, so there's a tree and there's a, so I'll mark him. There's one officer, like, kind of behind the tree, behind the tape. I'm shooting some video of the command post.
And how long are you set up there for?
So it varies a little bit. I stayed here and then I'd move a little bit and I would take another angle, or something was happening like it, twice. So one time someone walked down Ivory Drive and he basically walked through that tape right up to the police, and the police told him he had to turn around, so he did. And then another time, like a group of people walked actually through the command post, like they're holding like drinks and snacks. And they actually walked through the command post, and I had a video of that.
How long were you set up there for?
So I was in this general area for over an hour.
Are you videotaping the whole time?
That's correct.
Does that police perimeter tape...
Well, like one point of clarification, so I'm video recording. So one of the things I'll do is I'll shoot video, and then if you record for a long time, and something happens to the camera, the file can be corrupted. So I'll push record, I'll turn it off and on. So maybe there's like a few seconds where it wasn't recording. That was the purpose of that. I was recording the whole time I was there.
During that hour, does that police perimeter tape move at all?
No.
You heard Trooper Gazer say he had a recollection of the tape being farther to the left on Building 13?
Yes, I did hear that.
Does that match up with the video footage that you have of that night?
No, the video footage shows that it goes to the edge of that building, and you can see from the video there's none in front of Building 13.
And you have a videotape of that walk you took?
Yes.
In the video camera you used, do you have that here with you?
I do.
Can you show the jury what the camera looks like?
Sure.
Or may display that to the jury.
Well, want to see Council's bench.
That camera, does it have, that's the camera you used that night?
That's correct.
Does that camera have a light on it?
It does not. And to the best of my knowledge, you can't even buy an attachment for a light on it.
So it has no light on it?
Yes. And one of the reasons I like this one is because it's very portable. I can put it in my pocket and keep it with me.
Did you also have a recording device on you?
I did.
Where was that located?
That was in, I believe, my right pocket.
In the camera, does it audio records as well?
That's correct.
Your Honor, could I ask Mr. Cleveland to return to the stand and show the videotape?
Absolutely. Probably just want to move the stand.
Oh, and just, I'm all set. Thank you.
Let me ask, can all the jurors see the screen now? Thank you.
So I guess this is the first video I shot that evening.
This is the video of your travel.
That's correct. Check. It's like, I guess we might need to skip forward a minute if we could. Okay. I'm gonna go inside here to see what else I can see. So I guess that was the...
Is that where you began to walk in and walked out?
That's right. So I realized that I was about to enter that area where they had the ambulance set up. And I saw there's like police tapes. I kind of reverted and walked back.
And at the beginning of the tape where the people were that were on the tape, was that in the Wendy's lot?
Yes. So there, actually that was like the Pizza Hut lot.
That was the Pizza Hut lot?
That's correct.
And there were more people in the Wendy's lot?
Yes.
Why don't you continue?
What's going on? Did you head down? Oh, great.
Stop. The road you just crossed, was that Ivy Drive?
That's correct.
And you, that storefront, that was the auto parts store?
Yes.
And is it, where you're filming from now, is that where you basically set up?
Yes. So I was on that, kind of that median, and kind of around there, I walk around just a little bit, shooting some various angles.
And you can see some tape up in the right-hand corner of the film. Is that the perimeter tape you talked about?
That's right. So I could rewind it just a second. You'd see there's a tree there. I marked that.
A little bit?
Sure.
Tree is tied up to?
That's correct. So that's the first tree. So there was no tape across Ivory Drive itself. There was tape from the northeast corner of the auto parts store to another tree over there.
On the opposite side of Ivy Drive?
Yes.
And that tape goes, where does that tape tie off to?
So I'll pan left in just a second here. You can see a little better once I get set up, but there, that where it's tied off to is the handicap sign.
And to the left of that lamppost, is that the officer you talked about?
Yes. So there's a tree here. And then down here, later on I zoom in on him just to, get a shot of him. There's an officer behind the tree.
Continue the tape.
Sure. Red Lobster, this is a dog porch coffee.
Is that the command post?
Yes, that's as best I can tell the command post that the officer marked on that map.
Continue the tape.
Sure. Can you tell which unit it is from the front?
So I'm in the back here. I'm kind of got a good view of their staging area. So I'm not sure which unit it is.
Rewind a little bit. That's the handicap sign there. Oop. So you can see that it's tied at kind of the top of the handicap sign.
And the tape to the left of the handicap sign, where does that tie off to?
That goes to that post, and I have another video I can play in a minute that has a little bit better angle of that shows it.
Showing the post and where the rest of that tape tied off to?
That's correct.
Continue.
Geometry. Charlotte, I wouldn't be able to even count from the building where it might be in a physical geometry.
Sure.
So you set up in that area for how long?
I would probably say around an hour.
Is it fair to say the rest of the videotape while you're there is primarily showing the same thing?
That's correct. I'm panning it around to things of interest. So at one point, in one of the windows at Building 7, I could see a resident appeared, so I kind of zoomed in on that. I'm taking some shots of the command post. When people were trying to like walk through the tape, I shot some footage of that. Later on, I think it's called the command unit or something. There's like this big trailer that Cheshire County has. Like they pull that into the advanced. So actually, when they did that, I kind of moved my position, and that's where I got the better angle of the tape, which I can show in a minute.
So that tape, before we show that tape, that doesn't move at all, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you show the jury that better angle of the tie-off post?
Sure. And I guess for reference, this video is timestamped 9:48 p.m. So it's a little bit, some time has elapsed, but. So I repositioned because I saw them moving the tape. So I wanted to know what was going on.
Stop the tape again. Where were they moving the tape?
So this one officer, well, when I say move the tape, he basically grabbed it and he took it with him so one of their vehicles could drive through, and then he put it exactly back where it was.
Where was that tape located that was moved?
That was the tape on that northeast corner of Building 23, or the Advanced Auto Store.
On the opposite side of Ivy Drive?
That's correct.
Okay, not where you were located, but on the opposite side.
Yeah, at this point I had actually moved, I had crossed the street and I was on the other median. Because I wanted to get a shot of them, moving the vehicle in or whatever they were doing. I wasn't
Into
quite.
the Advanced Auto Parts parking lot.
That's right, and you'll see the vehicle in just a minute.
Are you still on the radio?
Yeah, I think might be the next video.
But that tape we saw in that
Right here.
video, that was the tape from auto parts store to the tree
That's correct.
on the opposite side where you had set up.
Yes. And that's the only time I recall them ever moving the tape, if you want to call it that.
So can you show us that better shot of the tie-off post on building 13?
Yes. So at this point, it's kind of a difficult angle, but for reference, that's that handicap sign right there. And that is the corner, there's a post there. It's very difficult to see on the video, but you can kind of see that there's some tape that runs along it to that corner.
To the right-hand corner of building 13.
That's correct.
And that tape doesn't move at all.
Yes. That's pretty much what I want to show from. So I'm at this location for a little while. So as you can see, I'm kind of, over that course of the hour, I'm moving around. I'm trying to say, okay, like this might be an interesting shot, so I'll move to an area.
Yes.
You heard Trooper Gazer say he had somewhat of a recollection of the tape being farther up building 13.
Yes.
Based on the videotape in your recollection, was that accurate?
No. I didn't see any tape in front of building 13. As he kind of mentioned, it was kind of like taping off that little, he called it a courtyard, that gap, but it was not in front of building 13 at all.
Were there any police officers you saw in the parking lot of the Autumn Leaf apartment complex to the left of the tape?
No, the outermost one was that one that I marked behind that tree. So,
There were no officers to the left of that officer?
That's correct. There were some officers that were walking up that path that Mr. Gazer mentioned, but none like really went further past that tape.
In the path you're talking about, what path are we?
I'm sorry, the path, the area that's taped off. So kind of like, if I may, there's like a sidewalk that kind of runs along building 7 on the backside, if you would call it the backside. And then there's that, I'd say the leftmost officer is behind the tree.
But there were some officers moving within that cordoned off area?
That's correct.
But nothing to the left of the tape?
Yes.
And we can see some lights in building 13. Were there lights throughout the rest of building 13?
Yes, I'd say that, I'll show later in the video, but typically there's like a red door on each of those concrete slabs, and there's a light. And then you can also see, people had their lights on, so there's ambient light coming from the buildings.
And you said you stayed there for about an hour, is that right?
That's right.
After staying there for an hour, what did you decide to do?
Well, as best I can tell, nothing was transpiring, so I was just going to continue moving around to different areas and taking video, taking different shots of the scene.
Did you eventually go around building the left-hand side of building 13?
I did.
When you went around building 13, was your video camera on?
Yes.
Was your recorder on?
Yes.
And what made you go to that area?
I wasn't sure what was back there, so the building was blocking my view. I'd never really been back there while I've been here in Keene. So it was just, to me, it was another angle to try to take video of the scene.
When you get around the back of Building 13 and you're finally on that strip of land behind Building 13, are there any police tape markers or cones or anything signaling to you don't enter?
No.
And can you hear anything or see anything when you first come around the corner there?
Not initially. As I kind of moved up, I could eventually see a group of officers up there.
Does your camera accurately reflect the lighting that existed when you were behind Building 13?
So one problem with video recording devices, and this one actually does a fairly good job of it, but if you've ever taken like a picture in low light or in darkness, it looks much darker than it actually is. Your eyes, you can see a lot better with your eyes than you can with the camera.
So the videotape we have from behind the building, did that accurately reflect the lighting that existed?
I would say it makes it look darker than it actually was.
Were there lights behind or along that strip of land?
Yes. So there was lights at each door, and then there's like window lights coming from out of the windows.
Why don't we turn this one off?
You want to go to the next video?
But just keep on when you first get around the corner. You don't see anything when you first get around the corner of Building 13, is that right?
That's correct.
And do you walk down a strip of land?
I do.
And
part of the reason I didn't see anything, the way that building is designed is it's kind of on a diagonal and it's staggered. So it's like just based on the geometry of it, you physically can't see if you're at the end of the building. Like, it's impossible to see around because basically the building's like jutting out in a diagonal direction. And you can see that on the map as well.
How far down the building, Building 13, do you go before you see the officers?
I would probably say that I saw them, I'm going to probably guess when I was maybe like 100 feet away, I could see them. I continued on a little bit. There's a corner, and I believe I had just gotten like right past that corner when one of the officers said something to me.
The second corner of Building 13 or the first?
The second. So if I point on the map if you want.
We turn the lights back on? Yes. Show the jury where you were on Building 13 when you first saw the officers.
Sure. So basically, like I mentioned, I came around, and you can see it's kind of staggered. So it goes approximately 50 feet, then it juts out maybe 10 feet, and then it goes another 50 feet. So like maybe like in here somewhere, I saw them near that corner. I don't remember if I just passed it. I think I just passed it when they said something to me. I couldn't quite hear what they said.
And did you finally hear what they said?
Yes, I believe one of them said like something to the effect of, would you move back? And I said, oh, sure,
And you moved back?
That's correct.
And when you're talking to the officer, your audio recorder is going?
That's correct.
And the video is going as well?
Yes.
And how far back do you move to?
I think I kind of went to I was kind of slowly backing up and I went to that corner, and then the first corner, I took maybe a few steps back, and then I saw Yaros approaching me, and he was saying he needed to move back further. So at that point, I was like, okay. So I moved back another 50 feet to the second corner.
Could you put a 1 where you were when you first saw the officers?
Yeah, so just a smidge past that corner. It's pretty visible here.
And then after Trooper Yara said back off, where did you eventually go to?
So remember, you said he drew an imaginary line. Well, it was delineated by that corner. So it was actually at the second corner here, and I drew a dotted line.
And after being arrested, did you measure the building?
I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, there's a couple reasons. Number one, I wanted an accurate representation of what transpired. Number two, during the actual arrest, Sergeant Gaser said that I was literally within 10 yards of their position, and I didn't think I was, so I wanted to double check on that.
How did you measure the building?
I did it a variety of ways. So initially, the very next day, I went out there and I just paced it off. So my footsteps are approximately 2.5 feet. So if I take 2, it's 5 feet. So approximately 10 steps. Then I had an app on the phone. I GPSed it, and then the last thing I did was I used a tape, like a surveyor's tape measure, and I measured it.
You went out there with a surveyor's tape?
Yeah, like one of them that you like lined up.
And how long is each one of those sections of Building 13?
So each section from like tip to tip is pretty much exactly 50 feet.
So the entirety of the building is about 150 feet long?
That's correct.
And did you measure the distance from the farther right-hand corner of Building 13 to the bush?
I did.
How far what's that distance?
25 feet.
And the closest you got to the officers was this corner here with the dot?
Yes, I believe it was somewhere between that corner and that slab. And the slab is exactly in the middle. So each of these sections has a door in the middle. And there's like a little concrete slab. I have a picture if you want to show it, but basically it's centered on it. So I was in between that corner and that slab, somewhere in there.
The slab on the first section of Building 13? So given that, how close did you get to the officers at the bush?
I mean, as best I can tell, the closest I got to them, even if I made it to that slab, would have been approximately 50 feet.
And that's when Trooper Eden says back off and you back off?
That's correct.
And then Trooper Yara's backed you off to here, the second corner?
Yes.
And is that 125 feet away from the officers?
More or less, yes.
When you went back to that building the next day, you said?
Yes.
When you went to the building, is there a pathway that leads out here towards Pearl Street?
Yeah, so there's like a little path that I guess maybe residents from this area, they'll take it, I guess, to go to McDonald's. Because McDonald's has like a fence that you can't really cross.
You heard Trooper Gazer say there's basically no access point from here to Pearl Street. Is that an accurate representation of that location?
In my estimation, no. There's a little way that people were walking through there.
And is that pathway depicted on that pathway depicted on
So
the photograph?
I guess for reference, that's Building 13, that's Building 7. It's basically like it goes north and then it cuts like past that person's house there. So it's like not on their property quite, but it's kind of like running along there.
So there's an access point that goes out here to Pearl Street?
Yes, that's what I can tell.
Now, your recorder's going, the video's going, you say Trooper Yara's backs you off?
That's correct.
And you get to that second corner, is
Yes.
that right? Were you going out there to interfere with the police and their activities?
No, I was out there to document what was going on. Up until that point, I had not even spoken to any police officers that entire evening.
Were you going out there to engage them in conversation?
No.
were you going out there to act as a member of the press?
Yes, I was there strictly to try to document what was going on. There was a lot of rumors when I was out there, people saying what they thought had happened. I wasn't 100% sure, but I was just out there to try to document it the best I could.
Was there any noise back there when you're back in that strip of land?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear or see a dog back there?
I never saw a dog the entire evening I was out there. You know, I didn't hear a dog, I didn't see a dog. I was confused when they were bringing up a dog. What dog? You know, I wasn't sure what they were referring to.
When you and Trooper Yarez, I guess, basically draw that line, but why did you say you weren't moving back any farther?
Well, my understanding of...
So don't give us a recitation of the law. Why weren't you moving back any farther?
Because you can record the police, you can't interfere with them, and I felt that at that point I was, as best I can tell, over 100 feet away. I feel like I'm far enough back, and best I could tell, those officers were on the edge of the perimeter. They were not even interacting with the subject.
Did a second trooper approach you? Trooper
He did.
Gazer?
He did.
And when he approached you, and when you were dealing with Trooper Yarez, did you sense any sense of urgency in their movements or their dealings with you?
No, I mean, we can watch the video in just a minute. You can actually count the seconds. You know, like Gazer takes approximately 20 seconds from the group of officers to reach me. Most people walk a little faster than 3.5 miles an hour, so that's well over 100 feet. So I knew I was pretty correct in my assessment. I felt like I was very far away from them.
Did they seem to be in any sort of hurry when they were dealing with you?
I didn't really sense a sense of urgency on their part. In fact, when Yaros returns to the group of officers, they're having a discussion for some period of time before the other trooper approaches me.
And before Trooper Gazer comes towards you, are you setting up your tripod and camera?
Yes. So I had agreed to that line with Trooper Yaros, and I intended to remain there and shoot some video footage, and I wasn't going to move forward at that point because I did agree to that.
When Trooper Gazer approaches you, do you have your phone in your pocket as well?
Yes.
We've heard some buzzing on previous videotapes and audio tapes. Is that buzzing?
That's what the buzzing is, yes.
Phone going off in your pocket?
It's the phone ringing.
And when Trooper Gazer comes towards you, do you receive a phone call?
I do.
And you answer it?
I did. I think that it was having a connection difficulty because I think the call dropped.
And eventually, did you put your phone back in your pocket?
Yes.
And you engage in conversation with Trooper Gazer, is that right?
That's correct.
And as reflected in the video, you and he have a disagreement, is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you want to move back?
So I used the language safe remove.
Where did you get that? And I know you say it a couple times in the tape. Where did you get that language from?
There's a federal court case that I'm familiar with, which basically establishes your right to video record police officers, and it uses the term remove in it. So
Is that where you got the phrase safe remove from?
Yes.
Okay, members of the jury, there has been some testimony regarding the defendant's understanding of the law and his First Amendment rights. I will give you instructions at the end of this case as to the law that you are to apply in deciding this case, and then specifically, I will give you instructions as to the First Amendment law that applies in this case. It will be up to you, the jury, to determine if the police acted in a manner consistent with the defendant's First Amendment rights as I explain them under the law, as I explain his First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Did you think you were at a safe remove?
I did.
Is that why you didn't want to move?
Yes.
Eventually, Trooper Yaras comes back on the scene?
That's correct.
What does Trooper Yaras do when he comes?
He basically, like, my tripod set up, he grabs it and he starts like pushing me and like pulling me along.
You recall him testifying he tried to drag you when you were dead weight?
Yeah, if I was dead weight, I think he would have known. I mean, at the time I was at least 200 pounds, so I think it would be pretty obvious if I wasn't walking with him.
So were you being pushed?
I would say yes, absolutely.
Where do you move to eventually?
So eventually I moved back to the last corner, so the very northwest tip of Building 13.
And given your prior testimony, is that about 175 feet away from where the officers are grouped by the bush?
That's correct.
And Trooper Gazer tells you to go around the corner, is that right?
Yes.
You say no, is that right?
Yes.
And why do you not go around the corner?
I believed it to be an unlawful order. As far as I could gather, I was within my rights to be where I was and videotape what was going on.
And eventually, how many times does Trooper Gazer say go around the corner or you're going to be arrested?
I believe he says it just once.
And Trooper Gazer then says you're under arrest, is that right?
Yes.
Did you take 3 or 4 steps back from Trooper Gazer?
No, I did not.
Did you pull your hands away from Trooper Gazer?
No, I did not.
Did you physically struggle or interfere with the arrest in any way?
No.
The cuffs are put on you how quickly after you're told you're under arrest?
I would say like within 5 seconds.
Did either of the officers have to lunge at you or follow you in any way to arrest you?
No, and when we watch the video, I guess I'll point it out, you can kind of see like when they grab me, like the camera like turns, like if I had taken steps back, it would have moved back. So, you know, there's no lunging or taking steps to the best of my knowledge of anyone.
Is the camera in your hand at that point?
I think I might have had like a hand on it. I didn't have like a death grip on it or anything, but you know, I remember very quickly they, you know, had taken my hands and I was in cuffs very, very fast.
Did you take any high steps like Trooper Gazer talked about?
No.
You've seen Trooper Gazer testify before in this event, right?
Yes.
Did he ever mention high stepping before?
He did not.
And did the tape continue for a period of time after your arrest?
So it continues until, I don't know if it got knocked over somehow, but this camera is of the design that it turns on and off when you open the view screen. So somehow it got closed by, I believe, one of the officers.
But the audio continued on?
In my pocket it did, yes.
Can you play the videotape of the arrest?
Sure. How's it going? Just kind of limit. Excuse me? Sure.
Can you stop the tape? Is that the initial conversation you have with Trooper Eden?
Yes.
And you're at that, in between that first corner and the concrete slab you talked about at
Yes.
that point? And when he says back off, what do?
I say, sure, I'll move back a little bit, that's fine.
And you're out there to videotape as a member of the press?
Yes.
And then, can you continue the tape? That's Trooper Yara.
Safe distance?
No, keep going. Keep going.
I think this is a good
Keep
move.
going. Go. Right now.
I'm gonna stay here.
No, you're not. You're gonna be arrested for interfering with the police.
I feel like I'm giving you guys a safer move.
No, you don't understand what's going on. Go around that
Well,
corner.
I'm exercising my rights as a member of the press, and I accept the risk that I'm putting myself at. If you have things to attend to, I don't want to keep you. I will remain here. Is that
Do not cross this line.
Okay, I will agree to that.
This is Keen's situation right now. If somebody comes, then they might tell you otherwise. But right now, don't cross this line.
So I guess I'd like to point out,
You can't just give a narrative answer. There has to be a question pending before you can speak.
Okay.
Please continue.
Are you where are you on building 13 at this point?
I'm at that second corner.
And do you have a direct line of sight to where the troopers are staged at the bush?
You'll kind of see it, because of the geometry, it's kind of like an angled shot, so it's not exactly a direct line, but you can kind of see them, yes.
And as the tape shows, you told Trooper Yaras you're out there as a member of the press.
That's correct.
And you use that language, safe remove.
Yes.
And you get that from the case you talked about.
Yes.
And Trooper Yaras then leaves?
Yes.
Can you continue the videotape?
Sure.
Can you stop the tape? How far are the troopers away from you at this point?
So they're, as far as I can tell, in that little gap in between the two buildings. So they're approximately, over 100 feet away, I'd say.
Can you continue?
Yes.
Oh, there's a police situation going on. So I'm shooting some video of it. Huh?
Who were you talking to at that time, James?
There's a resident in Building 13 who is asking basically, what am I doing out there? What is going on? So I'm trying to explain to her that there's some police situation going on and I'm there just to take video of it.
Can you continue?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a situation going on.
How you doing?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Is that when the phone went off?
Hey, how's it going?
Yes, so at that point, when I say hello, like, hello, can you hear me? I'm trying to talk on the phone to whoever called me. I believe it was Garrett, but I'm not entirely sure.
Let me ask you this, were you trying to ignore Trooper Gazer?
No.
At that point?
I was trying to answer the phone.
I need you to pack up a little, all right? You can talk and walk, and I'll be happy to explain it to you.
Well, I mean, I prefer to stay here. Is that?
You're not going to go, okay? And I'll explain it to you as we walk. And whether you like it or
Well,
not.
we just agreed to the line here, and
I changed it because I'm his boss, okay?
Okay, well, I'm going to respectfully decline.
If you don't move, you're gonna get arrested. This is a dangerous situation that you know nothing
Well,
about.
I understand, I accept any risk I'm putting myself
No,
in.
you're not. There's a police dog over there, and you're interfering with it. I need
I'm
you
not
over
interfering
that
with
corner,
it.
and I will.
I feel like you're creating a scene by doing this.
I'm telling you to leave. I have that authority, and I'm exercising it. I mean, you can choose to pack up and walk, or you can go with us. I don't want to argue with you. We have more important things going on.
I mean, I feel like I gave you guys a safe removal.
I don't care what
I'm well
you
within
feel.
my rights to be here.
Let's go. There's a man around the corner that's armed, whether you like it or not, you're moving.
Please don't touch my equipment.
No, I'm escorting you out of here. Let's go.
I'm acting as a member of the press. I mean, you guys,
If you can stop.
I gave you guys a safe remove, which is required.
Is the camera in your hand at that point?
I believe it's still in the tripod.
Does it eventually come off the tripod?
No.
Around the corner. Around.
I agreed to do the line.
I told you once. I changed it. Now get around that corner or you're getting arrested. That's it.
No.
Okay.
Is that the first time you were told, get around the corner or you're going to be arrested?
Yes.
Can you continue?
Excuse me. No, I'm
When you said you're under arrest, you don't move at all, is that right?
Yes, I pretty much just stand there and allow them to handcuff me.
Can you tell them you're not resisting?
That's correct.
Okay, Attorney Garrity, we're going to have to take a short break right now. We'll take about a 5-minute break and then we'll resume shortly. Not a problem. Don't worry. Thank you. Please have a seat. If I can see counsel at the bench briefly. You can step down, Mr. Cleveland.
Thank you.
And have you timed the time between Trooper Gazer saying you're under arrest and the time the cops come on?
It's approximately 5 or 6 seconds, you can say. I'd probably say 5 seconds.
So it happened very quickly?
Yes.
And when before Trooper Gazer arrested you, he said, go around the corner or you're going to be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say to him?
I said no, but what I meant was to around the corner.
But did you understand what he meant, what were you going to be arrested for?
I was clueless. I was not sure what laws I was violating. I wasn't being told what laws I was violating. As best I could tell, I wasn't doing anything illegal.
Does the recording say for what when he says you're going to go around the corner or you're going to be arrested?
So he doesn't state what the charge is during that time. He does later on. I asked him, "What am I being charged with?" Because I didn't even know, and then he says disorderly conduct and resisting arrest.
Do you have the audio recording there?
I do.
Can you play the audio recording of the arrest?
Okay, so this is
Now, I was born in my field, and I know you take it all, and I'm glad you did. You're in a dangerous situation that you don't fully care about.
Okay, can you back it up?
Bring that with us? Yeah.
Can you back it up to, I guess when you first have contact with Trooper Gazer?
sure.
We disagreed with the line.
Can you go back a little further?
lines. This is Keen's situation right now. If somebody comes, then they might tell you otherwise. But right now, don't cross this line. Sure.
Clicking sound we heard, is that you setting up your tripod?
Yeah, the clicking is me setting up the equipment. I think I'm adjusting it or something. The other sound, the rustling, is like it's in the pockets. It's kind of, the microphone's being rubbed.
Oh, there's a police situation going on. Shoot the video of it. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hey, how's it going? Well, I mean, I prefer to stay here that you're not going to, and I'll explain to you that you walk. Well, we disagreed with the line here, and I changed it because I'm default, okay? Okay, well, I understand, I accept the anywhere between myself. You're not, there's a police struggle there, you're interfering with it. I know where I'm at work, and I feel like you're creating a scene by doing this. I have that authority, and I'm exercising. I mean, you can choose to pack up and walk, or you can go with us. I don't want to argue with you. We have no choice in this going on. I mean, I feel like I give you guys safe removal. I'm well within my rights to be here. Fine, go. Let's go. There's a man around the corner that's on. No, you're not. No, I changed it. Now get around that corner or you get arrested. That's it. No, I'm sorry. No, you're not sorry. I'm not resisting. Now, I was more than nice to you, and I know you take it all, and I'm glad you did. I'm not resisting. You're in a dangerous situation that you don't fully care about. You want to bring that with us? Yeah.
That's an accurate reflection of your arrest that night, is that right?
That's correct.
And prior to being arrested, did Trooper Gazer ever tell you what he was arrested for?
No.
Did you have any clue as to what you were being arrested for?
I had no idea why I was being arrested. As far as I could tell, I was not in a restricted area. I had not passed any cones or barriers or police tape. I was not being asked to leave by like the property owner, so I felt like I had a right to be on the property. So
when you walked around the perimeter initially, were you cognizant of the police perimeter?
Yes. So I knew that tape went to the edge of the building because I had just the prior video where, so video 22 is the one where you can see it attached to that post. That was the last video before video 23, which is the arrest video.
I guess what I'm asking you, when you walked from the Wendy's parking lot or Pizza Hut parking lot initially around the auto parts, why did you stay outside that police perimeter tape?
Because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like going onto their scene or whatever. I wanted to make sure I was outside of their perimeter. As best I could tell, I didn't walk past any officers or cruisers or tape or anything. I tried to make sure that, I was well outside their lines, so.
And from what you could see when you initially got there were members of the public and reporters in the Wendy's and Pizza Hut parking lot in a more direct line of sight of Mr. Snow?
That's correct. I'd estimate.
Jack, may we approach?
Yes. Members of the jury, for present purposes, I'm striking both the last question and the answer, but I'm permitting counsel to pursue the issue further.
James, it's fair to say you never got a visual observation of Mr. Snow?
Yes, that's fair.
Did you have a visual observation of a group of officers basically grouped in a particular location by Building 7?
Yes, it appeared that they were like surrounding someone, or I didn't know, they're huddled around the corner, if you will.
Did you basically surmise that's where Mr. Snow was?
I surmised that was where the threat was because, there was a SWAT team right there.
And that location where the officers were grouped, was that in a more direct line of sight than you were of, in other words, the people in McDonald's and Wendy's and Pizza Hut, were they more in a direct line of sight of that grouping?
Yes, so they could see that grouping of officers there, yes. And when you went out there to that strip of land that night, was it your intent to commit a crime or interfere with the police? No, it was my intent to document what was going on, just act as the press. I was quite shocked, honestly, when they arrested me. I was unclear why I was being arrested. I didn't think I had done anything illegal.
Did you resist arrest?
No.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
When you first approach the police and the troopers on the other side, by that bush at number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
You had no idea where Mr. Snow was, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you actually thought he was inside the building at that time.
That was my best guess, yes. Well, actually, I take that back because I can play the tape. Later on, someone claimed that he was in a tree. So
I'm asking when you approached them, what you knew. And
initially, I thought he was in the building. Later on in the scene, I thought he was in a tree.
When you initially approached, where did you think he was? In the building, correct?
I guess I would say, at this time, I would say that I thought he was in the tree. When I first arrived on the scene, I thought it was a barricaded hostage situation, so I thought maybe there was someone in the house. Throughout the course of that evening, I had multiple people approach me.
And I would object to this continuing answer. The question asked for a very specific answer, as opposed to an explanation.
The balance of the response after the initial part of the response is stricken, sustained.
Do you remember testifying in an earlier hearing on this matter?
I did.
Okay. Yes, we take a vote.
Sure.
Highlighted section here.
So I guess
I asked you to take a look at it.
I did.
Okay. And does that not say that at the time I thought the suspect was inside the building?
It does.
Thank you. You were told by the officers, both Trooper Yaros and Sergeant Gazer, that you were in a dangerous situation, correct?
That's correct.
You were told that if you didn't move, you would be arrested, correct?
Yes.
And you were told when you got to the corner of the building, unless you went around the corner of the building, you would be arrested, correct?
Yes.
And you said no, and you were arrested, correct?
I said no to going around the corner, correct?
You said no, correct?
I did say no to going around the corner, correct?
Was your answer to Sergeant Gazer when he said, go around the building or you're going to be arrested, was your only word no?
Yes.
Thank you. In the earlier proceeding, did you testify about the resisting arrest charge?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Would you take it to the highlighted section there?
Sure. Okay.
Did you not say, so I guess, once again, regarding the resisting, I did steps back. It was like they were approaching me, they're pushing me, they're grabbing me. It was like a natural reaction.
I did say that.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Further direct examination?
Can you explain what you meant by that, James?
Sure. So what I meant by that was while they were arresting me, they were kind of grabbing my arms and they were physically pushing me. So at that point, like, I didn't initiate taking any steps. When they were pushing me, I was stepping back.
This is after they had grabbed hold of you?
That's correct. So at that point, they had already restrained me, if you will. Well, not with the cuffs, but they had restrained me physically and were like physically pushing on my body.
And in that previous occasion of testifying, did you say on more than one occasion that you didn't resist arrest?
Yes.
And after being told you were under arrest, did you take any steps away from the troopers?
No.
Is it only after you were grabbed and pushed?
Yeah, I took steps when they were pushing me, yes.
And you talked about when you initially arrived at the scene thinking this individual, you thought it was a hostage situation?
So my initial thought was maybe this is some kind of hostage situation. Later on in the evening, I was approached by a number of individuals. One of them, I have the tape of it.
Don't tell us what they said, but
okay.
Initially you thought the individual was in the building?
That's right, and then throughout the evening, my thought on that changed. I thought he was in a tree later on.
And did you know what particular tree?
I had no idea. I figured the one where the officers were huddled. Maybe they're somewhere around there.
And was it fair to say the majority of the officers were huddled near the front of Building 7?
Yes, I'd say that the SWAT team was at the front of Building 7. There was a large officer presence at the command post. And then there's a few sporadic officers, you know, there's the one behind the tree and the one in the McDonald's parking lot. There's a few spread out.
I have no further questions.
Further cross-examination?
Your testimony previously in the earlier hearing, was it not that when you arrived on that scene with the troopers, I don't mean when you first arrived, we're at the back of Building 13, that your understanding was, or your belief was, that the person the police were dealing with was inside the building, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further.
No further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. You may step down. Want to see counsel at the bench. Members of the jury, I was just conferring with counsel regarding schedule, but before I go there, does the defense have any additional witnesses?
The defense rests.
Okay. And again, that's subject to the discussion that we had at the bench a few moments ago. Where we are in the case right now, it's exactly noon, so we will take our lunch break. There are a few legal issues that I need to address with counsel before we have closing arguments and then my instructions on the law. You will have the case and be able to begin your deliberations at some point, probably in the middle part of this afternoon. Because I do need to talk to lawyers about some legal issues before we get started, we'll take an hour and a half for lunch. We'll start at 1:30 this afternoon with closing arguments and my instructions on the law. Again, you're close to being able to talk about the case, but you can't talk about the case either among yourselves or with anyone else, and you can't look at any other sources, either social media or any other print or other forms of media about the case. And that's, again, because it's essentially you base your verdict on the evidence that's been introduced in the course of the trial and the laws I explained at the very end. Thank you all for your patience. We'll see you back at 1:30.
All right, Mr. Jerry.
Can you put only the tapes that we showed on the list on the audio tape? So redact everything else.
We'll just say, if I could see the two of you back at 1:15 just to talk about these instructions. Great, thanks. See you soon.
I will.
Okay.
The matter stated, New Hampshire versus James Cleveland. This is out of the presence of the jury. I just met with counsel for the state and defense in chambers to talk about jury instructions and to review the proposed instructions with counsel. And I believe that Attorney Garrity wanted to be heard with regards to the elements of the charge of disorderly conduct and
Yes, Your Honor.
specifically the knowing element.
Thank you. Judge, my objection would go to the last paragraph on page 13, where the court describes knowingly or defines knowingly means that the state must prove that the defendant is aware of the nature of his conduct or that such circumstances exist. If you find the order of the police officers lawful to find the defendant acted knowingly, the state must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant was aware of the order and refused to comply with it. My objection would be that, in effect, that takes out of the equation the jury being able to evaluate whether or not Mr. Cleveland knew it was a lawful order. I believe to comply with First Amendment rights, Mr. Cleveland and the state would have to prove that Mr. Cleveland, one, was given an order, one that was lawful in compliance with the First Amendment, and lastly, that he knew it was a lawful order. I think the way the instruction is framed at this point in time, it excludes from the jury's analysis the issue of whether or not Mr. Cleveland knew it was a lawful order. Basically, it's the way it's framed at this point is the jury will be required to find that he was given an order that was lawful in compliance with the First Amendment and that he refused to comply with it. That's it. It takes out of the equation whether or not Mr. Cleveland was of the belief or knowledge that it was lawful. And I think the definition of knowingly in 620, RSA 626,
Colon 2, Roman 2,
Yeah, sure.
E.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I think that definition encompasses that as part of the analysis because it talks about the defendant being aware of his conduct and the circumstances attendant to that conduct. And if he doesn't know it's a lawful order, how can he then knowingly disobey it? And so that's my objection.
And just for the record, I've given this matter some thought, and to me, to make sense of the statute the way it is framed, and I have constructed I've drafted an instruction regarding the First Amendment that goes beyond what the definition of a lawful order would be to make clear that among the things that the jury would have to determine to decide that there was a lawful order was that the order was issued in a manner that was consistent with the defendant's First Amendment rights. And I've crafted language consistent with the Gurecki case cited by the defense to inform the jury as to the parameters of the First Amendment right that would apply here. So the real question is whether or not, if the defendant had a subjective belief that he was acting in a manner consistent lawfully, whether or not that would be a defense to this statute. And I think the only way that I can make sense of this statute, the way I think it's intended to be meant, is that the jury would have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the order was lawful, and if the jury makes that determination, the knowing element would be satisfied by the jury determining that the defendant was aware that the order had been given and refused to comply with it. If he believed that his conduct was consistent with his First Amendment rights, but he was wrong, I don't believe that that's a defense to the statute as it's crafted. Does the state have any position on the proposed instructions?
Your Honor, the state agrees with the court's proposal. However, for purposes of the record, the state would also like to indicate that, as mentioned earlier, that this sounds like a defensive mistake of law, and by court rule, the defense was required to give written notice if they were going to take that path, and as far as the state's aware, no written notice was given. So the state would also argue that's another reason. Thank you.
Anything further on this issue? And as I've indicated, at the close of my instructions, I'll call counsel up. But as far as I'm concerned, the record is fully preserved with regards to that specific request to the defense.
Thank you. And I just have the exhibit.
Yes, just to pre-mark, or actually to mark, that'll be a full exhibit. It's Defense Exhibit A, I believe. Is that? I think that's the only defense exhibit. Is that correct? Right. Okay. And it's the full exhibit. Anything further before I bring the jury in? Oh, you want to be heard on the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor. I would object to closing the courtroom during closing arguments under Part 1, Article 15 of the New Hampshire Constitution and the 6th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, and referring to State v. Weber and Waller v. Georgia in the analysis that those cases lay out with respect to the findings a trial court must make in order to close the courtroom. I'd submit those findings haven't been made. I don't think there's any justification for closing the courtroom. I understand the court's practice of doing that, but I would object to closing the courtroom during closing arguments on that basis.
Thank you. That request is denied. My purpose, this is an open proceeding. The courtroom is open. Members of the media have been present, and a member of the media has been filming the proceeding. I have no problem with people coming in and attending. I have put no constraints on the public's access except during opening statements and closing arguments. And my reasoning for doing that is that it's essential during those parts of the trial that the jury's attention be fully focused on the words of counsel and also on my instructions when I give them. And it's for that reason that we're just locking the courtroom once openings and closings start, but in all other respects, this has been a fully open proceeding. Anything further before we start?
Your Honor, I just thought of something. Can we approach?
Yes. Well said.
All rise for the jury, please.
Where are you on?
Good afternoon, please have a seat. Members of the jury, you will now hear closing arguments of counsel. Because the state has the burden of proof, you'll first hear from counsel for the defense and then from counsel for the state. Attorney Garrity.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Initially, I just wanted to thank you for being part of this process. I know in a lot of ways you didn't have a whole lot of choice. You didn't come here voluntarily, but I know it's taken time out of your lives, and thank you for being part of the process. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about the facts because you guys sat here, listened to the testimony, you saw the videotapes, you heard the audio tapes, heard it kind of ad nauseum, I think, because I played it, state played it. But basically, you got a flavor of the scene that July 1st, 2014, out there at the Autoleaf apartment complex and the McDonald's parking lot, Wendy's, and Pizza Hut. There's a number of people there in the parking lots of Wendy's and McDonald's. There's officers all along that tree line. There's a group dealing with Mr. Snow. Mr. Snow is situated in that corner of Building 7 at the apartment complex. There's an officer right behind that red door, a few feet away from him. You heard from Trooper Gazer, there's an officer in the McDonald's parking lot. I think Mr. Cleveland said that as well. And there's a Bearcat involved, and there's a command center. There's police everywhere. Mr. Snow doesn't move from that area for about 4 to 4.5 hours. He's got a gun. Obviously, a gun being involved in any time raises the issue of dangerousness. But Mr. Snow, all the evidence shows, didn't point the gun at anyone other than himself. The people in the parking lot, McDonald's and Wendy's and Pizza, they're in a more direct line of sight of Mr. Snow than Mr. Cleveland when he eventually appears behind Building 13. But that's the situation that Mr. Cleveland walks into at around 9 o'clock that night. Shows up with his video camera. He's there as a member of the press. He's a reporter. You've seen the video. He walks around the perimeter tape, respects the perimeter tape, sets up for a period of time. You saw where that perimeter tape went in the Autoleaf apartment complex. It cordoned off Building 7. That's where the danger was. Building 7's evacuated. Building 13's not. Eventually he goes around behind Building 13, and that's where all the activity takes place. And he's not going back there to commit a crime. He's going back there as a member of the press, going back there to videotape and do his job, do his duties. And he goes back there. It's quiet. You saw that on the tapes. There's not a whole lot of activity going on. He walks down with his camera and tripod, told by Trooper Eaton to back off, complies with that. Trooper Yara walks him back. He's about 125 feet away from where the troopers are set up. And he basically draws a line saying, not going any further, remember the press, I'm sitting here, and that's where I'm going to stay. And then Trooper Gazer comes back and tells him to back off, and eventually arrest him up there by the last corner of Building 13. And he's never told what he's arrested for. He's just given a brief warning, go around the corner and you're going to be arrested, and then the arrest takes place instantaneously, within 5 seconds as the tape shows. And the issue you've got to decide, I guess, multiple fold. One is with the disorderly conduct statute, and it's kind of a cumbersome statute, but as the judge will instruct you, you first have to determine whether this was a closed area where Mr. Cleveland went on to. The area by Building 7, definitely closed off. You've got police tape set up. The area by McDonald's, definitely closed off. The area that Mr. Cleveland entered onto behind Building 13, not closed off. He complies with 2 orders to back off. And as he says on the tape, he's at what he considers to be a safe remove from the police. And he tells you that term comes from a federal case in Boston about the right to film the police from a safe remove. That's basically where he draws the line. But you have to determine whether he entered a closed area or remained in a closed area. As the judge will tell you, closed areas can be marked off by a number of things. Police perimeter tape, police cruisers, ambulances, or other reasonable means. But you have to determine how far back can the police push a member of the press, how often can they change the perimeter. Those issues you will have to decide. But I suggest to you that he was not in a closed area. But if you find that he was in a closed area, you also have to find that he knowingly entered or remained in a closed area, and that he was given a lawful order to leave. And a lawful order to leave has to be viewed in conjunction with the First Amendment right to film. As the judge will tell you, the press and individuals have the right to film or videotape police officers in their functions as police officers. A police order or order to move when someone is videotaping them is only lawful. I just want to read from the instruction that will be given. However, a police order that is specifically directed at the right to film police performing their duties in public may be constitutionally imposed only if the officer can reasonably conclude that the filming itself is interfering or about to interfere with their duties. So it's not the presence of the individual like Mr. Cleveland, it's whether or not the filming itself is going to interfere with the police duties. And how was the filming or videotaping that Mr. Cleveland was engaged in interfering in any way with the police? Trooper Gazer was going back and forth shuttling water to these officers by the bush. He's the one that engages with Mr. Cleveland. Mr. Cleveland doesn't initiate contact with him. The filming isn't interfering with his duties. There's no prohibition on him going off to get water for the other troopers. No interference by Mr. Cleveland with Trooper Eaton. He's told to back off. He does. Trooper Eaton stays there. Officer English, there's no interaction between Mr. Cleveland and Officer English. The dog, I guess there's some tension on the leash, but that doesn't continue throughout the time Mr. Cleveland is there at his father, the closest point to the officers. The dog doesn't move at all, so there's no interference with Officer English. And Trooper Yara is the one who initiates contact with Mr. Cleveland and backs him off. And again, there's no interference with the officers by way of the filming. He's out there to videotape. He's out there doing his job. And there were other members of the press in a more direct line of sight of Mr. Snow. And there's no attempts to do anything with them. Mr. Cleveland's a member of the press doing his job. He's not interfering with anyone. I suggest to you it's not a lawful order. So he was not in a marked, restricted area. He didn't remain there in contradiction to a lawful order because it doesn't comply with his First Amendment rights to videotape the police. And I know you've heard a lot from the state and the witnesses with respect to this potential danger that Mr. Snow posed to Mr. Cleveland, that he could have run down this, I guess that alleyway that went from Building 7 down that pathway. That did exist. I know Trooper Gazer tried to say it didn't, but it does exist. Lieutenant Lawrence talked about it. He could have run down that pathway towards the Pearl Street neighborhood. And yeah, maybe he could have shot down that narrow strip of land, but is that a real, valid belief or concern? Mr. Snow has been sitting there when Mr. Cleveland shows on the scene on that strip of land behind Building 13 for about 4 to 4.5 hours. He's not moving. Certainly he's got a gun, but he's pointing it at himself, not at anyone else. He's contained in that area. Even Trooper Gazer admits to that. There's police everywhere. The way the troopers dealt with Mr. Cleveland when he was on that strip of land behind Building 13 shows they really didn't think it was a real danger. If they thought it was a real danger that Mr. Snow was going to run down and fire down that strip of land, they certainly wouldn't have turned their back on where Mr. Snow was located. They would take the risk that Mr. Snow would run down and shoot down that strip of land with their backs facing that area. And the way in which they walked towards Mr. Cleveland shows there was no real sense of urgency. So they didn't really think it was a danger. And if they really thought there was a danger, he was going to fire down that strip of land, they certainly wouldn't have left Building 13 not evacuated. If he was going to fire down that strip of land, that put the people in the building, in Building 13, in danger. So I suggest to you this claim that he was in danger is really a red herring. The way in which the troopers reacted that night when he's out there, their conduct, their movements, all show that they really didn't have any belief that Mr. Cleveland was in danger. And in any event, he told the police he would take the risk, and he was out there to do his job. And when he finally drew the line with Trooper Yarez, he's well down that strip of land. There's no real danger. It wasn't a lawful order. He didn't comply with his First Amendment rights. It's not a lawful order. He's not guilty of that offense. And with respect to the resisting arrest, you heard the tape multiple times, both the video and audio. Up to you whether or not you believe he physically resisted. But I'd suggest to you, based on what Trooper Gazer testified to and Trooper Yarez testified to, it's impossible to have done what they claim he did within the 5 seconds. And you'll get a chance to listen to that tape again, count the time yourself. He's told, you're under arrest, the cuffs go on within 5 seconds. And the troopers, both Gazer and Yarez, want you to believe that he took 3 or 4 steps back, pulled his arms away. Trooper Gazer puts the cuffs out. One arm has to be grabbed, the other arm has to be grabbed, all within 5 seconds. I'd suggest you that's impossible, and it didn't happen. And Mr. Cleveland told you he didn't resist. And I suggest you too, Trooper Gazer's version of what happened has changed. He tells you on the stand Mr. Cleveland took some high stepping steps. That's not what he said in this police report. That's not what he said in his affidavit for the search warrant. That's not what he said when he testified previously. He said previously that Mr. Cleveland, a man who's 6 foot, a little over 6 feet, took 3 or 4 steps further away from him. Does that match up with being able to arrest him within 5 seconds? Does that match up with the tape, video, or audio? It's not believable. It simply didn't happen. And you could take your own view of your own lives. Do you think it's possible he could have done all of that activity within 5 seconds to be arrested? I suggest you it just didn't happen. He's not guilty of resisting arrest. But even if you believe the state has proven all of the elements of both offenses, I'd still ask you to find Mr. Cleveland not guilty. And I'd ask you to find him not guilty on the basis that you can find him not guilty even if you find that the state's proven the elements, if you think it's not fair to convict him of these 2 offenses. And that ability to find him not guilty, if you think it's not fair, is basically what's called jury nullification. It comes from the instruction you'll be given by the judge on what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt, as the judge will explain it to you, basically says if you find that the state hasn't proven all of the elements of the offense, or the two offenses, you must find Mr. Cleveland not guilty. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of the offenses, you should find Mr. Cleveland guilty. And that must and should language might sound kind of like a distinction without a difference, but it's a distinction with a massive difference. Because it's saying to you that you, the members of the jury, you can find him not guilty, even if you find the state's proven all the elements, if you think it's not fair. If you think it's not fair to brand this individual a criminal simply because he was out there doing his job, simply because he was out there at what he thought to be a safe remove, simply because he thought he was following a federal court case from Boston that gave him the right to videotape, and because he just wasn't out there with criminal intent. You have that power to acquit him. And I'd ask you to do that, to find him not guilty, to use your power. You don't have to listen to what I say. You can disregard it, but can you look at Mr. Cleveland and say, yeah, I want to brand you a criminal. I want to brand you a convict. Is he the type of person that we want to leave with a criminal record based on this conduct? I suggest and hope not. I hope you would be able to see the type of person Mr. Cleveland is from the way in which he testified, based on what he was out there doing. He wasn't out there willy-nilly. He was out there doing his job as a reporter, and utilize your powers to find him not guilty, because he's simply not the type of person that should be left with a criminal record. But initially I'd say he didn't violate either statute. He's not guilty simply because the state hasn't proven the elements. But again, if you disagree with me, I'm asking you to use your powers of jury nullification to find him not guilty. And I'm not asking you one bit to disregard what the judge is saying with respect to the law. In fact, I'm asking you to follow his instructions on what the law is, because his instructions will tell you you have that power to find him not guilty. And I'm asking you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Carity. Attorney O'Reilly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to thank you for your attention over the last 2 days. And ask you to bear with me as I go over some of the points that I think should be made in this case. The defense would have you look at Mr. Snow's situation with the benefit of hindsight. He stayed in that place. He only ended up hurting himself. Therefore, the police were not reasonable in believing that an armed individual, who clearly turns out to be suicidal, is not going to do something unpredictable, not going to do something that might injure someone else, would not potentially run if he thought that was to his advantage. If in fact he determined he was suicidal but he wanted to die, but he couldn't do it, how would the police know that he wouldn't run out of that area and try to get them to shoot and kill him? What we hear sometimes on the news, suicide by cop. Now, none of that happened, but we only have the benefit of hindsight. That person was there for 4.5 hours. They were dealing with him. There were the 3 officers at the corner of that building. You saw that area as you went around the corner of Building 7 and were facing Building 13. Well, not facing, you could see Building 13 a little bit further down. You saw that area, the growth in that area, even at this time of year. How easy or difficult would it be for someone to get through there? who knows, in the summertime, coming around them and running down the side of the building. We don't know if Mr. Snow was knowledgeable of that building or the apartment complex there. He was staying in the further apartment complex that you saw first. So the police are dealing with a circumstance. Someone has a gun, he's threatening to use it, and they want to keep the public safe. That's their priority. That's their job, to keep the public safe. So the defendant appears, and they see him. And initially, he is very fortunate. As Trooper Eaton testified, when he first sees the defendant, he sees him carrying something that at first he thinks is a long gun. He very quickly recognizes that in fact, he said he brought his pistol up his rifle up to a ready position. But he quickly saw that it was not. So he tells the person, I believe you can hear on the recording, you got to go back to where you came from. There's a response from the defendant, okay. Now, Officer English talks about when he hears Trooper Eaton say something, and he can feel tension in the leash, the canine patriot, and he watches the dog reposition himself and look in the opposite direction where they want the dog to be primarily focused. That he isn't in the heel. They don't want to put the dog in that tension for being there in that period of time. Okay, so he too, unholsters his weapon because he's not sure what this is at first. So then you realize what's happened, or this is not a weapon, a person carrying a weapon. He goes back, the defendant goes back a ways. However, he either slows or stops and starts setting things up. And you may recall, certainly from the reporting, Trooper Yaros goes up and talks to him. You're in a dangerous situation. You need to get out of here. You need to back up, you need to leave. You don't know what you're dealing with. The defendant admitted that when he went behind that building, 13, he had no idea where Mr. Snow was. That he was in the building, and then at one point he said, well, maybe up in a tree, okay? He doesn't know where he is, but so Trooper Yaros keeps trying to get him back out of the line of fire. And several officers testify if someone came around the building where Mr. Snow was and he fired at the police, they believe the defendant was in the line of fire. Trooper Yaros, I think, he testified that he was concerned now. He was away from his post. The defendant had said he wasn't moving any further. He then felt he needed to go back to his post, and he tells him, you stay here and don't go across this line, but this is a keen circumstance, and someone could come and tell you differently. Goes back, and Sergeant Gazer is there. He determines that the defendant is still in the line of fire if someone comes around the building. He determines, and you had testimony from Lieutenant Lawrence, that a perimeter can change, either expand or contract based on the circumstances of the situation. And during the course of this time, this standoff, there were expansions. I think you initially heard that it was an expansion from the exit from the parking lots of the fast food restaurant back further to get people further back. He determines that because of this line of fire, he needs to close this area. There are multiple times I would suggest to you on that recording, if you go back and listen to it again, where the defendant is told, you need to move, and if you don't move, you're going to be arrested. Okay? They get to the end of the building. His desire is to get him to go around the building because he, again, is still in the line of fire. As you remember when we were there yesterday, there's not a large grease patch. And if you want to be in a position to film the police officers that are at that U-bush, you're going to have to be pretty far out in that grassy area. So you're in the line of fire. There's what I would characterize as a debate between Sergeant Gazer and the defendant. He finally says, go around the corner of the building or you're going to be arrested. The defendant says, no. Now, the defendant was well aware of the order to leave that area, and he said no. A perimeter can be established, I think, by many means. I think Lieutenant Lawrence talked about cones, tape, cruisers were being used, emergency vehicles. You can also do it with personnel. So the state would argue that, in fact, you had it closed, an area that became closed because of the dangerousness of anyone being in that area. The defendant was ordered to leave the area and said no. You all decide, and with the instructions that Judge Kissinger will give you as to whether that order was legal. Whether or not the defendant had that belief, I would argue to is not relevant at all. You determine whether the order is legal, whether in fact he refused to comply with it. And I would argue that in fact the evidence establishes that it was a legal order. Now, under the First Amendment, I anticipate the instructions will also include a police order, even when directed at a person who is filming, may be appropriate for legitimate safety reasons. However, a police order that is specifically directed to the right to film police performing their duties in public may only be constitutionally imposed, may constitutionally, repeat that again, sort of a tongue tie here. However, a police order that is specifically directed at the right to film police performing their duties in public may be constitutionally imposed only if the officer can reasonably conclude that the filming itself is interfering or is about to interfere with their duties. Okay? So, if there's legitimate safety reasons, filming can be curtailed if there's legitimate safety reasons. And the order would, and I would argue to you first, there are plenty of grounds here to say there were legitimate safety reasons. Secondly, there was testimony about the effects of the dog. The dog is at least at times being diverted. The dog is there for safety reasons as well as other reasons. I believe it was testified to that if Mr. Snow ran directly towards Pearl Street off that corner, it was anticipated that the dog would be released to see if he could take Mr. Snow down without problems to other officers or civilians. So the dog's response, if Mr. Snow had run at a time when he is diverted because of the defendant's presence and is impacting the duties. So I would say on both grounds that this is a lawful order that the defendant willfully violated. The defendant was the only person, according to the officers, and the whole time they were there, they came behind that building. However, as soon as they see him there, they take steps to get him out of there because they're concerned about his safety as well as interfering with the dog and the dog's duties. Resisting arrest requires that there be some physical act that the person knowingly does that interferes with the arrest. Now, sometimes that's a chase. You have to chase after someone. But if a defendant pulls their arm back because an officer is grabbing it after they're told they're under arrest, I would argue to you that that's a physical act that interferes with the arrest. And the defendant admitted that he has previously said that he took steps back, but he said he was being pushed. That doesn't make any sense. They've already arrested him. They don't want to push him away. They want to get a hold of him and put cuffs on him. So I would argue to you that the defendant's actions of step back and pulling his arm back are physical actions which interfere with the ability of Sergeant Gaisler to arrest the defendant. The police have a primary responsibility of keeping the public safe, keeping people in the area safe. They were acting that night to keep people safe. The defendant, who admits he didn't know what was going on, he heard many stories, he didn't know who the person was, seems to think he has the authority to say, no, I don't have to follow your order because I want to film you. The First Amendment allows curtailment of filming for safety reasons and also for if it's interfering with police duties. I would argue to you that all the elements of the offenses have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and would ask that you return findings of guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney O'Reilly. Members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case have been completed. I will now instruct you as to the law that applies in this case. Don't worry, this is not a memory test. You'll have copies of the instructions with you during your deliberations. When I'm done, you will retire to decide a verdict. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you'll have to understand the definition of the crimes with which the defendant is charged, what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness, and how convinced one way or the other you should be before you reach a verdict. These instructions will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict. It is your duty as jurors to follow all of the instructions I'm about to give you. You must follow the law as I explain it, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. It is up to you to determine the facts in this case. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I explain it. You should reach a fair and just verdict without prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and charged is not evidence of guilt. The complaint is simply a way of giving the defendant notice of the charge against him. The complaint is a formal way of accusing the defendant of the crimes charged in order to bring him to trial. In your deliberations, you must not consider the defendant's arrest, the complaint, or the fact that the defendant has been brought to trial as evidence of his guilt. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentence is for the judge. You should base your verdict only on the evidence and the law without considering the possible punishment. You have heard the lawyers discuss the facts and the law in their arguments to you. These arguments are not evidence. Their purpose is to help you understand the evidence and the law. If the lawyers state the law differently from the law as I explain it to you, then you must follow my instructions and ignore the statements of the lawyers. If the lawyers state the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. During your deliberations, you should consider only the evidence presented at trial. The evidence in this case consisted of the testimony under oath of the witnesses, the exhibits, and the view. You may not guess or speculate about evidence. You may only consider what has been introduced into evidence and the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the evidence. By reasonable inferences, I mean conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that are proven to your satisfaction. During the trial, the lawyers made objections. The lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence is not admissible. If I sustained an objection or excluded any evidence, you must not guess as to what the answer or evidence would have been. If I ordered that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence. Likewise, if I overruled an objection and allowed a witness to answer a question, you are not to give such evidence any special importance as a result of my ruling. When I rule on an objection, I am merely applying the law as is my duty. If you believe that I suggested or expressed an opinion as to the facts in my rulings, you should ignore such opinion. The court in this case, as in all cases, is completely neutral and impartial. It is up to you alone to decide the facts in this case. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of a witness based upon personal knowledge, that is, what the witness actually saw, heard, or otherwise directly experienced. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, which tends to prove a disputed fact by proof of other facts. Let me give you an example, something that's familiar to us in New Hampshire, but thankfully not all that familiar this year thus far. Imagine you go outside and you see snow is falling from the sky. That is direct evidence that it is snowing. On the other hand, imagine you go to sleep, and before you go to sleep, there's nothing on the ground. The ground is completely bare and exposed, and you wake up the next morning and there's a foot of snow on the ground. That is circumstantial evidence that it has snowed overnight. That is all there is to circumstantial evidence. On the basis of reason and common sense, you infer from an established fact the existence or non-existence of another fact. You should consider both types of evidence. There is no legal distinction between the weight of direct evidence as compared to circumstantial evidence. You are permitted to give equal weight to both, but you must decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. However, there is a rule relating to circumstantial evidence that you must keep in mind. If the state presents only circumstantial evidence to prove one or more of the elements of the charged offense, then in order to convict, you must find that the totality of the evidence excludes all reasonable conclusions other than guilt. This means that if it is reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the reasonable conclusion consistent with innocence. In determining whether all reasonable conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, you should not consider any item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. Rather, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all the other evidence. You must understand, however, that this circumstantial evidence rule does not apply to direct evidence. Therefore, if there is a conflict between witnesses who offer direct evidence concerning certain facts, you should resolve the conflict. For example, suppose there are two eyewitnesses to a crime, and one testifies that the defendant committed the crime, and the other testifies that the defendant did not commit the crime. This presents a situation where there is a conflict in the direct evidence. In this situation, you, the jury, should resolve the conflict and must decide whether, based upon all the evidence, the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In summary, you should consider all the evidence in the case and decide whether the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In reviewing the evidence, you should consider the quality of the evidence and not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or quantity of evidence that is important. What is important is the quality of the evidence. In deciding whether the state has proven a charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. In deciding which witnesses to believe, you should use your common sense and judgment. I suggest you consider a number of factors: whether the witness appeared to be candid, whether the witness appeared worthy of belief, the appearance and demeanor of the witness, whether the witness had an interest in the outcome of the case, whether the witness had any reason for not telling the truth, whether what the witness said seemed reasonable or probable, whether what the witness said seemed unreasonable or inconsistent with the other evidence in the case or with prior statements by the witness, and whether the witness had any friendship or animosity towards other people in this case. In deciding which witnesses to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examinations of the witness, regardless of who called the witness. You should consider these factors in deciding the credibility of all witnesses, whether or not they happen to be ordinary citizens, experts, or police officers. You can accept all of what a witness has said, you can reject all of what a witness has said, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. Now, as I said, in deciding whether to believe a witness, you may consider whether the witness made statements before trial which are not consistent with the witness's testimony at trial. Thus, if the witness made a prior inconsistent statement, you may use that statement in deciding whether to believe the witness's trial testimony. Keep in mind that you may use a prior statement only in assessing the witness's credibility. You may not use a prior statement as proof that the facts in the prior statement are true. There are, however, two exceptions to this general rule that prior statements may only be used in assessing witness credibility. If the statement made before trial was made by the defendant or by a witness under oath, then you may use that prior statement as proof that the facts in the statement are true. Under our constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proving guilt is entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The defendant enters this courtroom as an innocent person, and you must consider him to be an innocent person unless and until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of every element of the alleged offense. If, after all the evidence and arguments, you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant having committed any one or more of the elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. A reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based on reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based upon reason as remains after consideration of all the evidence the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this: If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proved any one or more of the elements of the crime charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find the state has proved all of the elements of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. The laws of New Hampshire set forth certain crimes. Each crime has a precise definition with at least two parts or elements: a mental state and an act. In deciding whether a person is guilty of a crime, you must determine both what the person's actions were and what his mental state was. For a person to be guilty of a crime, he must have the requisite mental state, and he must have physically acted to do something that is criminal. The word act refers to a physical deed. The words mental state refer to what a person mentally believes his physical acts will accomplish. The matter of determining a person's mental state is something that you will have to decide. There is often no direct evidence of a person's mental state because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all of the facts and all of the circumstances based on the evidence presented in the case in deciding whether the state has proven that the defendant had the requisite mental state and acted to do something that is criminal. The defendant in this case is charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct and 1 count of resisting arrest. You must consider them separately and independently from each other and return a unanimous verdict on each. The first count alleges a crime of disorderly conduct. The definition of this offense has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant refused to comply with an order of a peace officer to move from any public place. 2, the order of the peace officer was lawful. And 3, the defendant acted knowingly. These are the elements of the crime of disorderly conduct. Certain words need to be further defined. A public place means any place to which the public or a substantial group has access. The term includes but is not limited to public ways, sidewalks, schools, hospitals, government offices or facilities, and the lobbies or hallways of apartment buildings, dormitories, hotels, or motels. A lawful order means a command not to enter or a command to leave an area closed whenever a peace officer has probable cause to believe that a serious threat to the public health or safety is created by a flood, storm, fire, earthquake, explosion, riot, ongoing criminal activity that poses a risk of bodily injury, or other disaster. The officer may close the area where the threat exists and the adjacent area necessary to control the threat or prevent its spread for the duration of the threat until related law enforcement, fire, or emergency medical service operations are complete by means of ropes, markers, uniformed emergency service personnel, or any other reasonable means to any persons not authorized by a peace officer or emergency services personnel to enter or remain within the closed area. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution provides, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. The First Amendment protects a range of conduct surrounding the gathering and dissemination of information and protects the right of individuals to videotape police officers in public. That right is not unlimited. Reasonable restrictions on the exercise of the First Amendment right to film may be imposed when the circumstances justify them. A police order, even when directed at a person who is filming, may be appropriate for legitimate safety reasons. However, a police order that is specifically directed at the right to film police performing their duties in public may be constitutionally imposed only if the officer can reasonably conclude that the filming itself is interfering or is about to interfere with their duties. In order to find that an order of the police was lawful, you must find that the order was consistent with the defendant's First Amendment rights as I have explained them. Knowingly means the state must prove that the defendant is aware of the nature of his conduct or that such circumstances exist. If you find the order of the police officer was lawful, to find the defendant acted knowingly, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was aware of the order and refused to comply with it. The second count alleges the crime of resisting arrest. The definition of this crime has 4 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant physically interfered with another person. 2, The defendant knew the other person was a law enforcement official. 3, the official was trying to arrest or detain the defendant. And 4, the defendant acted knowingly. As indicated, the interference must be physical. Verbal protests alone do not constitute resisting arrest or detention. It does not matter whether the arrest or detention was illegal. The state does not have to prove that there was a valid legal basis for the arrest. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is important to both of the parties, the state and the defendant. In your deliberations, you should follow these instructions which the court has given you. You should not decide this case out of bias or sympathy, but with honesty and understanding. You should make a conscientious effort to determine what a fair and just result is in this case, because that is your highest duty as officers of this court. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each and every juror agree with the verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view towards reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or merely for the purpose of returning a verdict. When you have considered and weighed all the evidence, you must make one of the following findings with respect to each of the charges before you. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more of the elements of the offense charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proven all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. Because only 12 jurors will be deliberating, I will now select the alternate. Juror number 9, Ms. Rich Milliken, you're the alternate. There's a reason we do this at the very end. It's because it's critical that you all pay as close attention as possible. Members of the jury, before starting your deliberations, you will select a foreperson. The foreperson acts much like the chair of a committee. He or she should make sure that you take up the issues that I have described and should make sure that each juror has a full opportunity to present his or her opinions and arguments. If any questions concerning the law should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write the questions out and hand them to the court officer. The officer will bring them to me, and I will respond. You should take as much time as you like. When you have arrived at a verdict, let the court officer know, and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render the verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask. Please bear in mind, in your deliberations, there can be no communications with anyone other than the deliberating jurors in the case or the bailiff. You are not to use your cell phones or smartphones to communicate with anyone, check email, or use the internet. Your verdict in this case must be based solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I have explained it to you. If I could just see counsel briefly at the bench. Members of the jury, we will shortly have the exhibits and copies of the instructions brought into you so you can begin your deliberations. Thank you very much for your attention.
All rise.
Take me very long, then I'd like to come in and meet with you briefly before you're excused. It'll just be a few minutes, and I'll be in to see you before you head on your way. Thank you very much.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Based on communication from the jury before they came into court, they submitted a note indicating that they had come to a verdict on one count, but were hung on the other count. I shared this note with counsel before the jury came in, and by agreement, counsel and the court, counsel are in agreement that mistrial should be declared on that count, on the count of disorderly conduct. I didn't know before the jury came in and indicated that it was unable to reach a verdict on that count, that was the count that they were hung on. But in light of the fact that they've been at the deliberations for a few hours yesterday and half a day today, asking multiple questions, and were very careful in terms of how they considered the evidence and the court's instructions. In fact, at one point they asked for 8 additional copies of the court's instructions so that they would each have a copy of the court's instructions with them. I believe, and I conferred with counsel before doing this, that it was appropriate to declare a mistrial on the charge of disorderly conduct, and I take it that both counsel agree with my declaring a mistrial on that count.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you all very much, and if counsel wouldn't mind sticking around, I'm going to confer with the jury, and then I'll speak with counsel in a few minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all very
Thank
much. Good luck to you, Mr. Cleveland.
All rise, please.
Excuse me, Your Honor, since you said good luck, I mean, he still has a charge pending.
Oh, yes. I didn't mean to suggest anything otherwise. That charge is still pending. The jury, so exactly what people decide to do from this point forward, frankly, that's up to counsel to decide as we move forward. But I didn't mean to suggest that terminated that case, but certainly there could be a further trial in that case as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ms. Prosecutor, can you comment on whether you'll be continuing to spend taxpayer dollars on trying James a second time?
And I'll comment for you.
And how long do you have to make that decision?
We'd like to invite you to visit freekeen.com. Freekeen.com features audio, video, and blogs chronicling the transition to a voluntary society. Freekeen.com also has comments and discussion forums so you can be heard. Freekeen.com.
I should be in Keene, New Hampshire with the Free Staters.